to the checkpoint, I had to change to the right lane, and again, people did not want to let me in the right lane. I explained everything to him again, and I told him I have the right to do it. He didn't let me in. It was only the third car that let me in this right lane. And at the checkpoint, I asked the policeman, and it turned out that the scheme is like that. There is one lane left for the public transport and for the cars with permit, because the people driving these cars work at some strategic facilities. Therefore, we would like to address the residents of Lviv and Lviv region to understand that we now have these martial conditions. This is not anarchy. And if you see that the person is occupying the public transport lane and is stating that he or she has the permit, do not ask to show this permit. You are not authorized to do it, and the person should not show anything to you. There are law enforcement officers. If you suspect that this person is abusing the power, etc., you may accompany this car and you may complain to the police officer at the checkpoint. Let the police officer check all the documents. So once again, I would like to address now the man in green lanus. If we meet you again, I'm going to show you my permit, will invite you to the studio, and will explain to you how you should behave on the road. Well, people sometimes really put up these wrong self-made checkpoints. Instead of protecting us, instead of assisting people on the front, our police, our emergency service officers just have to deal with the wrongdoings of our own people. If you want to contribute, just address the official authorities. Putting a tick that I'm doing something means nothing. You should not put up self-made checkpoints. They block the roads, they make the system less organized, and they mean more work for the law enforcement bodies. By doing this, you actually assist our enemies, because you allow traffic jams, you worsen the logistics. Just imagine, this is the air alert. Will the enemy know about the checkpoints? Definitely it will. And if you, for example, were following news during the 8 years of work, you should probably know that in Donbass, the terrorists actually shelled the checkpoints because they saw where they are, where there are the lanes, and where there were some traffic jams or where there were some crowds. They know all this information, and the same may happen here in Lviv. If something happens at the checkpoint, people will be blocked. Those people at these checkpoints know what should be done and how it should be done. So, the very checkpoint is just one lane. Just imagine something happens, people will be going forward, and what we are going to see at the checkpoint, there will be some car accidents. So, once again, if you're willing to contribute, to assist, first of all, go and work, pay your taxes, donate your money to the army. If you want to do something, cooperate with the official authorities. Go to the territorial defense forces. There is the National Guard where you can go. Do not get involved in something self-made. Remember that the local administration is dealing with everything that is actually having something to do with the military people. Yesterday I was actually trying to understand how it works, and I was giving lots of phone numbers. I'm not working with military, for example. There are lots of people responsible for many things, and sometimes we make these logistics even more complicated. For example, the checkpoints, self-made checkpoints, not far from Lviv, I'm not going to say where they are, so there are these checkpoints there. And yesterday I already saw that there were no these self-made checkpoints anymore, so it means that there was inventory made of those self-made checkpoints, and actually probably our officials went around these self-made checkpoints. They saw where they are self-made, where they are authorized checkpoints, so the issue was somehow regulated. Talking about funds and money transfers, we have very good news from our colleague Tanya Diek. We have shown her post about the Brigade 80, and it was necessary to collect money for the Jeep car, and Tanya has written today that owing to your efforts they managed to collect money for 2 vehicles, but there will be some other needs. As far as I understand, the need in cars is actually one of the most pressing ones because they are easily distracted. Why do we need so many cars, and why we need particularly Jeep cars, Jeep vehicles? They're very quick, they're very mobile, and in case when it is necessary to move, they will be much quicker than military cars, but they once again are easily distracted. Our military people are really very skillful, and sometimes these Jeeps are made into self-made tanks. They are reinforced, and once again, if you are in the military combat area, you have to join the military and take into account that these cars should join the convoys. We have the rules how you behave at the checkpoint. When you approach the checkpoint, you slow down. Second issue, if it is dark, you switch on the light inside the car, and you should have all the documents at hand. There should be no videos, and video registrar is also video, so nobody needs this video registration information, so remember, no videos. Without permit of the police officer or military person, you do not do anything, you answer all the questions, be ready that your car will be examined. Only after the permit, you cross the checkpoint, you do it very slowly, you take on speed after you go from the checkpoint. If it is a large car, for example, there are some Ford cars which are 5 meters long, please be careful. If there is only 1 or 2 lanes, there may be some slight car accidents, scratches on the sides of the car, etc. So before we go and start our interview with our guest, I would like to voice the information from the headquarters of the Ukrainian army. And yesterday's day is not included. So the 7th day is going on after the Russian invasion. In Podillia region, the enemy had several tactic groups, and lots of military staff is trying to go on offensive in Hostomel, Demidchiv, trying to block the capital from northern and western area. In Zhytomyr there are up to 3 tactic groups. In Sivert direction there are up to 17 battalions of occupational forces, and despite the losses, they still continue the offensive operation, trying to block the capital. The enemy was blocked near Козелець, Бобровиця and Макіїв settlements. In the other areas, Світильня, Перемога, Гостролуччя, the losses of the enemies slowed down their offensive and make unsuccessful attempts to make offensive on Sumy, Lebedin, etc. In some other directions, the enemy forces go on offensive in Krasnograd. There are 4 tactical groups. The occupant got lots of losses in the area of Bohoduyov, Чугуїв, Шевченково. In Donetsk area, all the efforts of the enemy are concentrated on blocking Mariupol. In Skadovsk, Gola Pристань, Nova Kakhovka, there are offensive operations, and the enemy is trying to approach Kherson and Mykolaiv. Up to 3 tactical groups operate in Vasilkivka, Novopetrovka, Червоне Коле. In Black Sea operational zone, there is vessel group and is preparing for the paratrooping operation. The enemy forces is trying to send missiles to the civilian infrastructure, trying to intimidate the civilian population. The morale of the enemy is going down owing to the fierce resistance of our army. The enemy has lots of losses in all the areas. Low moral spirit of the Russian forces is reported by the intelligence forces of the US, of the British forces. So we do not talking about Kryvyi Rih. The information announced was not verified. Believe me, there are no people deputy of Ukraine has more information than we do. Whatever information is informed by them is not verified. Therefore, do not spread the information that Ukrainian army is actually in Donetsk. This information is not verified, it is not confirmed. All the issues related to Donetsk and Luhansk areas, they are temporarily occupied. And this is the official information. According to the information of the General Headquarters, the main hot point is Kyiv, Kharkiv. And before we start talking with Mr. Petro Charnik, the military expert who is already here in the studio, we have video from Kharkiv, where there were missile strikes on the regional department of Security Service of Ukraine and police.
Це жах.
That's awful.
Центр міста
The
повністю
center of the city is on fire.
Повертаємося до студії телеканалу «Перший Західний». Ви нас можете чути також на радіо «Перше».
Перший Західний,
нашим колегам. Зараз ви будете по
радіо
радіостанції чути також інтерв'ю з Петром Черником, військовим експертом. Вітаємо вас. Слава Україні, пане Петро. Мусили вас запросити ще раз, я підозрюю, і не один раз. Ще запросимо на допомогу наших глядачів. Минула наша з вами розмова дуже набрала активність і переглядів. Ви просили люди запрошувати вас ще, аби ми обговорили активну оперативну інформацію.
To have the latest information.
Київ вчора міський голова Києва заявляв, що складна ситуація. Мали ми інформацію про те, що знешкодили команду чеченців, які воювали замах навіть не замах, вбивство президента України Володимира Зеленського швидше за все. Маємо інформацію, дивимося, що оперативний з Харкова, з Херсона. Була вчора інформація про те, що білоруські війська вже перетнули кордон.
There was some information that Belarus troops have crossed the border. So what is happening? What are the pressing points, hot points on the map of Ukraine? Well, I will inform only the official information from the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine. I cannot give you any other information. The official information is public, it is available, and any citizen can access this information. The only thing I would like to emphasize, I would like to draw attention of the Ukrainian nation, not all people, but I would like to emphasize the point that there is no gray area, there is only black and white. Either we defeat the enemy or will be defeated. Putin has shown that he is going to use everything against us. He is in a deadlock, so he is in a corner and he doesn't have any choice. Therefore, I would like to assure you that there are no hopes for relaxation. There is no turning point as yet. We developed strategic initiative. We have broken the blitzkrieg plan, and it is definitely a blow to Putin's psychology. He thought that one day or two will be enough, and then he will have very good news to report. But now the situation is getting even more dangerous because the wounded animal is even more dangerous than a healthy one. Therefore, everybody who can contribute, please do not get relaxed. Fight, fight, and fight. What can be other hot points? You're an analyst, you're a military expert. You can definitely calculate and forecast where they can be. Everywhere. There are no safe places. We should take a very sound approach to this. Every settlement, every big city, every point of our territory might become this hot point. For example, there may be some paratroopers, and the plane is flying at a very low height. It is impossible to detect them with air defense forces, and if we, for example, consider that Belarus is not our friend, but our real military enemy, just understand what is 500 kilometers from Belarus border. It's not panic, it's sound evaluation of the situation. We need it. We need only two things. We should be resilient, and we should take this sound, reasonable approach, rational approach. The motivation of the enemy is very low. From the view of psychology, everything is in our favor. Every hour, the motivation is going down with our enemy and is going up with us. There are three turning points. The first turning point is 5 days. We have passed it. 12 days is the next one, and 21 days. Everything is working in our favor, to our benefit. We should be resilient. We should be aggressive. We should fight our enemy. We have the comment of Alexander Nevzorov. I hope you know who he is. He is the deputy of the 4 convocations of the Russian Duma. He was the military correspondent, and even before this aggression, he gave very big commentary about the potential development of the situation. There are lots of issues which we already observe. First of all, we are going to watch it, and then we shall give some comments about it. You state that Putin is going to use everything he has. What about our weapons? Whether we have enough weapons to respond? Right now, we have have enough weapons to stop badly organized and badly controlled tank convoys, because they are all going on the roads. And in order to have a good offensive, they should be deployed actually on a wide area, and it's quite difficult to distract such wide deployment. But when they are in convoy, they're easily destroyed. At the beginning of the war, we actually got a huge amount of anti-tank weaponry, plus artillery, plus aviation, but actually 70 or 80% are those anti-tank weaponry that allows us to put their military vehicles on fire. And I'm confident that every minute, every hour, they are destroyed. Today, I already saw the weaponry going in the right direction. It was really the thing we needed, and I'm sure that this anti-tank weaponry and portable air systems are there. The most important thing is that it is not the tank that is fighting. These are soldiers that are fighting, and actually our victory is with the hands of our military people. Well, we definitely cannot forecast, we do not have any data, but what about the military staff of our enemy, and what about their military vehicles, how much they have? Well, we had the information about 150,000 staff, and the information about military vehicles is also available. My analytical mind and my understanding what is going on, how much losses they have already had, they have already lost about 70–80%. It's difficult for everybody. It's difficult particularly for the soldiers. We should not give any operational basis. There are 40 million people in Ukraine, there are 140 million people in the Russian Federation. Now we have lots of people in territorial defense, in military usage, but well, they exceed regarding the number, but they are in panic. They have to regroup right now. They need about 2 weeks, and this is something we should not allow. I know how the imperial psychology works. They will bring everybody, and once again they may have this 150–200,000 staff. Therefore we should not give them this time. We should stand. Do you have any information? For example, in the social networks of the Russian Federation, they talk about 2 issues. From the east to the west, there are convoys going on, and the second point is that the reserve is mobilized. Well, we had this information from our intelligence. We do not know how many people they have already mobilized, because we understand that the enemy is also trying to mask to disguise their military preparations, but we know that it is the fact. But in order to bring them together, in order to train them at least in a minimal way, in order to equip them, they need time. Actually, every hour works for our benefits. The sanction package is growing. Unfortunately, it will not provide abrupt, sudden, quick effect. A person who is knowledgeable in geopolitics, in global economy, believe me, the effect will come. It will be painful. For some areas of Russian economy, it will be mortal. But we should not get relaxed, because the mechanism employed will take its effect in a couple of weeks.
Розслаблятися не
So
можна.
we should not get
Ми
relaxed.
нагадаємо нашим, перепрошую, глядачам і слухачам, з
And
нами
we would like
військовий
to
експерт
say
Петро
that here
Черник. Ми
is
обіцяли
military expert
подивитися
Petro
Олександра
Chernik,
Невзорова.
and we
Це
promised you
військовий
the comment of
кореспондент
Alexander
російський.
Nevzorov, who
Він
is a
був
military
4
correspondent from
скликання
Russia,
депутатом Державної Думи,
the
дуже добре
former
розуміється на питаннях, мав
deputy
доступ до
of
різних інформацій.
Russian Duma.
Так от, чому ми
He
його
has
хочемо
access
подивитися?
to
Бо його
different
прогнози були
sources
ще
of
до того, як
information.
сталися
Why
активні дії.
we
Він
want
там
to show
говорить на
this
початку дуже
interview?
багато
He
про
made
саме про
lots of
військових
prognoses
експертів,
before
але
the
військових експертів
invasion,
Російської
and he
Федерації.
was talking
Не
about
наших військових
military
експертів, тим
experts
паче не про Петра Черника, бо він був в
the
нашій
Russian
студії не раз, і
Federation.
всі його
We have
прогнози
our expert here, Petro
справдувалися.
Черник,
Тому
all his
дивимося Олександра
forecasts
Невзорова для того,
came
аби
true.
обговорити
So
його
now
тези
let's
щодо
watch
російської
Alexander
армії,
Nevzorov
підготовки
and
російської
discuss his
армії,
statements
наскільки вона
about
сильна,
the
не
Russian
сильна,
army,
і як
preparation of the
розгортаються
Russian
події в
army,
Україні,
how
і чому
strong it is,
Україна
how the situation
все-таки вистоїть
in
і
Ukraine
переможе.
is
Дивимося
developing
його і
and why
повертаємося до студії.
Ukraine will get its victory.
Самое главное, это, конечно,
The
уже
most
понятно,
important
что
thing
неизбежная война
is
с Украиной.
imminent war with
Победоносные
Ukraine.
мультики и ролики
The
с учением
victorious
обороны
cartoons
свое дело сделали.
Work.
Все уверовали в мощь
Everybody believes
российской
in the
военной
might
машины.
of the Russian
Но
military.
все эти учения — это
correct.
игра на воображаемом
But all
рояле.
these trainings
Можно
is
корчить
similar
такие
to
же рожи,
playing
как
on
корчил
an
знаменитый
imaginary
пианист Ван
piano.
Клибер.
You may
Можно
make
закатывать
faces
глаза,
similar
изображая
to Van
упоение,
Cliburn. You may close
вдохновение,
your
необычайное
eyes and get
проворство
inspired.
пальцев.
You may
Всё
show
это
how
можно
skillful you are
изображать,
at
но
playing
только
this
до
imaginary
тех пор,
piano.
пока какая-нибудь
But
сволочь не
it
подсунет
can be
под
until the
пальцы
moment
настоящий
when
рояль.
some bad person
Вот тут
will give you
начнется
a
позор.
real piano.
Выяснится, что великому
And
пианисту
here the shame
теоретику
comes. It turns
не под
out
силу и
that a
чижик-пыжик одним
great
пальцем. И это в
piano
лучшем
player,
случае.
theoretical piano player, cannot
Что будет
play
и как
a
будет на
primitive
этой войне?
melody.
Что бы ни было,
What
в
is
любом
going to
случае
happen
все
at this
закончится
war?
страшным
Whatever the
поражением
case
и
is,
трагедией
everything
России.
will
К
will
афганскому,
bring
вьетнамскому,
to
чеченскому бедная
defeat
страна
of
отрастит
Russia.
еще один
Afghanistan
город позора.
defeat, Chechen
Почему?
defeat, and there will be one
При
more
вроде бы таком
defeat.
явном неравенстве
Why
сил, я полагаю, что победа
With
будет за
such
Украиной.
inequality
Да
of
только потому,
forces,
что для
Ukraine
Украины
will
любой
win.
исход
Just
войны
because
является
for Ukraine
победой.
any
Потому что
outcome
есть
of
два
war
варианта.
will be a
И оба
victory.
они
Because there
смертельны
are
для
two
Российской
variants, and they are
Федерации.
both
В огромном
mortal,
в одном
terminal
случае
for the Russian
огромный,
Federation.
злобный, кровавый
First of
монстр
all,
России
Huge, bloody
затоптал маленькую
monster
гордую
Russia
беззащитную
was
соседку. Во
defeated
втором
a
случае
small
маленькая
and
гордая
helpless
беззащитная
neighbor.
соседка
The second
растоптала
variant,
огромного
more small
кровавого
and
монстра. Для России
helpless
одинаково
neighbor
трагичны
defeated
оба
the huge
варианта.
monster. For Russia, both
Вот кто
variants
меньше
are
всех понимает
tragic.
в войне?
Who is
Кого ни в
less
коем случае
knowledgeable
нельзя слушать в
about
этом
war?
вопросе?
Who should not be
Могу вам
listened
сказать,
to
это так
regarding this
называемые
issue?
военные
I can
аналитики,
tell you,
которые
these
теперь
are
будут
so-called
вешать
military
эту
analysts
терминологизированную
who are
лапшу
going
всем на уши.
to
У них, да, вот как
talk a lot
ураганы,
about
грады,
it,
Посейдоны,
about
солнцепёки,
grad
буратины
systems,
прожгут
Uragan
стратегические
systems,
коридоры
how they are
для
going to
танковых
fire
соединений, а
strategic
за танками
corridors for
колонны
tank
пойдет
convoys,
на Киев, колоннами
and then
пойдет
the
на
tank
Киев пехота.
convoys will
Это
go to
абсолютный бред.
Kiev
Это
and
научение.
infantry behind them.
По предварительной
Nonsense.
договоренности и за
Training
очень большие деньги
trainings can be
украинская
like
сторона
that.
будет учтиво
And
ложиться под русские гусеницы и
there
посмертно
might be some
принимать
case
удары
that the
некоторых
Ukrainian army
Вот вся
will
военная аналитика
probably
делается
surrender to
преимущественно
some
дураками, которые либо давно
tanks
расстались
and
со
will
всякой
be
реальностью,
defeated by
либо
some
никогда с ней не
Russian
соприкасались. Никто из
rockets,
них не учитывает
missiles.
фактора
Well,
сверхяростного
nobody, no
сопротивления Украине
analyst
и
takes into
полного
account
неумения армии
the
России
resistance of
воевать.
Ukrainian army
Украинские
and
подразделения
lack
будут, я
of
подозреваю,
might,
позлее
lack of
даже
ability
чеченцев.
of the Russian
Чеченскую
army
войну
to
проиграла
fight.
еще та
Ukrainian
советская
army will
армия,
be
у
even
которой были
angrier than the
кое-какие
Chechen
традиции,
army.
генералы, боевой опыт.
The
Сейчас
Chechen
и этого
war
нет.
was
Нет
lost
генералов,
by the
нет ни
still
Рохлина, ни
Soviet
Лебедя, никого.
generals.
Как же будет
There are no more
выглядеть
generals
эта
like Rokhlin and Lebedev.
российско-украинская
So
война?
how this Russian-Ukrainian
во-первых, что
war
такое война
will look
для
like?
России?
What is war for
Война — это
Russia?
прежде всего
War,
возможность
first of all,
безнаказанно
is
разворовать
the
свою
possibility
армию.
to steal
Потому
from
как
its own
списать
army,
можно будет
because
всё.
everything
Волшебная
can be
способность
written
войны
off.
списывать известна.
The
Все
magic
самые
ability
удачные сделки
of the war to write
заключаются
lots of things
на передовой.
off is well known. The most successful deals are during war. The missiles may change their trajectory. The Chechen War shows that Russia knows how to sell the tanks to the enemy A couple of divisions will get lost and will be covered by the aviation, because the Russian army has already experience of bombing its own army, killing about 1/4 of its forces during the Chechen War. So the aviation will be able to use this experience and practice once again. There will be a chance to show its talents for our Navy, who will, with the help of the artillery, binoculars and portraying, will be able to strike and hit a couple of beaches with the Russian tourists being there. When the limbs of the Russian tourists will be packed into packets, the generals will commit suicide. And the cars, the ships, will be destroyed because they are outdated and old. When it comes to death, it will turn out that the cartoons cannot die. And at the fronts, there will be people who can shoot only from sticks and brooms. So these are chickens in military uniforms, and these chickens will be killed by motivated Yarish battalions. There will be about 5,000 people, Russian soldiers, killed. There will be lots of deaths and killed persons. There will be no Russian soldier who will understand what he is doing there and what kind of palaces he is defending. There will be similar railway stations as we had in Grozny, because the generals are alcoholics, and they are doing just the same they were doing during the Chechen War. Russia is able to find only shame. They find this shame, they swallow it. For several years they have this media diarrhea. But here the shame will be of such amount that one cannot be devoured it. Why we had this Chechen War that actually brought to Russia about 18,000 of graves in order to construct in Grozny the mosques, the palaces, and send there millions of rubles from the Russian budget. The reparations that are paid to the winners, and therefore thousands of young boys died, and thousands have become disabled people. And remember that in Chechnya we were fighting only several volunteer combatants who were not soldiers, they were just common people. Why Russia needed these thousands of deaths? It was possible to pay Chechnya immediately without shooting. Those Russian officers who are still not alcoholics, who do not drink that much, will probably remember the heroes of the First and the Second Chechen War. They will remember Colonel Budanov and the treason of the authorities. The officers have already understood that the motherland does not forgive you for your military deeds. So the death, the tears will get intense. The global information that will consist of swearings will become heavier and heavier and will block the movement of the very weak army. there will be
Ведь
more and
чтите,
more
распятых мальчиков в
deaths
трусиках умеют
coming.
сочинять не
Believe
только
me
российская
that some
пропаганда.
false stories
Но тут
may
и
be composed
сочинять
not
ничего не
only by
придется,
Russian
потому что любая
propaganda,
война
and actually there
создает
will be
тьму
nothing to
кровавых и
compose because
душераздирающих
every war
прецедентов.
has lots of
Помимо
bloody
всего
and
прочего, эта война ведь не
devastating
только с Украиной.
incidents. Moreover, this
Украина
is
была
war
бы полдела.
not against
Эта война
Ukraine
еще и с
only.
Одессой.
We are talking
То есть
about war
лучший
with
способ и
Odessa.
недорого и навсегда
This is
стать
the best way
посмешищем для
to
всех.
become the laughing
Мощное
stock of
антивоенное
the
движение
world.
в самой России станет как раз
Anti-war
тем
movement
стержнем,
in Russia
который
will
наконец
become
скрепит и
the
объединит
basis
всех,
that
кто
will
ненавидит
finally
режим.
bring together
И
all
есть
those
еще
who
один
hate
неприятный
this regime.
нюанс.
There is
Сейчас
one more
работает
unpleasant
волшебная
issue.
сила искусства.
Now we are talking
Мультики,
about
ролики,
military, about
декларации, парады.
magic
Но вот лучше бы
might
никого
of
не
art.
знакомить с
The
реальными
parades, the cartoons,
возможностями
etc.
российской
You'd
армии.
better not know the
Увидевши
real abilities of
российскую
the
армию
Russian
в
army.
деле,
When you see,
японцы сразу
when
вспомнят про Курилы.
Japanese
Немцы улыбнутся
government
про Кёнигсберг,
will see it, they
Молдова
will
про
remember about
Приднестровье, ну и
Kurily.
так далее.
The
И
Germans
еще.
about Königsberg,
Следует
Moldova will
помнить,
remember
армейская
about
среда
Приднестровье.
таит сложные и быстрые
Transnistria.
сюрпризы
Remember
для
that the
власти.
army
Война
prepares
опасна
lots of
еще и
surprises
тем,
for the
что на ней
government, for
очень
the
быстро
authorities.
выковываются
Why war is
авторитеты,
dangerous?
любимцы
Because
регионов,
it gives
которые
birth
быстро
to those
сообразят, что у них
authorities
на руках
who will
тузы,
quickly
и тот, кто
understand
первый
that they have
начнет братание с
aces
украинцами,
up their
тот
sleeves.
станет
And
самым
they
крутым и
understand
знаменитым.
that if
Возможно,
they
кто-то
become
из
friends with
командиров и
Ukrainians,
будет
they
гореть
will
желанием
become
выручать
famous.
русских
Really, there
беженцев,
will
спасать
be
их от угнетений,
those
нищеты,
commanders who will try to
унижений и
protect the
побоев. Но
Russian-speaking
если есть
population.
жуткий непобедимый зуд,
if
зуд
There
спасать народ,
is this
то
itching
двигаться
to save
можно,
somebody,
конечно, и
to
на
save some
Киев, но
people.
можно и на
You may
Москву.
go to
Направления в
Kyiv,
этом
but you may
смысле
go to
абсолютно
Moscow.
равноценны. Но на пути к
The
Киеву
distance is just the
отчаянные
same,
батальоны
but on the
Яроша,
way
ВСУ,
to Kyiv,
партизаны, огонь,
there are
засады,
Yarish
мины,
battalions,
снайперы,
mines,
позоры, смерть. А
snipers,
вот на
shame
Москву
and
дорога от
death.
этих помех
But when you
совершенно
go to
свободна.
Moscow, there
А
is nothing
итоговый
like that.
эффект
And the
примерно
final
тот же.
effect
Ну,
is just
Золотов с
the
Росгвардией
same.
быстренько вступит в НАТО. И у Путина
And
останется
then
только
the Russian
звонок
guard
другу
will go to
Байдену
NATO,
с просьбой
and
прислать
Putin
морскую пехоту
will
Соединенных
ask
Штатов
Biden to
Америки
send
для
the
защиты
naval
Москвы
infantry
от
of
спятивших
America in order
русских
to
командиров.
protect Moscow
Занавес.
from crazy Russian army.
Повертаємося у
That's
студію.
it.
Щойно ви бачили Олександра
Back in the
Невзорова, це
studio,
російський
you have just
військовий
seen Alexander
експерт,
Nevzorov, the
кореспондент.
Russian military
Має він
expert, the
дуже
Russian
хороший
military
доступ до інформації,
correspondent.
був 4
He
рази
has access
депутатом
to
Державної
information
думи.
for
І
time.
повертаємося
For times
водночас
he
до
was
Петра
the
Черника, нашого
deputy of
військового
the People's
експерта.
deputy
Для чого
of
ми
the
з вами
Russian
переглядали
Duma.
це відео?
Petro
Тому що
Chernik,
Невзоров
our
про це
military
говорив ще до
expert.
початку
Why we
військових
wanted to show
активних
this
дій.
video? Because
І
this
насправді
video
кілька
was made
питань от я
before
собі
the
під час
beginning of the military
цього
actions.
інтерв'ю чи цього
And
звернення зазначила. І з чого би я хотіла
what I would
почати,
like to
це
start
міф про
with
другу
the
за
myth
потужністю
about
армії
the
в світі.
second mighty
Невзоров
army
говорить і
in the
розвінчує
world.
цей міф
And Nevzorov
саме
actually
підходом до
dispels
навчання,
this
до
myth,
мотивації
talking about
солдатів.
training,
Насправді, кажуть, ці
motivation of
мультики
the Russian
патріотичні,
army,
вони
patriotic
потім в бою не
cartoons,
виправдовують себе.
which actually do
Цей
not
міф про
justify
другу
themselves.
за потужністю
So this
армії, він вже
myth
розвіяний,
about
в тому
the
числі
second mighty army,
Абсолютно
is
не
it
повністю, але
dispelled?
знову ж таки,
Yes,
давайте будемо
completely.
тверезими.
But
Він
let's
розвіяний
take
у частині
be rational.
неядерних озброєнь.
It is
То у частині
dispelled
звичайного війська він
regarding
об'єктивно
usual
розвіяний.
common army,
Майже більше 300
non-nuclear
ракетних
army.
залпів, які
More
здійснюють
than
по Україні, здійснюються такою
300
собі
missiles
ракетою крилатою, яка
sent
називається
to
«Калібр».
Ukraine,
Можна
Caliber missile,
говорити, що в них
cruise
практично
missile,
закінчився
and
ресурс.
actually they
Ще
have
не
almost
закінчилися
exhausted their
ресурси
resources.
балістичних тактичних
They still
комплексів, які
have their
називаються
ballistic
Вони ще
missiles,
є, але в
Iskander,
частині,
they
що
still have them.
називається
But again,
сухопутної
if we are
компоненти,
talking about
тобто
the
ті, хто зараз
ground
реально воюють з
component,
нами,
the
оцей міф
component
можна
that is
тверезо
fighting
розвіяти.
us,
Навіть такий дуже
this myth
простий
is
приклад,
really
який буде
dispelled. A
зрозумілий
very simple
кожному
example that
мешканцю.
can be
Український
easily
воїн
understood by
територіальної
any
оборони,
person.
окупіровці і
The
озброєнні
Ukrainian
на фоні
territorial
оцих нещасних
defense
бурятів
force
виглядає
regarding
термінатором.
equipment.
Ну, погодьтесь. Це
At
факт.
the background of
Це
these
факт. Але
poor people from the Russian army
закінчу
looks
думку,
like
але
a Terminator.
це не має
But
нас розхолоджувати.
we should
Не
not
має, тому
get
що кількісні
relaxed.
паритети ми
We
вже
should
проговорювали.
not
Так, звичайно,
get
міф розвіяний.
easy
Це вже
about
не
it.
друга армія
The
світу,
myth
і
is
другої вже
dispelled.
не буде.
It is not
Але
the
ядерна
second
тріада
mighty
ще
army.
є.
in the world. But we are talking about nuclear triad. They still have lots of old equipment and they still have lots of military stuff. We'll come back to this nuclear element, but let's come back to this military people. Nevzorov is talking about the coffins going to Russia. No, they will not go to Russia, they will be burned in the crematorium. Well, I'm sorry for interrupting you, I understand what you want to say. They still have, the enemy did not surrender, and so far the propaganda still works. And therefore Putin will not allow the coffins to go to Russia. The corpse will be sent to crematoriums. And only when propaganda is getting weak, the coffins will go to Ukraine. There may be some incidents like we had yesterday. There was one mother of a person who was taken captive, and his mother actually was on protest. Well, definitely, so far there's a single protest, not massive ones. Nevzorov is saying that the Russian army may go to Kyiv, but may go to Moscow as well. Definitely this is some imaginary thing. But how probable it is that the movement will turn against Putin? I think it is not probable right now. Let's remember about very important, crucial, serious issue. It has already been mentioned in our studio. Even Putin dies tomorrow. The Russian imperialism is still on. It will be a heavy blow, but the Russian imperialism will be still developing. There is no real military action, military spirit of protecting one's motherland, not the imperial narratives that we are the greatest country in the world and we have nuclear weapons, but the real one will not work. They have very tough vertical, not only regarding discipline, but also regarding ideology. They have this narrative of imperial spirit, and it is very difficult to fight this spirit. We probably should remember the history, starting with Ivan the Terrible. Up till now, they didn't have a single moment when they probably lived without this imperial narrative. The Tsarist Empire collapsed, the new one, Bolshevik Empire, came. Then Yeltsin, Russia, some elements of democracy, and then Putin started renewing, bringing back this imperial mind. We have our ideology, we have our systems and values, and we are guided by these values and ideologies and systems. And we cannot underestimate something which is called identity, because actually this is the most powerful element that characterizes any person, our self-identity. And the imperial identity is still alive. It will reflect, it will die only on one condition. Ukraine brings back its status of the Kievan Rus, a big, great, civilized, European protected country. Then the imperial spirit will die, but not sooner. Today there will be negotiations. Well, I do not expect anything. I do not expect any talks with the enemy from the viewpoint of some ultimative statements. In Moscow,
по-справжньому програють, ще не
they
відбулося.
still are not aware of
Неминуче,
losing.
неминуче вони
They
по-іншому
will be
вміють.
shelling
Це, до речі, не
today.
тільки
They
їхній
cannot
наратив,
act in
скажімо,
any other
у
way.
середньовіччі
This is
тривала
not
там
only
і
their
столітня війна,
narrative.
і
We
30-літня
remember
війна, особливо
different
30-літня
types
війна,
of war
вони
during
сідали
wars
один з одним
during
за
Middle
стіл
Ages.
переговорів десятки
There
сотні
were
разів, а в цей
negotiations
же
and
час
talks,
паралельно
and at the
нарощували
same time
воєнні ставки
they
з
were
метою
just
тиску
increasing
на
their
перемовника.
military weaponry. What about
дав.
Lukashenko?
Давай
Will the Belarus troops
чекають,
cross the
важко
border?
сказати, яка
The
там
order
тактична
has already
ситуація,
been
що
given.
рахують, що
Well,
думають.
it's
Важко
difficult
сказати,
why
він
they have
не
not
віддав.
crossed it.
Лукашенко знімається з
Lukashenko
порядку денного як самостійна
is not
фігура.
an
Злочинець
independent figure.
приставив
He
до
is the
скроні
criminal,
пістолет злочинцю. От саме так
and
працює.
there is
Путін
one
приставив
criminal,
пістолет до скроні, до
aiming,
скроні
targeting
Лукашенка.
another criminal.
Чи зможе
So
вистрілити, не задумавшись.
Lukashenko
Ну,
is
я не знаю,
doing
яка там,
it
чи його
with
серце
the gun
хапне,
being
чи
put
він
to
слишком
his
не встане,
head.
чи він десь там
So
потрапить у якусь катастрофу, але
I
чи
don't know what
Путін
is
на це
going to
готовий і
happen.
зможе це зробити, і зробить, не
Putin is
сумніваємося.
ready to
І
do
Лукашенко
it,
це добре
and
розуміє.
Lukashenko understands
Лукашенко не
it.
керує своєю країною,
Lukashenko
як
is
я
not
вище.
controlling
Продає
and
такі
is not
дуже гарні
managing his own
рефлексії, вони мені
country.
дуже подобаються,
I
і дай
liked-
Боже їм
I like very
здоров'я.
much your
Це партизани
reflections.
білоруські, бо
We
вже на
remember
залізницях попалили
Belarus
там
partisans, and
деякі
we
прибори, які
already
ускладнюють рух поїздів.
have the
Браті білоруси,
cases
партизани,
that certain
прокидайтеся.
things in Belarus
Мене
railways
було
have been
уточнення.
destroyed in order
В
to
одних
block the
містах
movement
російська
of
армія йде транзитом,
the Russian
вона не
trains.
зупиняється. Чому
In
виходить, що
some,
Бліцкриг не вдався, вони таки не захоплюють територію, намагаються все
settlements,
одно
the Russian
вблок
army
прорватися
does
на
not
Київ,
stop,
чи
but
потрапити.
go
Сакральний
to
момент.
Kyiv.
Сакральний і не тільки сакральний,
They
але
do not
напевно
want
тут
to
є
occupy these
раціональність.
settlements.
Маємо
Well, this is
розуміти,
the
що
sacral issue.
державі,
Then
яка б'ється,
we should
потрібне
understand
вище
that
верховне
the
командування.
state
Армія
that fights
мусить мати
should
вертикаль
have
наказів,
the
вертикаль,
vertical of
тобто
order.
комплексне розуміння
Orders, the
стратегії.
complex understanding of
Ну, не хочу
strategy.
говорити про найгірше, але
I do
якщо,
not want to
якщо такий
mention the
сценарій
worst
вони
scenario,
реалізують,
but in case
самостійним
they
командирам буде дуже важко.
Realize
Ми
this
розуміємо
scenario,
одну
it
річ.
will be very
Я як
difficult.
військовий кажу, армія
for,
це
independent
абсолютна
commanders.
вертикаль.
Army is
Абсолютна,
the
наголошую.
absolute, the total,
Принцип
complete
єдиного
vertical.
начальства.
The
Це елемент
centralized
успіху і
element
перемоги.
is the key
Не
point
може,
for
не приведе
success
Господи
and
ніякої
victory.
атаманії,
It
не приведе
cannot
Господи
be any
різночитання
independent
думок,
actions.
одна
It
державна
cannot be
стратегія,
any
одна
different
державна
views.
вертикаль
One
і направду
state
персональна
strategy, one
образа.
state vertical,
Скабєєва
one
перед
personal
вторгненням
offense.
показала
Skabєєва before
розклад
the
Шойгу.
invasion
Ні, розклад Шойгу. Там
has
встав,
shown
поснідав,
the,
пообідав,
time
і
schedule
там
of Шойгу.
20:00 в Україні виступив, а потім
waking
заспівав
up,
Газманов.
and at 10 o'clock
Це
there was
озвучено,
speech
розумієте?
in
Це
for
виявляєте, яка
Ukraine.
людина, яка має мега-нарцисний
Just
комплекс,
imagine
а Путін його має.
A
І йому
person
такий
who
удар по
has
психології.
huge narcissist
Він
complex,
направді зараз там
a huge blow on his
нереально страшному,
psychology.
важкому внутрішньому дисонансі.
Definitely he
Він не
has
може
huge
зрозуміти, як
internal
найбільша армія
dissonance. He
світу.
cannot understand
Друга,
what is happening.
друга. Якась там
The
Україна, яку
second
там він
most
взагалі не
powerful
бачив
army in the
на
world.
радарах світової геополітики.
Ukraine,
Ніколи
which
нас
has
не
never
бачив, як націю,
been
як
on
народ,
his
один народ.
geopolitical
Він це
radar, which has
розвивав
never had a
нескінченно,
nation according to
постійно.
him.
Юго-восток наш,
He
всі
was talking
рускоязичні
about this
світані,
Russian-speaking
а б'юча смерть, ну,
east
повірте,
of
в
Ukraine,
нього
welcoming
колапс
him.
свідомості. І в
And
чому колапс велика
now
небезпека.
everything has collapsed.
Мусимо завершувати, але маю
Well,
ще
this
питання.
is
Ви
the
згадали про
most
ядерну
dangerous thing.
зброю.
You have mentioned the
Вчора
nuclear
ОГКЦ заявило і
weaponry.
звернулося
Yesterday,
до ЮНЕСКО
they
щодо
were,
заяви
called to
Міноборони
UNESCO,
Російської Федерації,
and
нібито
there were
з
statements
намірами
of
завдати
the
удару по
Ministry
Київській,
of
ніби в голову не
Defense of the Russian
вкладається, але
Federation
розуміємо,
about
що навіть
trying
такий
to
сценарій
strike
допустимий.
the cathedral,
Щодо ядерної зброї,
Sophia
от ми маємо
Cathedral in
коментар
Kyiv.
старшого наукового
Talking
співробітника
about nuclear
Інституту космічних
weaponry, we have
досліджень
the
Олексія
comment of
Парновського.
Olексій
Він розказує,
Парновський, who is
там
the
є довга стаття, ми її
representing
цитувати, на
the
жаль, не
Institute
будемо,
of
бо вона
Space
довга.
Research.
Але він
So
пояснює,
like
чому
to
нам не варто боятися
quote him and
ядерного
why
удару по
and
Україні.
why he says why we should not get
Я
afraid
читав цю
of
статтю, там
nuclear strike on Ukraine.
якісна, хороша
I read
аналітика,
this
вона
article,
право має на
very
життя
good
і
analytical information, very high quality
перенацілив
analytical
увагу на такий
information.
гарний приклад.
And
Якщо звичайне
there was an
бойове корито
example.
і ржаве,
If the
тобто звичайна
usual
армія показала,
weaponry
що вона і ржава,
is
це
rust,
консервна
is
банка,
destroyed,
то і
is
в ядерних силах
old
так
and
і
not
є.
operational.
Але
The
в
same is
ракетно-ядерному
about nuclear
противорці
weaponry.
є такий
But
цікавий
when we are
принцип
talking
довго.
about
Не
nuclear
буду про нього
weaponry,
сказати 2%.
there is a 2%
Того
principle.
всього, що вони неможливо запустять, не
from
дай Боже,
everything that might
американці
be
практично все
launched.
зіб'ють. Але щось
everything
може
will
знайти свою
be
ціль.
blocked by the
Тому я
Americans,
би не
but 2%
розхолоджувався. Я
will
би не
probably
розхолоджувався і
find
на повному серйозі.
its target.
І я думаю, наші
Again, we do
брати за
not
океаном,
get
наш
relaxed,
головний
and I
стратегічний
do
партнер
hope
Союзу
our
США
brothers
мають пораховані сценарії і на
abroad
такий випадок.
have
Думаю, що
the
це є.
scenarios
Тому
of action
оптимізм
for this
зберігаємо,
case as
оптимізм
well. We are
зберігаємо,
optimistic,
але
we are
мавпа
cautiously optimistic,
зайшла у
but
глухий кут.
the
Точніше, навіть мавпа
monkey,
змія. Вона
the
міцно
snake
поранена,
is in a
міцно
deadlock.
поранена. І чи
It's
може
wounded,
бути якийсь відчайдушний
and there may be
акт з
some
ядерною
desperate
кнопкою? Ну, до чого треба
act
ставитися серйозно і нелегко.
with this
Більше того,
nuclear
якщо
button.
хтось
Well,
думає,
we should
що
not
Путін не
take
досягнув
it off the
абсолютної
table.
консолідації своїм воєнним крилом, своїм найближчим оточенням, той помиляється. В
If
історії
you
є
think
приклад,
that
коли
Putin
Гітлер застрелився в бункері, і все його
got-
оточення зробило те саме, а Йозеф Геббельс ще й перебив
got
своїх дітей.
relaxed.
Тому не
No.
треба зачаровуватися, що
Hitler
умовно,
killed
в
himself.
останній момент
Goebbels,
Шойгу візьме і застрелить Путіна.
killed his
Вони,
own
якщо
children.
вирішили всі разом і
Well,
до кінця, то це дуже
if
небезпечний
Putin
напрямок.
and
Але
his
разом з тим,
surrounding decided
разом з тим,
to
є така
fight
моя
till the
власна
end,
фраза, яку я дуже
this
люблю.
is very
В наймайстерніших іграх людей
I
завжди
like
перемагає
very much the
провидіння.
phrase that
Господь Бог
in
з
the
нами, ми
most,
обов'язково переможемо. Я не маю ні
games
найменшого сумніву, що
made
найближчого часу
humans,
в їхній бік
there is
полетить
the
дуже
providence
багато
that
чорних
wins.
лебедів, і ми вистоїмо,
Will be
вийдемо
able
з цією
to
непереможцями,
resist,
і в Україні з'явиться
will
справжній,
get our victory,
перший,
and
дійсно
Ukraine
історичний
will
шанс
have
перетворитися в
the real
процвітаючу гарну країну.
first historic
Господь Бог
chance
з нами,
to
він,
become
як кажемо, ми
prosperous
зараз
and
у
great
формі
country.
Збройних сил України,
Glory
але
to
нам не
us.
можна розслаблятися,
Definitely
потрібно йому
we should not
допомогти.
get
Нашою
relaxed.
міцю,
We should
нашою мобілізацією,
contribute
нашим об'єднанням.
to
Петро
our
Черник,
army
військовий
with
експерт,
our
був
might,
у
with
нашій
everything we
студії.
can
Ми
do.
вам
Petro
дуже
Черник, our
дякуємо за
military
те, що
expert,
знайшли
is
час,
here.
навіть
We are very
виконання
grateful
тепер
to you
обов'язків будемо
for
запрошувати
finding
ще.
time to come
Задумав. У
here.
нас зараз буде ще один
And
гість,
now we are
поки ми
going
його
to have
чекаємо,
one more
хотів
guest.
переглянути відео з
I would
останнього
like you
брифінгу
to
президента України
watch the video from the latest briefing of our President Volodymyr Zelensky. Stay healthy, united country. United is not the accidental word. This is the 7th day of this awful, terrible war, which we all feel in the same way. We have more unity than we had throughout the previous 30 years. First of all, we were equally terrified. Then we had equal pain. And now everything is the same for us. Apart from victory, truth, calm we would like to have. Apart from the lives of our people. Apart from Ukraine. During this time, we have become the united nation, the whole nation. We have forgiven each other. We love each other. We help each other. We are worried about each other. Yesterday, at the Freedom Square, we were all residents of Kharkiv. And then there were strikes on all of us. In Бердянsk. Yesterday, each of us was bombed in Kyiv, and all of us died in Babin Yar from the airstrike. So the whole world is saying never again. For every normal person who knows our history, global history, Babin Yar is a special part of Kyiv, a special part of Europe, a place of prayer, a place where we commemorate the memory of 100,000 people killed by Nazis. What kind of person you are to make this place a target for airstrikes? You kill the victims of Holocaust for the second time. During the Soviet times, there was a sport ground, some industrial facilities built there, and there was the park laid down there in order to cover the history of Babin Yar. But yesterday it was bombed. This is beyond any humanity. This airstrike shows that for many people in Russia, our pain is totally strange. They do not know about our Kyiv, our history, but they have the order to remove, to erase our country, all of us, our history. During the first days of war, Uman was bombed, which welcomes every year hundreds, thousands of Jewish people. Then Babyn Yar, where 100,000 Jewish people were killed. I address all the Jewish people all over the world. Have a look what's going on. And these are you, millions of Jewish people around the world who should speak now, because it's silence that gives birth to Nazism. Do not be silent about killings of peaceful population, about killings of Ukrainians. Last night and this night they were bombing our cities. Bombs, shellings, artillery, peaceful population, civilians, residential buildings. Again, Mariupol, Kharkiv, Kyiv, Zhytomyr, and other settlements of Ukraine. It cannot be explained by any reasons. What will happen next if it's already Babyn Yar? What other military facilities threaten the Russian Federation? Are there any other NATO headquarters? Sofia Cathedral? Anything else? Whatever they're talking about. Hell with them, because God protects us. We have united the whole Europe, all the European countries, at the new level, which is higher than the formal level, which is higher than the level of the state. We have brought together and united the millions of Europeans from Atlantic to Kharkiv. The European Parliament was applauding us, standing. It was applauding each of us, our fight. It was evaluation of our efforts, our unity. For 6 days of this war, the European Union is giving us the answer. We have launched special joining procedure. And neutral Switzerland supported the sanctions of the European Union against the Russian oligarchs, high officials, against Russia and its companies. Once again, neutral Switzerland. Why are there any other countries? What are they waiting for? The coalition brought together all the countries which Russia actually thought it could rely on. This is a great result. Now nobody can stay neutral. What is the conclusion for Russia? The flag of this country will never appear at any sport competition. The modern world culture will be closed for them. The Russian goods are removed from the shelves in shops all over the world. The Russian banks are switched off from the global system. The Russian citizens lose their savings and any prospects. The Russian mothers lose lives of their kids in a country which is foreign to them. Think about this figure, almost 6,000 Russian soldiers killed for just 6 days of war. This is without the previous night. Why? What for? To overcome Ukraine, to defeat Ukraine? It's impossible. It cannot be done by any shellings, any airstrikes, any bombs. We are on our native land, and there will be international tribunal for them. Dear Ukrainians, one more night has passed of a full-scale war of Russia against us. It was a difficult night. Somebody spent it in a shelter, somebody in cellars, somebody was more lucky, somebody was with his friends or her friends and family. We hardly speak. We hardly sleep right now. My dears, there will be time when we shall have time to sleep. It will be after we have our victory. We shall have our peaceful land. We shall have peace that we have always valued. and which we have never destroyed. I encourage you to take care of your beloved ones. I admire all of you. The whole world is admiring all of you, starting from Hollywood celebrities to politicians. The Ukrainians have become the symbol of resilience, the symbol of the fact that people can be the best people. Ukrainian people are the best people on this land. Glory to Ukraine.
Письмові є?
Ну, ні, я зробила, мені треба все-таки почитати.
Багато?
Ні, я вже зробила, мені ще треба так. Чекай, Оленка щось написала. Щось там Олена пише, але я її написала.
Прошу?
Повертаємося у прямий ефір. ТРК «Перший Західний». Це прямий ефір.
We're going back online and ТРК First Western Channel. We have to restart the broadcasting and it happens sometimes. Don't worry about that. We didn't have any air alarms and we keep on working and you can see on your screens the military command and three of four are smiling, so we can make a conclusion everything will be okay. We have the Chief of Internal Affairs here, Ministry of Defense Reznikov, and the Chief in Command of Armed Forces of Ukraine. And what was happening in Kharkiv, in Kyiv, we heard that there was the attacks and we have 16 injured, 12 people were rescued, 6 kids among them. And the repairments are still in progress. To attention to the citizens of Lutsk, next to your sitting in the village Horodetsko of Lutsky district, Lutsky region. Everything you will hear, the shootings you will hear, it's please don't panic. Don't panic. These are the trainings. Don't be worried about that. don't make another additional calls. These are the tactical trainings. We're going back to our studio, and we have director of Lviv. In our times, it's military district of Ukraine, so it's the chief of education department. So we understand that each family has kids which are going to schools, and we understand that all system of education is now working in this military conditions. So first of all, we have to complete the orders of the military administration in our times. But what's happening with studies of kids? And so what are kids doing? Which are their options with online studies? All of our department is working as one organism, and we are working in 5 directions. So the first direction, we have to move kids, the orphans from the eastern Ukraine here. It's the first task. And today, for example, we relocated 41 kids from Kiev. Before we were moving here the children from eastern Ukraine. Now it's also Kiev. And I want to thanks to all of the teachers and the parents working on this, and to the NGOs who's helping us financially. So to second direction, thank you very much to all of the territorial departments which give us the premises for relocated person. We have now 25,000 places to receive people, and we have 774 people here in this premises. So third direction of our work, it's our local pupils and the transportation for them to work on the local logistics. Number 4 is the professional technical education. So what they are doing now, they are making the concrete construction, they're making the metal constructions. So everything that they can do at this moment, everything they can be helpful with, it's very useful. So, and the fifth is our chefs, the cooks, the people who, our students who are working on in the professional cooking facilities. So now we are divided into 7 groups and 7 languages, 7 foreign languages. We were broadcasting different events, and people were, so interpreters were translating in 7 foreign languages. So all to raise the awareness, and now all of these teachers, our educators, the tutors, we are working against Russian aggression. So we want to raise the awareness abroad. We are broadcasting, we're translating. We are sending this notification, this information to the people, so they have abroad. They have to understand what's happening here. Also, all of the circles for kids, for children, everything that we have been working before. So the drones that kids were making, we use them to check the rooftops of the buildings to make sure there are no signs there, no marks there. And now, who's taking care of the children? The rehabilitation centers and the orphanages are taking care of the relocated kids, and also we are paying attention to the special needs of the children, or if they have any kind of illnesses. So we take this also into account, and we seek for places, appropriate places for them. So you have underlined that all the system is working. And what about the salaries of the teachers? The salaries are paid on time, and we have these meetings with with the heads of the departments, of educational departments, and everything is working stably. Everything is working well. I want to say thank you to our students, and because of their volunteering work, because of all of the graduates, the students of the 5th and 4th year, they are totally involved in the volunteer job, and we are aware that lots of people are listening from abroad, are listening to us because we are getting a lot of calls. And so what's happening with the online studies, as we understand now, it's very difficult to keep the offline process, educational process working, but still we have a lot of children that stayed home, and they have to be somehow educated. So yesterday we had this information from the minister that there will be some possibilities for online studies. There will be recordings of the video of the lessons. So what are we doing about that? So first of all, according to the recommendation of the Ministry of Education, we are working on organization of online studies, and if the region won't be able to guarantee totally all of the possibilities, we will be involving another regions. So first is to guarantee the needs from the 1st to the 11th form to the online studies, so where the places are safe, in the regions where we have the safest situation, children probably will be able to attend schools, but of course we will be monitoring, trying to take as possible into account. Also, we are collaborating with two of our universities. It's Drugovich Pedagogical University, to get all of our resources involved to make sure the educational process will keep on going. So to elaborate this platform for studies, we understand that lots of children flee abroad, and for them it will be very important to get the access to the education to this online platform. Yes, and also the Department of Education. Okay, we have to make a break because we have air warning sirens and we have to go to the bomb shelters. See you later.
Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньте з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньте з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньте з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньте з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньте з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації.
Дякую вам за те, що ви знайшли час у ці непрості дні. Микола Поворозник, перший заступник голови Київської міської державної адміністрації, був з нами на зв'язку. Промова номер 1. Джо Байден виступив із першим для нього, як для президента, зверненням до Конгресу і нації. Цього разу виступ американського президента був багато здебільшого про Україну. Він сказав, у найближчі кілька місяців чи тижнів будуть складними. Що ще повідомив Байден? Його промову чув Дмитро Анопченко. Він каже, цей виступ був багато незвичним. Отже, Діма, передаю тобі слово.
Ну, насправді різниця і дійсно є. Ця війна змінила навіть традиційну для Америки промову State of the Union. Я пригадую виступи Трампа в Конгресі, коли журналісти чекали, чи він взагалі слово «Україна» за всю промову, яка триває понад годину, скаже. І забігаючи наперед, скажу, що зараз для Байдена Україна була центральною темою. Що так буде, можна було зрозуміти, коли конгресмени ще задовго до початку, до того, як зібратися в залі, згуртувалися на сходах Капітолію із українським прапором в руках. До них навіть приєдналася спікер Нижньої палати Ненсі Пелосі. Ну і так само в залі, дивіться, було ще більше українських кольорів. Хтось із конгресменів тримав маленького прапорця, хтось наліпку зробив на піджак. Багато жінок вдягнули щось синє-жовте. Цього року через коронавірус в залі не було взагалі місця для гостей. Так от українського посла у Вашингтоні Оксану Маркарову перша леді особисто запросила сісти поруч із собою. Одним словом, підтримка величезна і підтримка щира. Але от чи не залишиться це все лише словами? Всі чекали. А що скаже Байден? Про які кроки оголосить? Адже ключові меседжі із цієї промови Білий дім підготував ще кілька днів тому, ну а конкретику погоджували і вписували просто до останнього. І ось про що повідомив американський президент. По-перше, він приєднується до європейців і закриває американський авіапростір для російських літаків.
Я оголошую, що ми приєднуємося до наших союзників і закриваємо американський повітряний простір для всіх російських рейсів. Це подальша ізоляція Росії і додатковий тиск на їхню економіку. Рубль втратив 30% своєї вартості. Російський фондовий ринок втратив 40%. Російська економіка хитається, і винен в цьому лише Путін.
Друге, Байден обіцяє не тільки додаткові рестрикції, але й справжнє полювання на російських олігархів, їхнє майно і гроші. Не секрет, ті, хто потрапив зараз під санкції, встигли переписати частину статків на родичів чи на офшорні компанії. Ну і от зараз, повідомив президент, все це активно шукатимуть. Послухайте, далі пряма мова.
Я кажу російським олігархам і корумпованим лідерам, які вкрали мільярди доларів завдяки цьому жорстокому режиму. Досить. Міністерство юстиції США збирає спеціальну робочу групу для розслідування злочинів російських олігархів. Ми приєднуємося до наших європейських союзників, щоб знайти та заарештувати ваші яхти, розкішні апартаменти, ваші приватні літаки. Ми йдемо за вашими недоброчесними статками.
Ну і, звісно ж, від глави держави лунали слова підтримки. Байден каже, Путін думав, що світ промовчить, але помилився. Каже, його промова – це чіткий сигнал підтримки, в першу чергу для України. Це правда, і президент ще раз нагадав про це і Конгресу, і американцям. Його рішення, що військові США не воюватимуть в Україні. Але решту – підтримку військову, економічну, дипломатичну – Байден пообіцяв дуже чітко. І в цьому його підтримує Конгрес. Не секрет, законодавці зараз розділені. Багато хто не підтримує політику чинної адміністрації, але українська частина промови об'єднала їх всіх, і це було видно. І всі, байдуже, з якої вони партії, за кого голосували, вставали з місць, коли чули від Байдена обіцянки підтримати Україну. Колеги, студія.
Колего, це був Дмитро Ановченко із Вашингтона про головні меседжі, які сказав Джо Байден про Україну у Конгресі. На чиєму боці? Білорусь зробила вибір. Лукашенко остаточно став на бік агресора. І попри цинічні заяви, що білоруських військ в Україні нема, він відрядив свою армію до нас. Саме з території вже недружньої Білорусі на наші мирні міста летять ракети. Докладніше про те, як Білорусь стала частиною злочинної російської воєнної кампанії. Ольга Жидецька.
Никогда не будет, что с территории Беларуси какие-то войска атакують Київ. Ніколи.
Ось такі щирі обіцянки у серпні 2020-го Олександр Лукашенко давав інтерв'ю Дмитрові Гордону. Однак минуло 2,5 роки, і невизнаний білоруський керманич, що після скандальних президентських виборів, жорстокого придушення народних протестів та піратського приземлення іноземного літака з опозиціонером на борту, розсварився з усім цивілізованим світом і забув про свої гучні обіцянки. початку лютого російські війська зайшли у Білорусь задля нібито спільних навчань. Та так там і залишилися. Тоді, як небувалого розмаху маневри армії Федерації переросли у повномасштабне вторгнення. Саме з Білорусі, за даними українського генштабу, по Києву вдарили 4 крилаті ракети. Потім ще раз здійснено удар іскандерами. Так само з Білорусі російські війська увійшли через кордон до Чорнобильської зони. Усе, запевняє Лукашенко, задля самооборони від нібито націлених на білоруські території українських ракет.
Я не давав їм команди пускати ракети. Я сказав, да, ребята, ми це бачимо. І от тоді росіяни по цим позиціям випустили 2 чи 3 ракети.
Вочевидь, за командами ударити Україні в спину стоїть єдиний союзник невизнаного президента Володимир Путін, який на своїх багнетах допоміг Лукашенку втриматися при владі. А платнею за це, певно, стане інтеграція Білорусі у союзну з Росією державу. І чи зможе Лукашенко відмовити своєму сюзеренові, якщо той вимагатиме від білорусів іти у бій проти українців? Білоруська опозиція вважає, це стане справжньою катастрофою.
Конечно, для Беларуси это будет печальное последствие в том, что она окончательно в глазах всего мира будет признана агрессором.
Историческая память будет именно такой, что вот белорусы напали на украинцев. Независимо от того, хунта это диктатура, будут ли стрелять в спину тем, кто не идет в атаку на украинскую землю и так далее.
У перший день російського вторгнення в Україну білоруси, попри репресії та загрозу кримінальної відповідальності, вийшли на протести. На проукраїнських акціях в країні затримано понад 800 людей. Однак про справжній стан речей обізнані не всі, адже з державного телебачення їм у вуха щедро вливають пропаганду і відверту брехню.
Это утро началось для жителей Харькова с мощного взрыва возле областной администрации. По предварительным данным, был нанесен авиаудар. Речь идет об очередной провокации нацистских боевиков.
Тим часом Генштаб ЗСУ зафіксував, що окремі підрозділи білоруських збройних сил почали переміщення до державної межі України на Волинському напрямку. Натомість по цей бік кордону збирається добровольчий білоруський батальйон, що нині боронить Україну. Своїх земляків його бійці закликають не вірити брехні влади і не погоджуватися стати гарматним м'ясом у братовбивчій путінській війні.
Це Велика Отечественная війна для українців. В 2020 году вам тяжело было сделать моральный выбор. Этот моральный выбор не поздно сделать еще сегодня.
Хлопці, це не ваша війна. Заставайтеся вдома і все з вами буде добре.
Ірина Іванова, Ольга Жидецька, телеканал Інтер.
Це зараз має знати кожен. Як відрізнити броню Російської Федерації від нашої, української? На них є спеціальні знаки. Якщо на техніці написана літера Z, то це Збройні сили Росії. Якщо Z у квадраті, то техніка йде з окупованого Криму. Часто на дорогах можна зустріти позначку V – це морська піхота. X – кадирівці, новачки на українській землі, білоруси, їх техніка під літерою О. Трохи простіше з авіацією. Тут головне колір. Російська техніка сіра, наша піксельна, зелена чи блакитна. Це стріляє потужніше за зброю і пробиває броню, розум і у совісті. Пропаганда та фейки. Росія буквально поливає нею своїх громадян. Зараз ворог активно розкручує меседжі про нібито капітуляцію української влади. Про те, чому не варто вірити і до чого призводить брехня. Дивіться далі.
А пам'ятаєте, як все починалося?
Взяли ребенка, 3 лет, мальчика маленького, в трусиках, футболки, как Иисуса, на доску объявления прибили. Один прибивав, 2 держали.
Розіп'ятий хлопчик, в трусиках, звісно, утиски російськомовних, розгул бандерівців, класика російської пропаганди. І саме це безглуздя стало каталізатором і виправданням військової операції в Україні.
Ее цель – защита людей, которые на протяжении 8 лет подвергаются издевательствам, геноциду со стороны киевского режима. И для этого мы будем стремиться к демилитаризации и денацификации Украины.
Тобто в головах мільйонів росіян усі ми з вами нацисти. І нас дуже багато, від Харкова до Львова. І усі ми прагнемо винищити російськомовне населення та Донбас. Його, звісно, треба захистити бомбардуванням Харкова. або ракетними ударами по столиці. Та жертвами російської пропаганди стають свої ж. Це відео допиту російського полоненого. Виявляється, наш президент – капітулянт.
Так нам сказали, що Зеленський вже підписав приказ про капітуляцію, що нам потрібно просто доїхати до Києва, там зайняти оборону і потім вернемося обратно.
Оборону від кого?
Просто чтобы танки заехали в Киев, как нам сказали.
Але просто не вийшло. Російських танків в столиці нема, а от Зеленський є. Він не втік. До речі, міністр оборони вже попередив. Подібних повідомлень про здачу міст чи повну капітуляцію центральної влади найближчим часом буде дуже багато.
Російські окупанти готуються запустити масштабну інформаційно-психологічну операцію. Її мета – з допомогою брехні зламати опір українського народу і української армії. Спочатку вони планують влаштувати перебої зв'язку. Після цього будуть масово вкинуті фейкові повідомлення про те, що українське військово-політичне керівництво начебто погодилось на капітуляцію. На підтвердження цього фейку будуть поширювати начебто підписані документи, а також змонтовані фейкові відеоролики. Це брехня, не дочекаються.
Тому пропагандисти діють методами старої школи. Почали, наприклад, розганяти інформацію про генерал-лейтенанта Сергія Наєва. Мовляв, той виторговує у сепаратистів умови здачі в полон. Бо все українське керівництво в істериці. Сам Наєв просив передати, що в нього трохи інші плани. А це ще один приклад маніпуляції. В Телеграмі оприлюднюють оголошення з проханням знімати будь-яку техніку і казати, що вона українська. А відео розбитих будинків обов'язково озвучувати, що їх зруйнували українські фашисти. Тож не піддаємося на провокації, віримо в армію та Україну і читаємо лише перевірені новини. Богдан Вербицький, телеканал «Інтер».
Міністерство культури та інформполітики і Мінцифра запрошують кожного приєднуватись до інтернет-військ України. Спільна ініціатива двох міністерств допоможе охочим синхронно ширити правдиву інформацію серед росіян, збирати голоси за петиції для європейців та боронити Україну в будь-який інший інформаційний спосіб. Зараз кожен українець живе з телефоном в руках, тож якщо у вас є доступ до інтернету і ви можете поширювати інформацію, вам пряма дорога в інтернет-військ України. Допомагаємо Україні разом. Європарламент напередодні ввечері проголосував резолюцію щодо членства України в ЄС. Що означає цей документ? І як швидко можна очікувати, що Україну візьмуть до ЄС, розпитаємо в нашої кореспондентки Олени Абрамович. Вона з нами на прямому зв'язку. Олено, слава Україні! Що кажуть у Брюсселі? Прошу.
Героям слава! Колеги, настрій тут зараз дуже проукраїнський. Як бачите, у мене за спиною зараз прапори України чергуються з прапорами Євросоюзу. Я вперше таке спостерігаю за свої 7 років роботи тут. Зазвичай перед Європарламентом висять стяги кожної з 27 країн-членів. А от у ці дні ось така картина. Це безпрецедентний крок, так само, як і блискавично швидка реакція на заявку України щодо членства і голосування на її підтримку у Європарламенті. Водночас варто розуміти, що резолюція Європарламенту сама по собі не означає, що нас уже завтра приймуть до ЄС. Сам процес вступу ділиться на 2 тривалі етапи. Це отримання спочатку статусу країни-кандидата на членство, а потім уже отримання самого членства. І от наразі, за словами євродепутатів, пришвидшитися в Брюсселі готові заради підтримки України саме на першій ланці – це отримання статусу кандидата. Ось як ситуацію пояснив німецький євродепутат, який займається питаннями України.
У нас завжди був делікатний баланс між тими у парламенті, хто не хоче розширення взагалі, навіть щодо Західних Балкан, і тими, хто навпаки виступав за розширення. Але цей напад Росії зробив можливим такий крок, щоб ми потім не сказали: «Ой, ну ви відкотились на 30 років назад через наслідки війни». Ні, так не можна робити ні в якому разі. Нам потрібно було послати цей політичний сигнал, який точно буде підкріплений, коли війна закінчиться.
Це сигнал про те, що Україна не залишиться наодинці після завершення війни, що нам допоможуть відбудувати міста та інфраструктуру, отримання статусу кандидата ще раз закріпить проєвропейський курс України і відкриє доступ до ще більшої кількості програм з євроінтеграції. Ще раз повторю, щоб отримати цей статус, вчорашнього голосування недостатньо. Попереду ще оцінка Єврокомісії, яка зазвичай забирає більше року, але її можуть пришвидшити. Ну і найскладніший етап – це затвердження усіма без винятку країнами-членами. Їх 27. Найбільшу підтримку ми зараз маємо саме серед східноєвропейських країн. І навіть угорський прем'єр, до речі, висловився «за». І це важливий сигнал. Колеги.
Дякую за роботу. Це була Олена Абрамович із Брюсселя на прямому зв'язку із нашою студією. Їх прислали в Україну вбивати і вмирати. Втрати росіян зараз – це майже 6 тисяч солдат. І це лише за неповний тиждень війни. Стільки Федерація втрачала за всю чеченську війну. Про те, як українці б'ють ворога, дивимось далі.
Вони плачуть.
Позвони на горячую линию, которую открыл Украина, в военнопленных, чтобы я появился в списке. Хорошо.
Самі себе називають гарматним м'ясом.
Отправляют на войну как пушечное мясо. Всех расстреляют сразу.
Клянуться, що не хотіли воювати.
Все едем, они почти все колонны умирают. Я не хотел воевать, я жить хотел.
І масово здаються в полон.
Путин! Слава Україні! Извините, що ми сюди прийшли.
Схоже, війська однієї з найбільших армій світу – це лише купа розгублених солдатиків. В пекло боїв відправляють переважно строковиків.
Год рождения? 2000-й.
Замість нормального обмундирування вони вбрані у форму часів Другої світової.
Покажи його.
Чому приїхали зі зброєю до України? У кожного версія своя. Та більшість каже.
Скорее, просто учені гражданські.
Та вочевидь, це спільна легенда після інструктажу. Хто сміливіший, говорить, що приїхав звільняти Україну від бандерофашистів.
Нет никакой родины. Нас всіх обманують.
І всі вони зустрічають пекельний спротив. Понад 5700 окупантів знешкоджено, більше 200 взято в полон. І це лише за 6 днів війни. Таких втрат за такий час Росія не зазнавала навіть в Чечні.
Нам сказали, за танками їхати. За танками їхати.
Вот это боевые буряты наши, ребята. За танками ехали. Будем спасать, отправлять в Бурятию. Оленей надо пасти, оленей.
Усередині ворожих військ хаос. На Київщині загарбники зі страху навіть пам'ятник обстріляли. Голодні та знесилені окупанти намагаються грабувати магазини, та навіть на це у них сил не вистачає.
Здоров'ячка вже нема, їсточки хочуть, а там мама жде. А поїдеш в поліетиленовому пакеті, друже, поїдеш.
Російські машини стоять на дорогах покинуті, військові з них просто повтікали.
Брошена кацапська техніка. БТР, Урал, МТЛБ, БМП-1, БТР «Связі» і ще 2 БТРа.
Полонені росіяни телефонують своїм рідним і розповідають про звірства у власній армії.
Вони ранених вбивають самі. Будуть і пленних міняти, це взагалі вопрос. Просто всіх убили, всіх. А вони навіть не забирають трупи.
Україна дала таку відсіч агресору, що той змушений проводити мобілізацію. На Донецькому напрямку наші хлопці взяли в полон ворожу групу. І ними виявилися мешканці окупованих територій. Слюсарі, вчителі, соцпрацівники. Всіх їх насильно мобілізували.
Ви ким працюєте? Вчитель. Вчитель чого? Зараз російською мовою. А були українською? А були українською. Директор сказав так. Директор школи сказав? Ну, сказав, в обов'язковому порядку з'явитися на мобілізацію. Ті, хто ухиляються, будуть піддані чинному законодавству Донецькому. Я зрозумів.
Вбиті, полонені, розбита техніка, втрати ворога колосальні.
Есть! Есть, блядь! Два!
За минулу добу екіпажі штурмовиків та бомбардувальники ЗСУ завдали 4 авіаудари по колонах танків, броньованій техніці противника та інших цілях.
Знижується інтенсивність ракетних ударів, тому що противник використав щонайменше 2/3 свого ракетного потенціалу. І зараз ця традиційна розвага поступово буде сходити на ніт.
У російських окупантів є 2 варіанти – або здатися, або померти.
Ласкаво просимо до пекла!
Лілія Налягака, телеканал «Інтер».
А наступна новина красномовно говорить: нашу націю жодній орді не здолати. Вдумайтесь, в Україну з-за кордону повернулися із-за кордону 80 тисяч людей. Це офіційні дані Держприкордонслужби. І повертаються чоловіки, аби боронити свою державу. При цьому тисячі жінок і дітей тікають в Європу від російських бомбардувань. Мар'яна Мартин бачила, як сім'ї українські прощаються на кордоні.
Пішки, автобусами та машинами, завантажені валізами, пакетами, сітками. Оксана приїхала із Одеси поїздом із 2 дітьми. Каже, навіть не знає, що встигла з собою взяти.
Схватили самое необходимое лекарство. Говорят, за границей без рецепта ничего не купишь на первое время. Одежду себе, ребенку, коляску. Вот сейчас мы ее только разложим. Да, это нам такси. Вот так вот повезло еще и с водителем. Ребенка подержал.
Все, удачи вам, счастливо.
Тут в Ужгороді жінка хоче спробувати потрапити в Словаччину. Куди далі – не знає. Олексій та Лідія 2 доби ночували на кордоні і щойно дійшли до межі, куди прикордонники пускають чоловіків. Прощаються. Ця сім'я уже 8 років мігрує. Рідний дім у Краматорську, але з 2014-го вони живуть на валізах. Нині жінка з дітьми їде у Чехію, чоловік повертається у Краматорськ. Каже, йде боронити державу і вірить, що вже за кілька днів знову зустрінеться тут із сім'єю.
Ми це вже вдруге виїжджаємо, бо в 2014 році ситуація була практично така ж. І хочу сказати, що гуртуємось, разом ми переможемо, разом ми сильні. Скоро вони повернуться в наше рідне місто, Краматорськ.
І добра, щоб все закінчилось і Україна була вільна.
Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації.
Повертаємося до студії
We
телеканалу
are
«Перший
back
Західний».
to the
Також ви
studio
чуєте
of
нас на
the
Радіо
First
«Перше».
Western
Ми,
Channel,
як і
and
ви,
you can
змушені
also
були
listen to
перерватися
us
через
on the
повітряну
Перше
тривогу у Львові,
radio.
скритися
We
у
had to make
безпечних
a pause
місцях.
because of the
Нагадаю
air raid
нашим
siren in
глядачам і
Lviv.
слухачам,
We had
що
to
до
seek
цього у нас в
shelter.
гостях був
And I would like to
Олег
remind
Паска,
everyone that
директор
before that we had Mr. Oleg Paska, the director of the Department on Education and Science within the Lviv Regional Civil and Military Administration. Unfortunately, we were not able to finish our conversation with him, but we were together in the shelter, so let's summarize. The education system in Lviv region is operating in a military mode right now, so everything is being done to provide support and assistance to the IDPs and to orphan children who came here from diverse areas of Ukraine. Right now we have 433 children, maybe even about 450 children, because more have arrived recently. And he shared in the shelter with us that most of these children are aged 2 months to 5 years. And we also know that the children's house in Severodonetsk is fully decimated, so basically those children cannot go back there. The education units are hosting and accommodating IDPs. We have thousands of facilities that are ready to host IDPs, about 1,700, but I cannot really put my finger on specific numbers. Students are supporting the Department of Education. Students are doing utmost to communicate the news to the entire world because it's important for the global population to be on top of things. All the educational vehicles are used for military needs. Civilians are also supporting with humanitarian loads. VET institutions are heavily engaged. Those people that specialize in construction produce accessories. Cooking schools are engaged in making lunches and meals. We also asked a question about salaries for the teaching staff. All the salaries will be paid in a timely manner. Some of the teachers moved here from other regions. They moved here with their families and children. There are some children who require special assistance, so now these teachers are employed in Lviv region. As for online education, the Lviv department is in tight cooperation with the education departments in other regions of our country. And the purpose is to craft an online platform to secure access to education for our children, because basically they need to continue studying and they need to continue gaining knowledge. The air raid alert is over. The air raid siren sounded in Lviv region, but the same air raid siren sounded in Stray. Well, that was the piece of news, but it proved fake. If there's an air raid alert, then it covers the entire Lviv region, so you need to receive information only from official Telegram channels. So right now, the air raid alert is over. We are fortunate to have access to the internet and cell phone communications. There are even amplifiers that help us have cell phone communications in shelters. We are in war conditions. The former governors are heads of civil and military administrations. It happens by default, and the president is authorized to replace them. In most regions, the civil governors continue leading and running civil military administrations, and they are the only ones responsible for whatever is happening in the region. If you hear or if you read that one of the military governors is responsible for putting together territorial defense, it's a fake because not a single mayor has a say in that in any part of the country, and city mayors are not in charge of the military defense in their cities. In the eastern part of Ukraine, some of the city mayors are actively supporting the armed forces of Ukraine. It's part of their civil duty and obligation because they do understand that they can be useful, that they can contribute, they can galvanize the entire community into action. So there is a separate military vertical. Hence, the president is replacing some of the civil governors with military governors. For example, in Kyiv region, there's a new seasoned military service member in charge of Kyiv's defense. In Odessa and Cherkasy regions, the heads of civil military administrations were replaced with the professional military service members. We have Maxim Barchenko, for example, the former head of the mechanized brigade. Right now, he's in charge of the military administration. So wherever it's necessary, they try to reinforce leadership. There's a lot of information about Mr. Truhanov being engaged in military defense, but we talked about it yesterday. It's not official. He has nothing to do with the territorial defense, and I think that this information is being propagated to sow panic in the city of Odessa to make the population think that the city has surrendered. He cannot really assist the occupation troops. He's not responsible for territorial defense. His task is to ensure public order and provision of utility services to the local population, food, utilities, water, etc. So we are grateful to those people who use the civil protection Telegram channel in Lviv region. They quickly respond and they are well versed in what has to be done. What is important that the Lviv Civil Military Administration order as of the 27th of February, men aged 18 to 60 who who came to Lviv region during the war because of evacuation from other regions have to appear at the territorial draft centers to be included into the military register. And all the organizations and enterprises that are responsible for IDP accommodation should be in line with these requirements, and this is something that has been communicated by the military territorial draft centers. If you can see men who are hiding in your buildings, who are not doing anything to support the war, you need to communicate it to the law enforcement bodies, and then they will take required action. We would like to underscore that MPs do not receive any more information than you. They don't really have their own sources in the armed forces of Ukraine. It doesn't really matter whether we're talking about the general staff or the state border guard service. So there are no people there who are waiting to drop a text to the MPs, because this morning I saw a number of messages from MPs that saying we've destroyed a tank column, or we've done this and that. It can relax some people. I mean, if we read the messages from MPs, that you might have this impression that we have destroyed the entire Russian army. But once again, you need to read only from trusted sources. If there's no confirmation from the military, or if there's no confirmation from the military civil administrations that are responsible for defense in a specific part of the country, do not trust this information, do not promulgate this information, because that can make us complacent, that can make us laid back, and then we all might have this impression that things are going for the better. Information from Mr. Zhivitsky in Sumy region, he's the head of the Sumy military civil administration. As of this morning, he said, whoever is providing us with information on the movement of machines and vehicles is our hero, because we can coordinate better. Thanks to Bayraktar strikes and thanks to the negotiations overnight, we were able to stop a tank column, 4 tanks, 6 bunks, and some other vehicles in the vicinity of the village Survival. And we also had some Grad units, and then Ochtyrka district, about 100 units near Shevchenkova, about 100 units near Pahivska, tanks and armored vehicles. Bukhtyrska region or district for Iskander and multiple vehicles. So stopped, not destroyed, and this is something that you need to pay attention to. About 80 units, half of them Grad units, Pustovitivska village, Raming district. So this is the video that we showed yesterday. We are grateful to whoever contributed. So this is information from Sumy region. The defense of Sumy region is the defense of the entire country. If you are already setting an electoral ground for yourself, you might not even survive until then. Sumy is our weak place, or we thought that it was our weak place before the war, but it turned out that it's a hotspot, and it's one of the worst places for the occupation forces right now. So you can find out from the official Telegram channels. Another message, we would like to start with good news. The Brigade 993 moved the troops to the border of Russia, and Holodny Yar representatives received a lot of, or took a lot of military equipment and vehicles from the occupation forces. And now we will hear from Mr. Kozitsky. So we have Mr. Kozitsky, the head of the Lviv Civil Military Administration. So what is the current state of play in Lviv region? Ukraine? In Lviv region, everything has been calm in the past 24 hours. There was an air raid alert because we received some news about a potential attack from Belarus, but fortunately nothing happened. I would like to tell you more about what exactly we are doing in the region. We are the only window to Europe. We are a sort of humanitarian corridor that supplies food products, weapons, and all the other required items that are needed for the armed forces and the civilian population. Over 500 tons of humanitarian loads, about 80 tons were forwarded to Odessa, Kherson. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone engaged. Almost 400 vehicles are engaged in transporting humanitarian loads, in particular via the Ukraine-Poland border. A big thank you to those people that donated to the armed forces, over 14 million. Right now at Shehini and Rabarunska border crossing points, 400 to 600 cars are lining up. Upwards of 26,000 men aged 18-60 returned home. This is the number that has come back to Ukraine in the past 5 days, and these are the men that are ready to stand up and fight for our country. In Lviv region, we have mobilized up to 12,000 people. They are fighting in the front line right now. A big thank you to those people who are not fearful of defending our country and standing up to the enemy. So my hat is off to you. I'm really delighted that we are ready to defend our country together. We continue putting together a new territorial defense brigade to defend the city of Lviv. We are bracing ourselves for the enemy. We are also producing Molotov cocktails. So we will do our utmost to protect our native land. On the other hand, I would like to address proactive people. We called upon everyone to help us with building up checkpoints, and we have so many checkpoints right now that it impedes the movement within Lviv region. We also addressed the heads of district administrations. The matter is that right now we have multiple loads moving from the western part of Ukraine to Kyiv, Odessa, Zhytomyr, and these multitudinous checkpoints create impediments for the movement of loads and the military. So I have a big request to everyone. Please understand that we need to reduce the number of checkpoints. We have to do everything possible to ensure unfettered humanitarian corridors for humanitarian loads and military loads. So a big request to the leaders of all territorial communities, together with your administrations and together with your territorial defense leadership, sit down and sort out the number of checkpoints. Because on the one hand, we need to better organize checkpoints, we need to reduce their number, and we also need to streamline the crossing of these checkpoints. I'm asking for your understanding. Unfortunately, we have some situations when the movement is really impeded, in particular for ambulances and first aid brigades. So once again, I'm asking for your understanding. We need to have a clear understanding of where exactly we need these checkpoints and how many. We are trying to meet you halfway, and we expect the same from you. I would like to tell you about the territorial defense for the city of Lviv. We have about 300 and different parts of districts. We have a good coordination and organization of the territorial defense and relevant battalions, and they are patrolling together with the police and National Guard. We cannot have battalions without the representatives of law enforcement. We need to understand that sabotage groups might be operating in our city. And if within our battalions we don't have law enforcement, then there might be dangers. So once again, I would like to encourage everyone to continue signing up for territorial defense. But once again, we need to clearly coordinate our actions with the battalion leaders. All the contacts are out there, so please contact them. Work is also in progress to prepare territorial defense in Lviv region as well. Thank you. Any questions to Mr. Kozicki? And then we will shift to Ms. Roxolana. Any questions to Mr. Kozicki? We hear from Zhovkva and Sambir that men are not accommodated in sanatoria. It's the right initiative. If you are militarily liable, and if you are aged 18 to 60, you need to show up at the military draft centers. You need to be registered to start with, because we need to know the number of people who are ready to fight for our country. You can be mobilized, or you can be included into the territorial defense unit. So everyone has 48 hours to be registered. So such initiatives are hailed, and if community leaders know where such men are accommodated, they can always approach us for help, because we are ready to assist with that. Thank you. Any other questions? I have one more question. We keep hearing that the region wants people to dim lights or switch off lights, but at the same time, we can see that the street illumination is on. Well, you know very well that right now our energy system is cut off from the Russian and Belarusian ones. So this is part and parcel of the national security order, and this will help our energy grids. The operators are doing everything utmost to provide people with power and other energy resources. Any other questions? Is there enough armament? Are there enough weapons for territorial defense? Whoever signed up for territorial defense and signed a contract with the armed forces of Ukraine will be fully equipped with small arms. We have enough quantities. What about the shortage of food products and medical supplies in pharmacies and grocery stores? And we can see prices going up. We do expect our victory. Of course, there are certain inconveniences that are related to martial law. And once again, we are asking for everyone's understanding. Logistics is complicated, and that's why we might have some shortages. But we will do everything within our capacity to support those regions that are in the middle of the hostilities. We are living in a resort right now, if I can put it this way. Prices are going up. Yes, it's true, because we are fighting in a war. What are we going to do to this end? We are ready to deliver food products and provide our population with all essentials. Well, this international battalion that was announced, how is it working? Do they come to Lviv region and then they move on to the hotspots, the east and south? The international legion is being put together. We have the context of those people who arrive here, and this battalion or this league will be incorporated either into territorial defense or the armed forces of Ukraine. So if there are any foreigners who would like to fight side by side with the Ukrainian people, fight for freedom and European values, you will be welcome. And European values are inherent for us. So we are living in the 21st century. So if you feel the calling or the vocation to fight for the good and this beacon of light that Ukraine is right now. Come here, we are ready to arm you. But once again, it's not only about weapons. Of course, on the one hand, it's about weapons and the capacity to fight. But on the flip side of things, it's about helping our soldiers. It's about helping with logistics. So whoever is ready to come will be welcome. I had meetings with the ambassadors of Latvia and Estonia, and they told me that there are many people in their countries who are ready to fight with us. The same is true about Croatia and Poland. My enormous respect and reverence for the President of Ukraine for having united, for having galvanized the spirit of the entire world, and the victory will be with us. Back to the studio of the Перший Західний, first Western channel. It's day 6 of our marathon. We have some information about the negotiations between Russia and Ukraine, and the second round of the negotiations was scheduled for today. Some Russian sources say that the negotiations will be postponed, so they are not cancelled, but just postponed until later, and we will be closely following any other developments. We have another interesting piece of information from the Ukrainian sources, from Ukrainian intelligence. Українська Правда outlet refers to this source. Ostensibly, Russia wants to announce Mr. Medvedchuk, the president of Ukraine. He's in Minsk right now. Well, I cannot really imagine who came up with this idea. Or they want to announce Mr. Yanukovych, the president of Ukraine. So this is the information that we have received from the Ukrainian intelligence. One potential scenario is that he will be announced the president of Ukraine in Belarus, and they are also staging an information campaign to return Yanukovych to Ukraine, or maybe there will be an online address from Mr. Yanukovych to the Ukrainian people. It's a sort of schizophrenic piece of information. I haven't really heard anything more ludicrous or preposterous. Basically, he's the person that helped unite the Ukrainian people quite recently, so I cannot even imagine that he will be positioned as a potential president of Ukraine. But if we analyze all the moves of Mr. Putin, they are a testament to his schizophrenia and some other mental health issues. Mr. Yanukovych was voted for by those people who are being shelled most. Their kindergartens are being shelled, their children are being killed, and now we have this savior. A question in the chat about border crossing. The procedure is simplified to the extent it's possible. And as for Sumy region, restaurants and other catering institutions are forbidden to increase prices. Mr. Zhivitsky signed a relevant decree on this matter because no one should make money on the sorrows and evils of other people. But it was the same question to the head of the Lviv civil military administration, because in the past tangerines cost 35 to 36 hryvnias and now 68. Well, we do understand that there are some issues with supplies, but you cannot make money on the sorrows of people. And we received some information yesterday about the prices for accommodation, like for example 30,000 USD per week. I mean, you can purchase a one-room apartment in the city of Lviv for the same amount, and the conditions are mediocre. I would like to interrupt you for a minute. I have another piece of information about border crossing. Together with our colleagues, we're putting together infographics. It was also prepared by our Polish colleagues. This infographics will help people understand what to expect once they cross the border, because there are certain safety and security related rules that you have to adhere to. As soon as the infographics is ready, we will show it to you, and that will help you have a better understanding of the next steps once you cross the border. The Lviv Civil Military Administration says that they need a lot of walkie-talkies, and you can contact Mr. Kvibida. He's our guest. Have you received any walkie-talkies? Well, because whenever a post like this occurs, people start helping, and then you might have an access. Well, as for walkie-talkies and radio stations, we are very circumspect about this matter. And these walkie-talkies and radio stations are necessary for our military in the first place, and these are the people protecting our sleep, not only in Lviv region but beyond. So we post a post about the need for walkie-talkies and radio stations, and this need is filled in very quickly. Then there's no need by the evening, but then we receive another request. So as of today, this process is non-stop. But fortunately, the basic communications needs are satisfied. We just want to make sure that all our security forces are equipped with communications devices. But we received another piece of information that this supply has to be coordinated. Like, for example, we are looking for something for the military unit. It's based in Lviv, but then you double-check the information, and this unit is located in Kirovograd. So there's a lot of disinformation floating in the air. So is this process coordinated and centralized right now? We had some such problems in the past. Some of these requests come from bots. I don't really want to say that everyone is a bot, but the security service of Ukraine is doing a great job filtering all these requests. But you know what is good about it? If a military unit posts a call that they need some food, they receive everything that they need. As for humanitarian aid, this is under our coordination and management. We haven't been able to completely spearhead these activities, but the philosophy behind is that we have the basic humanitarian depots and warehouses. We also have some large storage facilities that can receive humanitarian loads from abroad. All these loads are accounted for, and whenever we receive requests from multiple stakeholders, everything is done in a centralized fashion. We have a good logistics systems in place because we don't really want to deliver tomatoes in the right direction and then, let's say, cucumbers in the left direction. It's just a very simplified analogy. So if we receive any specific requests, we verify them. We have a standalone unit responsible for crisis communications, and these staff members are responsible for fighting whatever we need in Lviv region and abroad. Well, in terms of logistics, I received a call about some guys about the quadcopter. They wanted to fly it, and I started calling people, and I was not able to get to the organizer. So if I don't have something, then I try to look in the Czech Republic, in Poland, but as far as I understand, there's a limit on the sale of such equipment in Ukraine because we want to have some reserves. Well, we had to reduce the number of calls because we were just overloaded. You receive one call and then you have 3 missed calls in parallel. So I posted on Facebook, friends, write to me, text me, not because I don't want to talk to people. I don't really want to miss anything. Yesterday and the day before yesterday, we had in-house meetings with our hotline staff, and we want our hotline to be responsible for most of such communications because they have a single form. They register everything in this form, 112, right? And then all this information is communicated to our department. Each structural unit receives their chunk of the task. Like, for example, Brigade X writes to us that we need tomatoes, mattresses, bulletproof vests, and batteries, and maybe some flour. The coordinating unit knows what we have available at the humanitarian depots. They also know what we have at our storage facilities because we also have some military depots. So they gather everything. The crisis communications unit is helping with some specific requests. This information is transmitted to our logistics people, and then the supplies are delivered. Yesterday, it was mentioned that Lviv region has a good stock of food products, and these food products are delivered to multiple regions throughout our country. For example, Kyiv. Yes, we tightly cooperate with other regions. We try to respond to their requests. We have close horizontal communication with the other civil military administrations. We sent some supplies to Odessa, Dnipro, and Kyiv, but the focus of our attention is Kyiv right now because it's one of the hottest spots right now. We have already sent multiple trucks there. As for Lviv region, we need to understand that there are a lot of loads that move through our region by transit. Like, for example, we receive information about a truck driving through the territory of Lviv to Kyiv, like, for example, grain, the so-called grain. We definitely contact our checkpoints, and by the way, on the topic of checkpoints, if we are heard by those people that operate at such checkpoints, please synchronize your activities with security forces, because I have a personal story to share. I had to go to Zapetiv, and honestly, I got tired of counting the number of checkpoints that stopped me. I mean, I had all the required documents, but it's a matter of time. Therefore, we are trying to create a uniform network of checkpoints, and if we believe that a certain checkpoint does not really make sense, we will move it. It doesn't really mean betrayal or subversion. It just means that we want to coordinate and harmonize our defense. A lot of videos from different communities, like, for example, one community is producing some preserves. The request is not to do it in glass jars. But is it coordinated somehow? Because you don't really want to have chaos and mess. Well, to be frank, we will not be able to coordinate everything, even if we want to. So our task right now is to focus on the most important things. Therefore, we created a network of general staffs, of warehouses. We have some large warehouses and storage facilities. I don't even need to be up to speed on what is going where. If there is good communication at community level, if there is mutual support and assistance within the community, let them do it. I think that everyone understands now that you can always approach us and we will help and assist with whatever we can. If you need some minivans or maybe you need some other vehicles, we will help and assist. And we're talking not only about the Lviv region, but good communication and coordination with the neighboring regions as well.
розповідали сьогодні історію, ви кажете, от організувати ви можете, ну не все до кінця, дещо мають
Probably
організувати
you
самі
would
люди.
tell us what the very people can organize themselves. I have already mentioned today my personal story with the checkpoint, and it was the official one. So, at the one I was talking about, there are 2 lanes. You cannot cross them in any other way. You remember I'm talking about the road to the airport. And I understand that there is the national police, and they agreed with the territorial defense that 1 lane will be left for the public transport and the people who have official permit. So, if on the left lane there is a person going in his or her private car, do not block the way for this person and do not offend this person just because this person is not waiting in the queue. It means the person has a special permit that allows her to use this lane. If and the other checkpoints there are no things like that, let it be, but if it is organized in this way, please understand it properly. I'm sorry for interruption, small comment. What we are discussing right now, I mean the checkpoints. And I kindly ask the residents to understand it. Blogpost has this defense component. It has performed this protection function. And sometimes the checkpoints I have seen look like 1 sandbag and 1 log. And it actually prevented the traffic more than protected it. I really appreciate the initiative of local residents. That's really good, and I understand that in case the enemy comes here, he will really suffer. But there are some chief checkpoints, and we should remember that the chief checkpoints are reinforced protection structure. This is something we should do. Talking about food supplies, we have just heard the briefing of Maxim Kozitsky, and the journalist asked him about lack of supplies in some shops. Well, this is not about all the shops, but I have already witnessed some problems in drugstores. Well, the medical supplies are in the warehouses. They should be supplied to the pharmacies, but well, there are some stores and they suffer from lack of supplies. Let's talk about this issue. Empty shelves in pharmacies and grocery stores. The issue is that lots of distribution and logistics centers were located in Kyiv region and in central Ukraine. Well, those people who are knowledgeable about them, and they understand that these logistics centers are to some extent parts of this logistic network. So if you understand what's going on in Kyiv, you understand how complicated logistic issues are right now. And a couple of days ago, I already mentioned that we try to rearrange these trade networks to the local suppliers. Definitely the systems are misfunctioning sometimes. I hope in a couple of days everything will be organized much better. At the same time, we remind our local residents that in case there is a critical issue with food supply, you should go to the humanitarian headquarters. Markets. The situation is different from what I personally observe. Some markets are operating, some markets are not. There is no universal reply to your answer. In my opinion, well, if they can function, let them function. It's a good tradition of our people to go to the markets. Well, if there are no any other questions, I would like to voice my own remark. I just observed the behavior of local military and civil administration. You are calm, you are confident, and we even observe it on the way you dress. So a couple of days ago, you were in our local producers' clothes. Now you are in Adidas. Adidas stopped cooperating with the Russian Federation. And thank you very much for coming to us. We'll keep in touch. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes.
Так, продовжуємо із новин.
And the news. Степан Куйбіда was talking about local news. There are very important pieces of information. Well, they are not about geopolitical issues, they are not about the very war, about losses, some technical issues. Foreign passports will be issued to Ukrainians and will be extended up to 5 years. So if your passport is not valid anymore, it will be prolonged up to 5 years. In order to do it, you should go to the State Migration Service of Ukraine at your address. You won't be able to use internet services because the migration services have been hidden in electronic network, and there will be photos of children put in the foreign passports. Therefore, in case you need it, try to clarify the information at the profiles of the State Migration Service of Ukraine. And there is an important announcement from the National Bank of Ukraine. We had a ban for withdrawing money from the foreign currency accounts, so this ban is lifted, but the limit now will be up to 30,000 hryvnias. There are some specifications about enterprises and entrepreneurs that have these currency accounts in order to ensure supplies for the army. If we are talking about common citizens, the limit will be up to 30,000 hryvnias. So now you can withdraw your money from your foreign currency account. The enemy is changing its tactics a bit. Now they try to threaten people more. There is information that the Russian occupants addressed the local heads and say either you surrender or will bomb your city or settlement. Укрзалізниця addressed the International Committee of the Red Cross in order to arrange the green corridor from Volnovakha. There is humanitarian catastrophe there after several days of bombardments from the Russian Federation. It is impossible to supply food and medications to the city. Укрзалізниця is ready to organize evacuation trains to the city if the green corridor, humanitarian corridor, is arranged. This is the way the Russian military vehicles look like when they enter the Ukrainian territory. It is on fire, it is destroyed, the occupants die, sometimes even do not manage to use their own weaponry, so quickly the foreign weaponry is destructed. Kharkiv. We have the information from the State Emergency Service of Ukraine as of 8 a.m. today. From the 1st till the 2nd of March, the city was bombarded, the residential quarters of Kharkiv were bombarded. There were missile strikes on residential buildings and civilian infrastructure, which caused fires and destruction. At 8 o'clock, there was missile strike on regional administration of Kharkiv. It happened yesterday. It claimed at least 7 lives, 24 people were wounded, 11 of which are in very severe condition, and these are preliminary data, and there is one child who was affected. Still, there may be some people under the ruins. There was a meeting with the financial leaders of the G7, World Bank, IMF, and the parties described different financial tools to reinforce the Ukrainian economy, amplification the procedure of providing funds. So we do hope we'll have this support from our partners. It's very important to ensure development of the Ukrainian economy. On the 1st of March, the European Court on Human Rights made a judgment where it ordered the Russian Federation to stop bombardment of the residential buildings by the Russian Federation. Canada would like to see investigation of all the crimes committed by the Russian Federation. The National Police reports that 3 people were killed in Donetsk, more than 20 were wounded. There were shellings of residential areas, buildings. The police goes to the place of shelling and documents all the consequences. And once again, it is confirmed that the occupational forces shell only residential buildings. Since the beginning of the invasion, about 500 people were evacuated from Volnovakha. There were 3 people with disabilities, and we already have the information that the children, there were 3 children who are orphans now. You see the photos of policemen who also destroy the military vehicles of the enemy. And now the intelligence force, the police, the law enforcement bodies, the National Guard cooperate together. One more piece of information from the police: there was explosion in Bila Tsarkva after airstrike at night, and one of the metal producing enterprises was hit. Now there are investigative actions and there are no casualties from the civilian population. The Ministry of Healthcare provided certain recommendations. Now we are going to voice them. Recommendations how you should act in case the building is on the verge of collapsing. The Russian Federation started terroristic actions against Ukraine. The actions of the occupants are unpredictable. Therefore, here are the guidelines which can save your life. Here is the infographics, what you should do. The key phone numbers: 112, the single number to call all the emergency services, 101, fire service, etc. You see everything on the screen. In case there is the threat of building collapse, try to escape from the building. Do not use the elevator, use the stairs. Take your money, take your documents in case it doesn't take any time. Try to give this information to other people who stay in the building. We put all our things just very close to the door. Inform these other people who are in the building about the threat of building collapse, particularly the people with disabilities and other people. Do not crowd. So if there are lots of people, the first person should always hold the doors open in order not to avoid crowding. When you are out, try to go at a distance of the house. If you do not have any chances of leaving the building, try to take the best position. It may be in the corner. If you have a table, you may hide under the table. And try to stay far from the windows. Do not go to the balcony. In case it's necessary to switch off gas, water supply, heating devices to avoid fires. Call for help, inform where you are and what has happened to you. Wait for the debris taken away. Try, if the building has already collapsed and you are inside, try to lift the debris yourself. Try to keep the construction stable, ask for help. If nobody hears you, try to make yourself free, try to give yourself first aid. If you do not have a chance to leave the collapsed building, again try to inform where you are, use the phones, just make sounds for people to hear you. Try to avoid freezing. Here you see that there is no recommendation, which was yesterday announced in some chats, that you should not go to the cellar. All our staff will go to the underground premises. And we also have several other important announcements for those people who leave the territory of Ukraine. Wizz Air announced that it will give Ukrainian refugees 100,000 free tickets in case they leave from Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania. So Wizz Air took this decision in order to support Ukrainians who decided, who have the need to leave Ukraine. And we do hope that there are no people aged 18-60 who managed to do it before general mobilization was announced. Talking about Canada, in Canada, the Minister of Defense of Canada stated that it does not fully support the initiative of Ukraine about non-fly area, non-fly sky over Ukraine, because it will probably make Russia even more angry, it will irritate Russia, but she assured that Canada is going to support Ukraine in any other possible ways. It will reinforce the eastern flank of NATO that has the competence, and so once again they assure that they are going to support us in any possible way. And Great Britain also is very careful about no-fly area over Ukraine, because Boris Johnson announced that in case they support this decision, they will have to take down the Russian planes. Therefore, they are not very much in favor of this initiative. More information about Lviv and Lviv region. Vitaly Zakhaydniy is the author of the information. The teams of public food supply organized 3 cooking units that organize about 2,000 portions a day, and there is a possibility to cook one additional 1,000 portions. There is a special logistics center with warehouse facilities that can unload the trucks, ammunition, etc. The warehouse has enough staff. The area of the warehouse is 1,500 square meters. It can accept up to 4 trucks, and the location is the western part of the roundabout road. Coming back to global issues, Canada is going to cancel visas for Ukrainian refugees. Though the session of the Parliamentary Committee on Migration Issues has supported this decision, it doesn't mean that visas are cancelled. The Parliament has to consider this issue, and there is one Liberal Party that does not support this. We do hope that the deputies will be able to convince the Liberal Party that this is a necessary solution to provide support to the Ukrainians who would like to go to Canada and who do not have visa. For us to be heard in Canada, we have already mentioned that our YouTube broadcast is accompanied with simultaneous interpretation. The simultaneous interpretation is provided by our volunteers. Yesterday it was done by the Department of Translation of one of Lviv universities. Today we have our professional interpreters. These are Oksana Dizhak, Oksana Kazanivska, Halina Technik, Olena Roshak, Miroslava Berezovska, Olena Petlyovana, Alexander Litvinyak, and Olga Tishkovets. On behalf of our staff, we are very much grateful to you and the interpreters, I know that it's difficult to interpret me. I speak very fast. Well, yesterday I had a talk with the interpreters, and they say they try to manage. So once again, we interpret. We have military and civil administration. The mayors do not know what's going on. Now people refer to the mayor of Lutsk, who states that with modern technologies you may not switch off your light because there will be shellings and bombardments anyway. Try to understand. The city is that from above. So even if the enemy knows everything, it should know where to go, where to fly. So if UAVs are used and they do not know whether this is in the street or the house, it complicates the general picture. And the Russians has probably the maps which correspond to the situation of 2014, the paper maps. Another point, if there is a bombarding plane, the plane has to see the location where they are. Therefore, we switch the light off in order to prevent this situation. So in case the street lighting is on, because it can be switched off immediately, and to do the same about thousands of flats is impossible. There will be panic. People will not have electricity. But just switching off your light in your own house, you already help the Ukrainian army. Nobody asks you to switch off everything, but do it in case there is an alert. Search for sabotage and reconnaissance groups is the matter of Ukrainian army. They know what should be done and how it should be done correctly. Everything is under control. So in case any civil person who is not part of military administration recommends something to you, there will be just one argument you provide. And this is the one we see on Irina's t-shirt. Follow the Russian ship. And who is definitely a person to be trusted is the Minister of Digital Transformation, who stated that the international channels block the Russian information channels and go to the Ukrainian communication channel, the single broadcasting channel. It's now very difficult for every channel to prepare its own news. So you saw the video with our journalist Ksenia Pavlishin, who told you how news are done in bomb shelters under very complicated conditions, together with the efforts of all channels. So now we have just single communication channel. So the international channels which were broadcasting the Russian news now go to the Ukrainian broadcasting channel with true and objective news. In order to ensure safety of civil ships, the base in Black Sea area was closed, though the Russian Navy is trying to use the civil ships in order to as protection force. So right now we understand that one of the ships is forced to go to the Black Sea area for the occupants to use it as the shield. And in case it is not done, they fire the civil ship. It is piratery. Since the 24th of February, there were more than 22 ships shelled, and also the Russian occupants took Sapphire vessel that was on humanitarian mission. There were some comments that politicians quarrel and we are suffering. This is their war, not ours. There is the logical connection. War means that policy doesn't work, because war is not about some single people. War is about everybody. Everybody is suffering from it. Therefore, we cannot state that war is policy. We very often say that Russia is a terroristic country performing terrorist acts, because the next part of war is terrorist activities. What is war? One army against another army. In case one part, one side of the army is starting shelling the residential buildings, killing children, killing civilians to intimidate people, this is terrorism. So in this case, Russian and Ukrainian war, this means the Russian side wants only occupation. So now, taking into account that the Russian forces cannot stand against Ukrainian forces, they started terrorist acts and piracy in the 21st century. So now let's make a pause and let's listen to the address to the Russian IT, specialist IT guys, and there will be several important announcements about to people who cross the border now. Good afternoon. I'm the Minister of the Digital Transformation of Ukraine. I live in independent Ukraine, and for 2.5 years we tried to build the digital country and transform the economy of Ukraine. During this time, our country developed DIA, application which is used by many Ukrainians. We have launched electronic passports. We have covered the country with high-quality internet. We have launched the tax and administrative system DIA City for our companies. We wanted the people to live happily in our country until the Russian tanks came here, the killers of the civilians, and until we have the cruise missiles ruining our kindergartens and residential buildings. Now we want the Russian troops go from our territory. We want our population not to go to the bomb shelters. IT experts are the heroes of this time. Our task is to create something innovative, state-of-the-art, and the most important thing is peaceful. But there is one person who monopolized power, who is going to claim your lives. You won't be able to go to any civilized country of the world. The sky is blocked for you. You cannot get visa. Your products will not be accepted abroad. The social networks are blocked. International companies stopped cooperation with Ukraine. You become outcasts. But you are talents, and you can give benefits to this world. You can save something create something to save the lives of people. This is the best time for you. This is the best abilities for you. Stop living under Iron Curtain. Voice your opinion. If you are afraid of going on protests, use digital tools, make blogs, write a post, make a video, say no to war. And we are on air again, and we continue talking to our people, and we continue giving news about the key things in our town and regional area. We have the information that people from Bashtanka fired the system that cost about $15 million, and here is the photo, what has been done. This is one of those probably vehicles which was described yesterday.
Інформація про те, що механізований батальйон однієї з бригад ЗСУ в бою під Харковом захопив відразу 6 новітніх російських танків.
So people near Kharkiv were able to capture 6 Russian tanks from the Russian armed forces had by the Colonel Denis Kurilo, and he didn't have much time to be in charge because, sorry. So the soldiers who were outnumbered practically defeated the enemy, and were able to capture their vehicles. So we discussed that with Denis Shalyanovsky. We talked about China. Why is China waiting, and what is it going to happen with China? China has already announced that they are not going to be buying from Russia, and Bloomberg informs that the Russian central bank probably own Chinese bonds for a sum of 140 billion US dollars. So Russia is keeping its money in China. So the response of China will depend to a large extent on what is happening, and probably China will be able to finish the Russian economy, because this sum is a huge sum for the Russian economy. So we also discussed the rules of crossing the border, and we already have the information chart, and we are going to be showing it to you. This is important for people who are now crossing the border, people staying at the Ukrainian-Polish border. So can we have a look at the information chart, please, so that it's easier for people to read? It's not yet ready. So what I can tell you additionally, Roskomnadzor has started blocking a number of Ukrainian websites, including websites of our state authorities. They have blocked the website of the Ukrainian Ministry of Health. I'm sure that's connected to the fact that our ministry is constantly announcing the numbers of those dead and wounded. They also blocked that Sun TV channel, Zahidnet, Censornet, Visti, Dilo, and a number of others. I just wonder what the Vesti website is doing there, because they are quite pro-Russian. There are also pictures about Starobilsk in Luhansk region. The locals are blocking the column of Russian forces, as reported by Anton Herashchenko, the Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs. You can see that people are resisting. In Berdyansk, we see the videos, the people just making the occupants leave the city. So we can see the flags of Ukraine, we can see the people not letting the column of Russian tanks get inside the city. While our colleagues are still working on the informational charts, we received information that today in Lviv region, a Belarus national was detained. We have a video of a conversation with this man who was helping the occupants, and this video will tell us more about the situation, about his detainment, and what he was doing here. So where are you from? I'm from Belarus. What are you doing here? Look in the camera. Look at the camera. I'm here on a mission. What's your mission? We were identifying the strategic infrastructure facilities. Speak into the camera. Be louder, please. Who hired you? Who gave you orders? Show your documents, please. What documents do you have? Who gave you the orders? Anton Vladimir Zaton? I don't remember his patronymic. Do you have his phone number? Maybe you can find it on my phone. Where is your phone? Give us your documents, please. Your documents, please. So the markings, where are the markings? Where have you put them already? Have a seat. So let's continue. We are on air in our studio, following up on the same topic with the State Emergency Service, coming back from the briefing of the spokesperson. But I'd like to tell you about the command of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. They're saying that we will be shooting down the Russian planes. So today, our air forces from the Odessa unit are defending our country and our people. We are protecting it against the vicious enemy. Since the very beginning of this invasion, we have shot down their missiles, their helicopters, and their fighter planes that they are so proud of. And we are sure that we'll continue doing that until the last occupant leaves our territory. We are reliable, and we have proven that we are able to perform all the necessary tasks in air defense. We believe in our soldiers, we believe in the equipment that we have. Since the very first day, people from the reserve have been joining our ranks to perform the tasks and keep the territorial integrity of our country. The success in the air fighting depends not so much on the equipment, but also on the skill of the soldier, the skills of the commanders, and also the desire to fight the enemy. And we have all that. We have all that to perform that task. We are protecting our native land against those vicious enemies, and we will not be stopped by the fairy tales about the power of the enemy weapons. Glory to the Air Forces of Ukraine, glory to the Armed Forces of Ukraine, together towards the victory, death to the occupants. And I would like to ask the journalists, please, everything that has to do with the Air Forces is reported by their official channels, so please don't circulate any information from the official sources. Many people now want to find out who the ghost of Kyiv is. Just be proud that we have defenders like that. Don't try to help the enemy with identifying this pilot. And now we have the spokesperson from the Security Service of Ukraine. So be ready. There is a new piece of fake news published by the Russian occupants that the Ukrainian government has capitulated. So this is fake news, and we'd like you to know, and we'd like to circulate this information with the foreign media. We need to debunk this fake news. The objective is to disorient us and to spread panic, make our people capitulate. But even if the connection is lost and you cannot check whether this is valid, we have not capitulated. Another fake that is being spread is that the occupants are installing mobile connection equipment, and they give you some instructions on how you should be selecting your cell network. This is fake. So it's better that you put a candle in memory of those occupants instead of following these instructions. Help our defenders with everything that you can. Make Molotov cocktails. Supply them with what they need. That is the weapons, the ammunition, personal hygiene means, food. We are also reporting with regards to our official chatbot, which is helping our armed forces, our special forces. They get information about the enemy equipment and tanks. Do not believe fakes and debunk them, and don't fall victims to the informational campaign that is conducted by our enemy. We are addressing youngsters who are living on social media. You can also help. Please report Russian channels. Spread information amongst your acquaintances in Russia. There are propaganda campaigns launched even on TikTok, and our youngsters are our key weapon on social medias. And our contribution into our joint victory is really important. And another official announcement. Today the entire country is trying to resist the Russian occupants. So we can also do that by reporting those who are saying that we have capitulated. A number of Telegram channels have been coordinated from the headquarters of the Russian armed forces. These are the channels «Черный квартал», «Сплетница», «Политический расклад», «Нетипическое Запорожье», «Трамполь», Kharkov, «Николаев Live», «Kherson Live». These are the channels used by the Russian occupants. So we are asking you to report these channels so that they get blocked. And please don't circulate the content from these channels. The next things, what should you do if you see saboteurs? Please keep quiet, be calm, and help detain the occupants. The information charts created together with the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry has been circulated. So please do that so that the citizens of Ukraine have information on how they should act. With regards to the occupants and the groups of diversionists acting on the territory of the region, we don't have those here. The information circulated about a diversionist being detained is now being checked. We had this situation. I talked to the unit of bodyguards. The person detained is now being questioned, and what they are reporting to me, I can read it out to you. So the citizen put a mark in the form of a coin near the border. He is currently at the filtration point. As soon as the filtration is over, we will be able to report more about this person. Coming back to the studio, so the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, Dmytro Kuleba, informs that we currently don't know the date of the next stage of negotiations. We are ready for the negotiations, but we will not accept any ultimatums, he reported during his briefing. And just to remind you, the Ukrainian party demands that the Russians withdraw their forces from the territory of Ukraine, including Crimea, Donbass, Donetsk and Luhansk region, and they need to stop bombarding the civilian quarters. And I like that statement made by the mayor of Konotop, who said that he was presented with an ultimatum by the occupants, and to that ultimatum he replied that Konotop is our city and we will be protecting it. And people are urged. So the local government is not doing anything to ask people to take to the streets, so that may be a provocation of the occupants. This is a way for the occupants to make people go to the streets so that they can either be kidnapped or shot. And also that impedes the armed forces of Ukraine from shooting at the occupants. American Express has stopped cooperation with Russian banks, and we have been following information about other companies that have stopped cooperation with Russia. It's an extensive list of financial institutions, sports companies. Apple has not opened its stores in Moscow today, so companies one by one are united around the sanctions imposed against Russia, and people in Russia don't know what to do about that, and they are just trying to manipulate and using the pretext of nuclear weapons. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Sergei Lavrov, said that if we had World War III, that would be a nuclear war, which would be very destructive. And he says that Russia will not allow Ukraine to get nuclear weapons. They are again using the words of our president expressed during the Munich Security Conference, his words about the nuclear weapons. And Lavrov said they were ready for any sanctions, but they had many friends, and nobody is going to isolate, nobody will be able to isolate Russia. So they were ready for the American and British sanctions, but they didn't think they would impose those sanctions against athletes, representatives of the culture sphere. It's like they're living on another planet. And do you know why they're saying this? Athletes, sportsmen, and journalists, they are public figures, and when there are sanctions imposed against them, they will probably not stay silent. And if tomorrow a Russian athlete goes to a bank and they cannot use their credit card, or if they are staying abroad, they are unable to use their Visa or MasterCard, this will probably make Russians think twice. The Russians that are currently staying in lines to the banks, buying dollars at 1 to 200 exchange rate. I understand that the Russians, it may take a lot of time for them to realize what is happening, and maybe we will have to impose stronger sanctions. Maybe we need to call that lady from Sumy region. So I'm just urging this lady, if you're here in Lviv on business, just show up to our studio and we will have a live masterclass on how we should be telling the Russian occupants and how we should be showing the Russian occupants their place. That's correct. We have another piece of news, important news. The first thing is the announcement of the head of Volyn military administration. As of March the 2nd, the night has been quiet, our border is intact. The volunteers have collected up to 40 tons of humanitarian aid. And we have 2 trucks with international humanitarian aid coming into the region, and Lublin Voivodeship has supported our citizens thanks to the international partners, thanks to our soldiers who are defending our borders. And now I'd like to show you a video with the citizens of Enerhodar. These are the correct block posts. These people are doing everything not to allow the occupants enter the city and approach its power station. They have blocked the roads and they are taking to the streets together. And I'm really very surprised that people are getting ideas about Yanukovych coming back to Ukraine, even though his former electorate is under attack.
Фашист зізнається дружині, що не очікував такого ставлення від українського народу. Він єдиний, хто вижив із цілого взводу російських загарбників, і коли його знайшли, то врятували, зробили операцію і ставляться по-людськи. Я буду молитись за вас.
So there is a statement that from a man that the wife of the Russian soldier, that she will always be grateful to the people of Ukraine. I guess that on the display of Stanislav, you have seen the messages coming from me and the messages coming from him to me. That is the information coming from the ministry, because otherwise, if he reads that out, this will cost him more. So here comes a piece of information from the ministry that $28 million have been collected for the Ukrainian army's needs. $28 million. In Dia, we have collected 62 million hryvnias, which is $2 million. On the portal Putler.io, you can also, we have also found a bit more than $2 million, and in crypto coins we have collected 25 million. All the accounts to which you can transfer the money to help the army could be found at the link, which is available on the Facebook page of the Ministry of Digital Transformation. And I've also come to like the ministry's initiative with the project Send put into the space, if I'm not mistaken, we will look for the link during the break, and that is the collection for the restoration of the infrastructure of Ukraine. So the Ministry of Digital Transformation is looking forward and hoping that Ukrainians will help find the money for some reserve money for restoring the buildings and the infrastructural facilities that have been attacked and destroyed by the Russians. We will have a short break, but for those who haven't seen a video with the lady from Sumy, well, we will show the video, and after that you will have a couple of musical breaks, and I will get back to the studio with our guest, who is psychologist Volodymyr Stanchyshin, and we will have a talk with him concerning some important things that we have noticed in communication with our colleagues, acquaintances, and the audience.
Так, на даний момент стою в селі Житнє. Зупинили якісь невідомі люди з красними полосками. Требують документи. Требують від мене документи і требують відкрити багажник. На підставах яких я взагалі не розумію.
А чого ти заховав обличчя і йдеш до нас? Зніми намордник свій.
Здрасте. Так покажіть своє обличчя. Покажіть своє обличчя. Чому я маю показувати терористам свої паспорта? Я взагалі громадянка України. Я тут народилася. Отут на оцій рідній земелечці народилася. Ви розумієте? Та чому ви прийшли вбивати моїх батьків, моїх дітей? Та хто ви такі? Чому ви зброєю мене зупиняєте на моїй землі?
Это не для вас.
А для кого? Та для кого? А чому ви прийшли? Чому ви? Блін, хлопці, це моя рідна земля. Ви розумієте? Оце моя рідна земля. Моя.
Ваша земля.
Зніміть маску. Мені просто цікаво подивитися, що ви за людина, що ви на жінку стоїте з автоматом.
Зачем?
А зачем вам?
Зачем вам мне маску снимать?
А зачем вам мій паспорт? Я по Конституції України можу їздити тут без паспорта. Я громадянка, мене знають тут усі. І мене зупине поліція, вони мене знають, що я громадянка саме Роменського району. Я народилася ось в цьому селі. Так, а я за вас теж рада.
Я смотрю, вы никак не рады.
Так а чому я должна бути рада, якщо ви прийшли до мене з цим автоматом?
Зачем ви психуєте?
Хлопці, що мені зараз робити треба?
Ну вже давно, хлопці. А зачем ви психуєте?
Того, що я боюся за свою землю, за своїх дітей. За своїх дітей, що вони не можуть тут гуляти. У Миргороді розстріляли дитячий садочок, у Харкові у мене загинула дитина. А чого ви прийшли в Суми? Чого ви прийшли в Суми? Я не прийшла до вас. Я вас не прийшла. Я до вас не хожу, я на вашій землі нікого не вбиваю. Чому ви прийшли сюди?
Зачем тоді ви на нас наїжджаєте?
Одійдіть, я поїду собі додому, одійдіть звідси.
Скажіть мені удостоверення личності, щоб я мог убедитися, що ви місцеві.
Не відкривайте вікно там.
Я вас прошу, я з вами розмовляю. Покажіть мені.
Я нічого показувати не буду. Тому що ви не маєте права мене трогати. Хто ви такий?
Ми вас не трогаємо.
А хто ви такий? Хто ви такий?
Люди.
Хто ви такий?
Люди.
О, уже у мене стріляють.
У вас ніхто не
Шановні, ви чули постріл? У мене стріляють. Стріляють, бачите? Всі бачите, що в мене оці хлопці стріляють. Я знаходжуся в селі Житнє, біля ферми. В мене стріляють. Та всі чули постріл. Ану, дивіться, цей чоловік, який боїться показати своє обличчя, мене називає брехухою. Да, оцей чоловік, який не показує своє обличчя. Та мене трусить все.
Зачем?
Тому що чого ви тут стоїте?
Якщо ми вас ніяк на вас ніхто...
Того, що ви стоїте з оцією зброєю. У мене вдома.
У вас, мы не у вас дома.
У мене дома.
У вас на родине, но никак не у вас дома.
Це мій дім. Тут кожен кусочок землі мій дім.
Здесь этот сырбор разводите, я понять не могу.
Що, а ви чому тут стоїте?
У нас блокпост, у нас паспортный режим. Дальше вопросы.
Покажіть! Покажіть удостовірення, покажіть мені, де це розпорядження. Я виконую закони, всі. У мене Конституція України, я керуюсь Конституцією України. На даний момент я не повинна нікому показувати свій паспорт.
У вас Конституция Украины, правильно?
Так. Ви хочете сказати, що я в Росії зараз? Чи де? Чи в Азербайджані, чи в Казахстані?
Дальше.
Ну де я зараз знаходжусь? Ви мені об'ясніть, де я знаходжусь, бо я, мабуть, щось не розумію.
Ну правильно, мы же здесь стали. Стали.
Чого ви тут стали?
Чтобы был режим паспортный, вот это, проезжий.
А навіщо мені паспортний режим тут? Навіщо мені тут паспортний режим?
Как это? Может вы, я не знаю, пришли сюда убивать нас? Дальше.
Ми до вас прийшли? Я до вас прийшла вас убивати?
Мы здесь стоим.
Чоловіче, ви що приймали, наркотики чи що?
Да, героин еще. Добавьте, не забыли.
Тому що у вас з головою щось не в порядку, точно.
Мы здесь стоим? Стоим.
Ну, стойте. А я при чому?
Мы же у вас не спросили. Я не знаю. Ну, что?
Що? Та ви прийшли до мене.
Паспорт откройте вот так вот, покажите у себя.
А якщо в мене нема паспорта, що мені робити? Я його не маю возити, в мене вдома лежить на полочці. В електронному виді. У нас є дія.
Хорошо, покажите.
А чому я должна вам показувати? Я тільки поліції можу показувати.
Почему вы так скрываете это?
Це моя особиста інформація. У нас є закон про захист персональних даних. Я не маю їх розповсюджувати першим попавшимся на дорозі. Взагалі не маю розповсюджувати.
В смысле первым попавшимся? Мы здесь стоим уже второй день. Не хотите меня снимать? Я не люблю, я не медийный человек.
Мы пришли вас освободить.
So let's get back to the studio of Перший Західний. Also, you can see us, you can listen to us on Radio 1. And we will have some guests. We will start with the news. We have one more guest today. This is our psychologist, Володимир Станчишин. And we will ask him about everything you have asked us about. The issues are really important, how not to panic in the conditions of such hyper-panic and hyper-fear. But before that, we have some pieces of news from the security service of Ukraine. They have caught a traitor who was a tipster in case with the Ivano-Frankivsk airdrome. This was their tipster, the gunner, who arrived in Ivano-Frankivsk on the 22nd of February, and he resided in a hotel close to the aerodrome. And on the 23rd of February, before the missile attack of the aerodrome, he provided the information to the Russian side about the location of the military facility. And as a result of hitting the aerodrome, the infrastructure of the aerodrome was destroyed. After the attack, the tipster informed the Russian side about the results of the missile attack, and he reported about those actions, and he was caught red-handed when he was trying to make one more crime and send the data to the Russian side. He will be sentenced to 15 years of imprisonment under the article of betrayal, of being a traitor. And here is also some information about Kyiv. 15,000 residents of Ukraine are staying in the bomb shelters. That is the information from Viktor Brahinsky, the head of the Kyiv underground, which has been a bomb shelter since the very first day of war, and there is food and water for those people. And the infrastructure will host 100,000 people. The Airbus has stopped support of any Russian companies, claiming that because of the Russian aggression against Ukraine, that will continue providing, will not provide services to local clients in the conditions of those sanctions. That could be a piece of cynic news, but in these conditions, this is a really important piece of news. So here is a psychologist, Volodymyr Stanchyshin. Glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes. We have been trying to catch you for 4 days. And people are still asking us to have a psychologist in our studio. So, do you know why we have decided to have a talk with you exactly today? We have a lot of displaced people who have come from other regions of Ukraine, and of course these are people with a bit different mentality and mindset because of this situation. It so happened that Western Ukraine has one mentality, one type of mentality. Eastern Ukrainians have a different type of mentality. And we have seen great tension and aggression among Lvivites, local residents, since our behavior sometimes does not coincide with the behavior of the residents coming from other regions. On the other hand, there has been aggression shown, and there has been, by the way, their military administration in this case concerning the people, men coming from other regions who could be active servicemen, but they are identified by Lviv residents as the people who are trying to evade performance of their military duty, while people from Lviv are going to the hot areas, hot spots. And when we analyzed this, we realized that when this aggression increases, when the tension is aggravated, the enemy can actually use the situation. So how do we prevent this from happening? How could we come to terms with the people who unfortunately still don't know the rules which all the residents of Western Ukraine obey? Well, that is a really important issue, and there is no clear answer, but there are several things which you definitely need to know. Lviv is the territory of Ukraine. Kyiv, Sumy, Mykolaiv no matter what city we mention or what village we mention, this is the territory of Ukraine. And the people who have come to Lviv have come to the territory of Ukraine. And this is also their home. Of course, we are faced with the loss of stress because our security is under threat. Many people are coming into our space without rules. And of course, our internal harmony and security, sense of security is violated, and then instinctively this causes anger and aggression. And then when we look at the world through those spectacles of anger, we can see how these people buy alcohol in supermarkets. But don't we buy alcohol in supermarkets? We see how these people have coffee with milk, but don't we have coffee with milk? People are at home and they have the same habits and like the same things that we used to have. We are definitely different, but when this sense of security is violated, is shaken, there is a feeling inside us that somebody is trying to attack us, and this is a provocative action. I mean that in the West, there are people who are brutal, who are vulgar. I definitely know this. People now come from central Ukraine, and also there are vulgar people, brutal people who tend to offend others. That's also true, but that doesn't mean that only these people are brutal and we are all good. We need to realize that we cannot extrapolate the notion of somebody doing something and say as a total, as one total, and saying that displaced people buy alcohol, they offend other people. We in this way discriminate a whole category of people. Yes, you're right about this. This tends to be a category, and we have had Oleg Paska, the representative of the Department of Education, I think you know him, and we had an air raid alarm. We went to the bomb shelter and continued a talk with him. So he mentioned that when educators came here and brought children from Donetsk to save them from the events happening there, 4 out of them went back to Donetsk. They have left children here and went back to Donetsk. And what they bought for them was only some cookies and water. And they stayed in the train for 2 days, and I gave them a call from their train from Dnipro, and they still intended to reach Donetsk. So we agree with you that there are some people who are also humans like us. There are vulgar and brutal people as well. So the question is how to regulate your feelings in a way, how to manage your feelings. But you know, we are all adults, and we have some experience of communicating with brutal people. The principle is the same. We shouldn't discriminate the whole group. But if we claim that we need to discriminate vulgar people, well, I already have some experience of doing this with Lviv residents, so that is not a new experience. That's what we could do the way we used to do this throughout our lives. And I guess that the municipalities and the military administration also join in this process, because after this talk, when there is more aggression to people, to men who have come here, there is already a decision today that they have to get registered with the respective bodies to inform that they are here, or either go back there or to perform their duties in the territorial defense units here. You asked the question, but I would like to respond and comment specifically on this point. I do not belong to a state authority, to a state facility, but I have some answer from the point of view of psychology. You know, when we are urging people to do things, when you are calling people to go to war, and I'm not speaking here again about the state authorities. I'm speaking about all those Facebook calls, Instagram calls, where people tend to write that you need to go back to war. We need to realize that we don't have any right to tell anyone where to go and what to do. We cannot undertake this responsibility for their lives. And we don't know why they are here, why they have passed a decision like that. And you claim that Lviv men are going there, but they are coming here. But it's also vice versa. I mean that a lot of their people are staying there. We could not have two Ukraines. We just have one Ukraine. Some boys from Ukraine go to war. Some of them don't. Some of them are even fleeing. Not exactly in Lviv or in Kharkiv, but in Ukraine. And this is the feeling that should stay in our mind for us not to have this aggression the enemy is waiting for us not to eat ourselves from the inside. But there is also one more important thing that depends only on us, and we have seen that the mood over the recent days is really full of panic. First we had fear, then there were some days when panic stopped because there were some insignificant attacks, and now when there is also a lot more information about the possibility of nuclear weapons being used, we started panicking again, and we have clear, bright examples even of our acquaintances who were crying today in the morning as a result of those attacks of panic. Let me give several recipes, but did you manage to, here is my question, did you manage to somehow calm them down? No. When you see a person who is panicking, what did you do? No, these people stopped panicking themselves, but for a very short period of time. You know, we all have some inner prompts what we need to do. You just need to stay side by side with these people. You need to join these people, to probably hug them. This depends on the response of these people. If there is a great attack of panic, you need just to remove this person from the audience, I mean from the crowded space. You need to go to a very isolated room, stay with this person, do not act aggressively, just leave the premises where there are a lot of people and try to calm down this person, try to give this person a chance to show the emotions which have been accumulating for a period of time. You know, it sometimes happens that I speak and speak again, and then I can't speak because I'm lost for words and I have tears in my eyes. So that is normal. Once again, you need to take this person to a calm, isolated place for him or her to release the emotions. There is no right or wrong reaction to what is happening. If a person has an attack of panic, that is normal reaction. If the person doesn't feel anything, that is also a normal reaction. May I ask you a question? I now speak about a person who had a chance to flee the country in the very first days because she is very much concerned about the future of her children, and she understands that she has still stayed, by the way, under the pressure of the society. And she understands that if there is an attack launched at Lviv, everybody will go to the border and she will not manage to take care of her children. So she's caring about her children, not about herself. And this fear is her permanent fear because she's not leaving because of the societal pressure. She's afraid probably of leaving now. She doesn't want to evoke this societal resistance and doesn't want to be among those who have fled the country. But on the other hand, she understands that this fear of a missile attack on Lviv is a permanent fear, and actually she accumulates these negative emotions. So does she need to leave abroad or not? A very good question, and there is another answer to that. Again, nobody can tell her what she should do. there are no right or wrong answers. If she passes a decision today to flee, she doesn't have to think about the society. If she makes the decision to stay here, she has to somehow accept this fear. But it's difficult to do this because some fears could be rather unrealistic. I mean, for example, the threat of nuclear weapons application. That's why it's up to her to pass a decision. What you have to convey to her is that whatever decision she passes, it will be okay. If you feel today that it's better for you to leave, nobody will ever have the right to condemn, because we are not speaking here about their concern and anxiety, but the sense of guilt to Ukraine, which was imposed by the society, and the sense of fault and guilt in relation to her child. Yeah, so we have these two notions of guilt, like two different guilts or two different Odessas, as if we compare it with the country. You know, yesterday me and Oля were getting back home, and we spoke a lot about the sense of guilt. Here we are staying in a rather safe territory, and we understand that people are dying in other territories. People are staying for 7 days in the underground, and we also have the sense of guilt that we are staying here rather safe. I drink some coffee or tea with my children, and they are forced to be staying in the underground with no food and water for 7 days already. How do you fight this feeling? The first thing I have to mention about the sense of guilt is that the sense of guilt is our great enemy. And let me explain where from the sense of guilt comes. But the first idea is that if you have this sense of guilt, put on Putin's mask on the sense of guilt. There is no other way to fight this sense, but you have to fight this sense. There is no other way out, because the sense of guilt does not give any benefits to us. The sense of guilt contains two components: fear, for which we have this sense of guilt, this results from the criticism which we heard before the war, that we are bad, we do something in the wrong way, and then as a result of that, our sense of guilt can actually grow and transform into an immense sense of guilt. But we need to remember that we are not in Kyiv. We cannot be in Kyiv today. We are staying where we are, in Lviv, in Washington, wherever we are. And we could be of use where we are today in Lviv. We can really help people, even with doing the broadcast. I could be important in Krakow because I'm collecting some things to make supplies to Ukraine and to Kyiv. And we shouldn't think about all the other things, because otherwise that's the same as if you allowed Mr. Solovyev to tell that if you didn't do this, you wouldn't have done this. Criticism is not something that could be permissible. It's our enemy, criticism, our enemy, which is on Putin's side. And here is one more important thing. We will have tomorrow. We don't think about tomorrow yet, but there will come tomorrow. And if we are not strong today, here and today, tomorrow may possibly not come for all of us, because Putin really wants all of us to be exhausted. He wants all of us to be staying in Kyiv and in Kharkiv now. But is it better to do something to somehow cope with this sense of guilt? Yes, definitely. Some activity, some work is the best way to cope with the sense of guilt and any concerns and fears in general. So try to get involved, but do not make yourself exhausted. Don't work your fingers to the bone, because you will have to work tomorrow on the 60th day of war, we don't know what the future is going to happen. But comparatively, everything is all right. You know, people are asking, we have been staying for 7 days and doing broadcasts, whether we are not exhausting ourselves. No, we have some time for breaks while our colleagues are trying to replace us in the studio in the night time. These are in particular some girls, and all of our producers, all of our helpers. You know, I've already lost 3 kilograms of weight, so that's great. Please show the picture from my computer. So that is what my wife has collected for military guys for tomorrow. The things which she has collected for today have already been loaded into the car, and she's already driving her car to supply those things. At the same time, I get a lot of messages that 8-year-old students are getting frozen close to Mostiska. Help refugees. I'm really irritated with this because you are fleeing. I don't want to help you. I would like to help those who are protecting the country. And I'm irritated by this. And so what do I have to do in this situation? I didn't even know what to respond to this message, not to offend the people saying that, okay, cope with your problems on your own. But on the other hand, I have made it clear for myself that I will not focus on the situation on the border. Again, I'm stressing that if you help those who are staying on the border, that is your decision. If you don't help them, that is your decision. There are no right or wrong decisions. But if we speak about the situation, there are some people who are trying to choose between the good and the injustice, and people are still trying to choose the good. Yes, refugees are leaving the country, but they have their own reasons for leaving. You personally don't have to help them, but we cannot voice the idea that they shouldn't be provided help. Help is necessary for everyone. The army guys need some assistance, and you're working for their sake, and there are some people who are also working with the refugees, because this is our life, and our life is really fragile. So your decision is right, but the decision of those people who are looking for the ways to help refugees is also right. There are no right or wrong decisions. There are just decisions that we pass. But you need to bear it in mind that you may have different decisions, but we cannot voice these ideas for the world, saying that this is the only right decision. You may just claim that here is my decision, I will stick to that. But there may be different ideas and different decisions in the world. Let me remind our audience that we have Volodymyr Stanchishin, a psychologist, and I guess that we will still have a long talk about the sense of guilt. Let me expand this topic. Our sense of guilt is something that also arises when we see the bodies of Russian enemies. There are some people who still feel sorry for that, because they understand that this is also a crime, and we have to deal with this crime because we are Ukrainians, and Ukrainian military men have killed him. So this, the algorithm about 2 positions doesn't work here. There is only one standpoint, 1 point position. Any Russian citizen who has put on military uniform and has come to the territory of the other country in the military uniform and some military machine on the vehicle, tank or whatever, is a criminal. That's an exhaustive answer. And now let's speak about children. There are several components in this issue, but let's start with the following. How do we have to speak to our children? Because on the first day, our people were trying to deal with the problem the way they could, but now it would be good to somehow direct this work. Yeah, that's a good question which depends on the age. It's necessary to speak in different ways to the children who are 2 years old, 5 and 7 years old, let's say. But the overall conception is that you need to tell the truth. Our children know that the war is going on. They can't but know this. You told me before the broadcast that your children are not staying with you, and you have only 5 minutes in the morning and in the evening to speak to them. But even if you don't tell them that there is war going on, they will know it because they see some changes. The family is the system, and there are changes in the system, so they know about the war, but it depends on us whether they will know what kind of war it is. I have 2 children. My children know that war is going on in Ukraine. They know this, and when they are aware of that, they realize why their mother and father are staying on their phones, why their mother and father are concerned. They have some explanation. They know that it's not because they are bad or they have done something wrong. They know that something extremely important has happened. Our children know this, and they know that they need to go to the bomb shelter. So if you have small children, you know that it's very difficult to put on clothes on a little child. But now, when we say that we need to take them to the bomb shelters, they do it quickly because they know that that is the wartime. So it's necessary to speak to the children, to tell them the truth, to give them a sense of security, and to tell them that they are not bad. That's a different situation, and there are different problems. And the other message is that we, the adults who are taking care of them, are here in order to ensure the maximum security for them. I will ask also some questions. I guess the question is going to be about a cat or a dog, because Stanislav is taking care of the cat and the dog. But that's also an important question. Yeah, you can see the hamster whom I'm also taking care of. Yeah, I care more about children, you care more about pets. Yeah, the question will be about the streets. I can see parents who have come here, and they have a child who is 2 years old. The child is in hysterics, and those refugees are not trying to calm the person down. So do I have to help? Because the mother, well, she's been staying on the train or in the field for some 2 days, for 4 days. So how do I behave, or how do other people behave? You can ask whether they need help. I was also going with 2 of my small little children, and a man went out of the car, and I was already in frustration. That could be seen from me. So he asked me, do I need to take you somewhere? But that's something you can really do, just to help them for a moment. If we are not speaking about violence, but about somebody being at a loss, if you ask about help, he will kind of regain their energy. You can wave at a child, and the child may stop panicking or stop being in hysterics. And then, of course, when they answer that they really need some help, you need to help. If this man asks me whether he needs to take me somewhere, and I will say, yes, please take me there and there, so of course he needs to take the car and to really take me to that place. So if you offer your help, so you need to take the responsibility for really finding some help or providing some help to these people. And that is, again, the issue of your energy and resources. Maybe you're also at a loss at the moment, and you can't do anything, and you try to help someone. So you need to be kind of resourceful and energetic. It's great that you sometimes have coffee and coffee with milk, because that may really help. Yeah, it's not only him. We all actually drink coffee and milk. Yeah, I just read in Facebook that the refugees are asking for, the displaced people are asking for coffee and milk. Well, I cannot be dealing with water only. That's why I have some coffee and milk. But okay, let's stop speaking about coffee and milk. Let's continue with children. War and children. That is the truth on the one hand, but on the other hand, we have atrocity and violence. You claim that we need to tell the truth, but how do we restrict this atrocity, this violence? That depends on the age, and that's why I mentioned that we need to have different talks with children of different age. If a child is 2 years old, you need to do it in the form of a game when going to a bomb shelter. Of course, I'm not showing the children their pictures with bodies, perished Russians, because the minds of children are not ready to accept that violence, and I would try to preserve my child against this in Lviv. But of course, the situation is now different in Kharkiv. These are two different situations. But I try to explain. Have you watched the movie about their concentration camp? I don't remember the title. When the father and the son were in the concentration camps. That is a great movie. He was trying to show all the history to his son in the form of an adventure, and that is important. They just need to know that there is a bad guy, Putin, who has attacked Ukraine with a large army. They need to know that now it's safe in Lviv, but we are the guarantors of their security. And we have parking, and they are, my children during the attack are not shivering, they are just staying there and just reading a book or something like this. Of course, in Kharkiv it must be different. So that is about one age category. Definitely when we speak to teenagers, that's a different situation, because they read the information themselves. We can restrict access to information for children with no brutal pictures. We tell the truth, but the teenagers can see what is happening, and you need to listen to the teenagers, asking what do you understand, what do you see, and then you need to just adjust this knowledge, this awareness, and your task is to help teenagers to cope with these problems with a great scope of information. They are perfectionists. Hatred is the norm now in the wartime, but with teenagers, you know, there may be an explosion, so we need to suppress the level of their emotions. You just need to explain them that yes, that's true, and we cannot hide the pictures, but you need to speak to them. Concerning the sense of guilt with children, when we speak about parents who are now forced to leave their children with their relatives, with their friends, and even with some foreigners, the parents definitely have this sense of guilt. So what do they have to do? That's the same. Whenever you see that you have the sense of guilt, I have to put on the Putin's mask and say, a Russian military vessel, go and fuck yourself. And this is the wartime, so the normal rules of ordinary life are no longer valid. The rules are now different. If we speak about the wartime, I can see that there is some development still, but during the war we're not speaking about development, we are speaking about survival, and survival demands other security norms and other rules of conduct. If we speak about their non-war time, peaceful time, we speak about development, which presupposes absolutely different rules. But for survival, a child needs a person who would provide food, water, and will kind of play with the child. During their peaceful times, we need emotions, we need relationships, we need books, we need a lot of other things. We need development, we need to expand our worldview. That's why these are two different standpoints, and now we are trying to narrow down this life of ours. And even over those 5 minutes that you are staying at home with your child, you can speak to the child, and this will be very effective. You need to tell that, I love you very much. And sometimes we also leave notes for our children, which they can find and be happy about that. Concerning the people with whom the children are staying, they also have to transform their way of living. Sometimes these are relatives who have never seen these children, and then they sometimes call the parents of those children 35 times a day, asking different questions what they need to do with the child. So it's also instability. Well, I wouldn't care about hyper care. Our grandparents are bringing up our children in an absolutely different way. You understand? This is hyper care, but don't care about that now. Our task now is survival, and not to put everything to places. But at the same time, there should be some frame at the same time, because we are against violence. There shouldn't be any violence against our children. There shouldn't be any disinformation for our children, and we are trying to set these rules. Our children know the truth. And my father sometimes says that you are a psychologist, you know that it's better not to tell the children about that. But I claim that they know the truth, and he says that, wow, things have changed. We would have never told the children about that. But if our children are staying with their grandparents, I just let my mother and father know these rules, framework rules. No violence, but all the other things. Well, if you provide not the food which they are used to, that's okay. We have to survive. But there can't be 35 calls a day, because that will lead to instability. Our parents used to be hyper-caring in relation to us, and they show this hyper-care in relation to our children, but I set the limits. And I claim that you may call me in the morning and in the evening, and otherwise I will have to answer because something has happened and I'm concerned about that. So don't call me during the day. I have another question, but I think that you will find the answer to the question. A lot of people are staying on that side of the border. These are the relatives of these people who are still living in Ukraine. So how do we communicate with them? Do we generally need to communicate with them and try to convey the information to them? For them to understand that they live in the country which is a tyrant. Well, if you have energy for that, do that. If you don't have, please go and fuck yourself. You know this. I communicated with two of my friends from St. Petersburg and Moscow, and one of them is in despair. He's really trying to tell everyone about what is happening, but nobody understands him. And the only thing I can do is tell him, please tell more and more, because you are the fighter of our front. The other guy just said that, okay, in spite of this situation, we are still friends and we will be friends forever. And he has answered nothing to my phrase that, haven't you forgotten that you have been my friend and there is war and you're not helping us in any way? But that is their choice. One of my friends is there, but his choice is to start speaking about the situation. So everyone can really help, and he's trying to help. If your relatives choose the standpoint which lies in support and communication, and these people are relative for you, communicate with them. But in all the other cases, we really need to finally an end to this tolerance, because tolerance has led to the Stockholm syndrome. We have the sense of guilt to our relatives, and then we will have a sense of guilt to the military men who have come from Russia to kill our people. Glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes. Thanks a lot for the talk, together with Stanislav and our colleagues who have been watching, and thanks to the audience. Volodymyr Stanchyshin, a psychologist, has been staying together with us in this.
Very dangerous. They can still detonate, and it can be you who will die and people around you. Please don't spread the fakes. Show my screen. So this is how a tank looks like. In the previous picture you saw the armored vehicle, the army machine, so you can see that the difference is in the size. So if you see a tank or an armored vehicle moving along the streets of your city, please try and differentiate between a tank and an armored vehicle. Dmytro Zhivitsky, head of the military administration of Sumy region, reports on negotiations with the Russians in Konotop. So the negotiations with Russians in Konotop lasted for almost 12 minutes. I was using a loudspeaker, and we have agreed on the following. There is no change of government there. They are interested in the lawful regime. They will not get into the city. The Ukrainian flag stays in Konotop. There will not be mutual provocations. They are staying where they are, and municipal transport and services will be entering the city freely, as well as the ambulance and humanitarian aid trucks. And our volunteers will additionally install block posts within the city. And another request for the occupants: stand there for 2-3 hours additionally, so that our Bayraktars can reload and just get you there on the spot. There's also information from Kharkiv that the city council has been shelled. The city council employees will report on additional information. The security service of Ukraine reports that a tipster has been detained who released information for the bombing of the Ivano-Frankivsk airport. This traitor came to Ukraine on the 22nd of February. He checked himself in at the motel near the airport, and on the 23rd of February, on the day before the bombing of the airport, he transferred information to the Russians. As a result of the bombing, the infrastructure has been destroyed. Afterwards, the tipster reported on the results of the bombing to the Russian Federation. We have reported on that again, but the key factor is that we don't have information. Why am I reporting on that again? Yesterday we had some reports that all the airports and the entire infrastructure has been destroyed, but that is not true. People on YouTube can talk to us directly. So let's speak about the planes. And if there is no airstrike siren happening in the city and you see some planes flying, please don't report on them. This is a way for you to help the enemy to learn about the moves of our planes. So please, should there be any signs, any noise coming from a plane, but you don't hear an airstrike siren, do not report on that. So, people in Vinniki, if you have an aerodrome there, send me this picture. I've never heard about that you have one in your town. Information coming from Luhansk region, from the State Emergency Service. As of 11:30 a.m., there's been bombing in the city. A store is on fire, and 2 trucks have been dispatched to put this fire out. At 11:35, after the shelling, reports came in about shelling in Severodonetsk, streets Novikova, Gvardeyska, Naukova. We can see that the civilians are being bombed again. and the workers hid in the shelter because of massive shelling, and a missile got into a 3-story building. The second floor is on fire, and at 12:10 p.m. we received information about a boiler house being hit in Severodonetsk. So they are trying to destroy even those newer facilities that were built for people just recently. Reports from Dnipropetrovsk area, you can see the video with the police, the law enforcement, the police of Sinelnikovo. So please, we are asking you to help them. Don't try and distract them. Don't create any additional block posts so that the police don't disperse their effort. Don't distract them from their main job. We also have a request from Alexei. We have an announcement from Alexei Reznikov. So he is saying that we've been resisting for 152 hours. This helps us to create some reserve, and I've thanked many people in different countries numerous times. Extreme gratitude to Poland, Slovakia, Latvia, Estonia, and other countries, Turkey as well, that is doing a lot in humanitarian respect. Plus, the Bayraktars that were bought are all in operating order. Those that were under maintenance are also working. And we will be applying to countries for fuel, drugs, pharmaceuticals. Europe is receiving our refugees, the most vulnerable, so that the others can focus on defense. We are defending ourselves with the heroism of our defenders, men and women. I wish calm to our people. I would like to thank to everyone. It's very important to thank everyone nowadays, because when people are working around the clock for 2, 3, 4 days, and thank you is something that they really need. We are not speaking about ourselves here. We mean people who help with humanitarian needs. Just asking them, how are you doing? That helps a lot, because a person understands that somebody cares. Plus, you have this opportunity to share what you are feeling, what you are experiencing. Contacting others is great. Let's hope that when we hear this phrase tomorrow, Irina and I will not be telling those funny stories about block posts, about getting under cars or on the second floors of some buildings. So the ground forces report operative information as of 12 p.m. The Ukrainian armed forces are taking the initiative back from the Russian armed forces. The Russians already understand this is not going to be a smooth walk for them. They face resistance not just from the Ukrainian army, but also from the civilians blocking columns of Russian tanks and armored vehicles. The liberators are now realizing that nobody is waiting for them here. In Polisa, the Russian occupants are continuing their advance towards Makariv, Brusselov, Fastov, and some of them are moving towards Kyiv. Some of them are slowing down, they are having casualties. In the Chernobyl direction, the enemy was trying to force an advance on Irpin, but they lost their advance potential. In Zhytomyr area, they are trying to place their units in Horanichi, Shpochki, Petrushki, and simultaneously they are putting up logistics camps near Borodyanka, Katyuzhanka, and Havronshchina. In Siversky direction, the enemy from the 1st Tank Army and the 2nd Armed Forces unit were advancing towards Krasnograd and Izum. but they lost and suffered casualties. In Nizhyn direction, the enemy has moved towards Kozalets. In Donetsk direction, the 1st and 2nd Army focused their main effort on reaching the administrative border of Donetsk and Luhansk region, but they failed. In the south, the enemy is trying to advance towards Zaporizhia and partly towards Mariupol. And in the Black Sea area, the occupants are trying to prepare a military operation, deploying the fleet in the open sea. The enemy is demoralized and they are suffering casualties, both in personnel and in the equipment. Russian propaganda is destroyed slowly destroyed. So, coming back to Zaporizhia, Enerhodar residents are claiming that they will be protecting their power station from the occupants. Let's have a look. Glory to Ukraine! Glory to its heroes! Glory to Ukraine! Glory to its heroes! Glory to Ukraine, people chanting. Good afternoon, everyone. We've decided to film this video to bring this information to city residents. We've just had a meeting during which we have expressed the position of our city and our residents. The nuclear power station is being guarded. The employees and residents of our city are carrying the flags of Ukraine, and all the services are working under intense regime. Nobody is going to surrender. People are quite resolute. Dear residents of the city, we are sure that our position, as well as the support of the state, we feel the state backing us up, and such facility as Zaporizhia nuclear power station will not be surrendered to the enemies. There's tension here, but we expect that our requirements will be heard when we have the next meeting around 3 p.m. So we are asking you to do the following. The first thing, come back home, please, have some tea, try to get warm. We don't know when they will be back. The second thing, try to restore some energy, try to regain some power. And number 3, focus on your household chores. Please bring your cars into the garages if it's possible. I don't think we will be getting any fuel in the upcoming days, and we will be delivering any further information using the same channel. Coming back to our studio, we are waiting for another guest, our lawyer, our colleague, presenter at ПЕРШИЙ ЗАХІДНИЙ, Yaroslav Zhukrovsky. We have collected a number of questions for him that have to deal with the legal perspective. We've just had a conversation with Volodymyr Tenchishin, the psychologist. He mentioned a movie, Life is Beautiful. This movie tells about the events of World War II, when a family, husband, wife, and their son had to flee from the Germans who were trying to take them to a concentration camp. They, in the end, find themselves on the train that is carrying them to that concentration camp, and the father is explaining the events to the kid in the form of a game. So we are playing against this enemy, and you need to collect 1,000 points. So this is how the father explains what's happening, and even though this film starts in a very positive way, the second half of the movie, it's a love story when a young man falls in love with the woman. In the end, the mother and child survive, and the father is killed. But what is very particular here is how the father explains the events of the war to the kid. And the name of the movie comes from the note by Lev Trotsky, who was killed in Mexico by the Soviet agents. He wrote that life is beautiful, let the upcoming generations clean it from evil. It sounds like a note to modern Ukrainians. I will be leaving you for half an hour, but Stanislav is staying with you in the studio, and we are waiting for Yaroslav Zhukovsky, who will be coming in shortly. In the meantime, there is a message from the Ukrainian Air Forces. Around midnight, our air defense managed to destroy a number of Russian fighter planes, 2 fighter planes that were destroyed together with Russian missiles. S-300 missile complex. Unfortunately, our forces lost 1 MiG-29, but our forces the enemy outnumbers us. But we are trying to do our best to clean our land from the presence of the enemy, and our Western partners are helping us with the equipment so that we can resist the enemy. And we have informed you on many occasions that our pilots have traveled to Europe to take this equipment, and Poland has allowed us to have a reserve airfield should our planes need additional forces. And the National Police of Ukraine informs that in ТРК, the local police forces and the local civilians were able to detain 10 enemies. They were doing looting, so the Russians were detained and dislocated. So please remember, should you identify people like that, call the 102 line. This applies to all Ukrainian cities and towns. Zaporizhzhia military administration reports the situation as of 6 a.m. is the 7th day of our heroic resistance. During the night and day, the enemy was trying to advance in Zaporizhzhia, Melitopol, trying to hold their stand in Vasilkiv, but feeling the resistance from the Ukrainian units, they retreated and refused to advance. Being unsuccessful, the enemy is focusing on Tokmak, Orikhiv, Mikhailivka, Vasilievka, trying to accumulate the number of army and military vehicles. We can see that Ukrainians are resisting. Ukrainian ground forces inform that the Russians fled, leaving their tanks and armored vehicles together with ammunition. Thank you for that. We will use them to destroy you. And the Zakarpattia military unit 128 had several clashes with the enemy, and the Russians retreated chaotically, again leaving their military equipment, 2 tanks, 2 armored vehicles, and 2 trucks with ammunition. The Russians left in panic because their equipment was not destroyed or even harmed. The equipment was marked with the letter Z. This equipment will now be used by the armed forces of Ukraine. So we can see the equipment, we can see the ammunition left by the Russians. It's the reasonable thing to do on on their part, and we have it now. So, other occupants, please join in on such an initiative. Leave your equipment and ammunition undestroyed. The Kyiv prosecutor's office informs that they've started an investigation based on the fact of the TV tower being destroyed yesterday and 5 people being wounded or killed. So as we can see, the occupant is targeting the civilians, and we also have information that the European Union has disconnected 7 Russian banks from the SWIFT system, and this is wonderful news. We can see that Russia is being pressured on financially, and I will be citing one woman from Russia who was very much not understanding why there are sanctions imposed. She said that she didn't want war, that she wanted peace, that she wanted to travel. But that's the same thing that we want to do. But these are your soldiers who came to our territory to destroy us. That is why you're getting such a response, and this response will become more and more harsh. That is something you deserve with your passiveness. But coming back to our guest in the studio and also one of ours, welcome, glory to Ukraine. I've just received this picture, so let's speak about the abroad. So relevant questions about the abroad. We have the order of the President of Ukraine about the legal regime of martial law, which means that no man between 18 and 60 has the right to cross the border of Ukraine. This is a legitimate direct prohibition specified in the order and also established in our constitution. It's one of the 12 limitations of the constitutional rights, which has to do with the freedom of movement. Freedom of movement means that should there be any circumstances, limitations will be imposed, and they are obligatory. Yesterday, at the border crossing, that is alleged information, let's just say that, we don't have confirmation. There were 10 people aged between 18 and 60 who tried to negotiate with the border guards and to cross the border. According to the information that we have, those men were detained and brought to the military commissariat so that they could sign up for their military duty according to the procedure. Also, several days ago, some men at the border were trying to help people, of course, taking money from them. They were trying to help people to cross the border. They were trying to solve some things, and those people were detained and then tied to the poles, and then the law enforcement representatives showed up and they performed the actions specified by our law. So these are the things that are currently extremely relevant. The other relevant issue has to do with today's order of Lviv military administration, which applies to persons aged between 18 and 60 and who have arrived to Lviv or Lviv region from other regions. This order is binding on the martial law regime, and the order says that these persons should show up at the military commissariats within 24 hours from the moment of their arrival in the region to get signed up. What does it mean? It means that there is a legitimate legal regime of the martial law which specifies a duty for these people, and if they don't perform this duty, if they don't abide by this order under martial law, these people can be detained by law enforcement representatives and brought to respective military commissariats, and they can either suffer an administrative penalty or even criminal responsibility for trying to evade military duty. What can each of us do, especially realtors, real estate agents, or neighbors, if you see that healthy men have arrived to Lviv region together with their families, they have arrived from other regions, please ask them to perform their constitutional duty and sign up at the military commissariat according to the law on military duty. If the people fail to do that, of course, don't spam our law enforcement line, but if you see that these people don't follow the legal norms that have to do with martial law, I recommend that after asking them to do that, call the police, call 102. According to clause 3 of Article 38, help those people find the address of respective military commissariats so that they can get signed up. And if the military command makes the decision that these people should be involved in the defense to different capacities, they people will have to defend our country. So how lawful is this decision of our military administration? We have comments coming from people who say that this is an unlawful limitation of constitutional rights. People say that there is nothing about bringing people to military commissariats mentioned in those orders. Listen, there are several components to this issue. If a person who is supposed to undergo their military duty moves from one region to another, they change their place of residence, they need to cancel their registration at the previous place of residence and register at the new place of residence. On the other hand, we have the order of the military administration, which is binding during martial law. It applies to people who are supposed to show up at territorial authorities. Plus, we have the order of the President of Ukraine about the announcement of martial law. And we also have the law of Ukraine on the general military duty and military service, which tells us that this is your duty, it's not your right. You have come to another city, but you still need to sign up. As far as the order of the military administration is concerned, it's legitimate, it's lawful, and if people don't like it, if they don't like the decisions made by military administrations, let them justify them at military commissariats. This is the right thing to do, and under martial law, such things should not be disputed, such decisions should not be disputed. The decisions of the military administration are obligatory. If we look at the issue of payments, in particular pensions, social benefits, as well as employment payments, employment service payments, we have information that unemployment benefits have been paid as of middle February. We will be having some delays as far as pensions and social benefits are concerned. They will start on March the 3rd and March the 7th. That's if we speak about the payments you get at the Укрпошта postal service or those that are credited to your credit card. So you shouldn't worry that under martial law, under this fear, under this situation happening in Ukraine, you will be stripped of the money. The government and the state are doing their best so that people get the guaranteed payments they are entitled to under the law. And they also make sure that people have money to buy food or other necessary things. Do we have any social payments that people get in cash and not credited to their credit cards? So we discussed that yesterday. The government has adopted the decree on such payments in cash. So as of today, there shouldn't be any issues with Укрпошта paying pensioners or other vulnerable groups in cash. When we speak about transfers, it will happen automatically, and the state will of course perform its duty before the citizens. You shouldn't be worried about that. These things happen, but with some minor delays. Another interesting thing which happened yesterday, the European Court of Human Rights yesterday made the decision under Article 39 of its regulation, which has to do with the prohibition and requirement for the Russian Federation to stop the bombardment and stop the attacks on civilian objects, civilian facilities. What does it mean? It means that the Russian Federation is party to the Convention to the protection of human rights, and the jurisdiction of the European Court of Human Rights applies to Russia as well. So the European Court of Human Rights has made the decision which is binding for Russia. Of course, Russia did not respond to this decision, but it's a normal and quite key legislative fact, which again proves that Russia has not complied with the decision made by an international institution and which was binding for it. We have very many lawyers asking us about ways they can help in defending our country. Just some clarification, if I may. So if we speak about the European Court of Human Rights, so can each individual collect information about their rights being violated so that individual litigations are launched? Yes, every individual has this right, but in Ukraine, we've had this Center for Political and Legal Reforms. It was created some 20-30 years ago, and this center urges all lawyers and all attorneys. Ivan Lishchina, a professional attorney, will be leading this procedure, collecting and reporting the facts of occupation and illegal invasion of Russian Federation on the territory of Ukraine. And in this legal battalion and also on Ivan Lishchina's page, you can clearly see what is required of people, what is required of lawyers and attorneys who cannot stand on the sidelines. So this is your way to help. Record, film, take pictures, indicate the circumstances that have to do with the occupation. And of course, after the swift end to this atrocious war, we will use these materials to file numerous petitions and applications from individuals. Show my screen, please, because we've been mentioning Ivan Lishchina for 2 days already. So this is how his page looks like. I'm just asking you, don't try to add him as a friend. You just go to his page and you can see the text of the decision made by the European Court of Human Rights. So that is everything that Yaroslav has just mentioned. We will not be reading this out. We will not be retelling this information. It's easy for you to go to the page and you can find the information that will help you join in with the help. So everybody can contribute in their own way. So if we speak about soldiers, we thank them for defending our country. The journalists should do their job. If you're baking bread, you need to continue baking bread. And if you are a lawyer or attorney, this is your way to contribute. And if you want to take up the arms, then you join the voluntary formations of territorial defense, or you simply join the forces of the territorial defense. There's the other option to go to the military commissariat so that the military command makes the decision on the form of your involvement in the defense of our country. Because under martial law, it's not allowed to perform any voluntary or arbitrary action. This is martial law, and we have the law. And it's extremely important that the block posts where our guys are guarding, I do believe they want the best for the country, but everything that you are doing should comply with the martial law regime, with the orders issued by the military administration, because it is the military administration which has the exhaustive list of mandates that have to do with the defense of the city, village, or the region. Nobody else can assume these responsibilities because this will contradict our constitution and the law of Ukraine. So today we mentioned Lutsk mayor who decided to inform people instead of the military administration. Is there any way to complain about this? Of course. Currently the prosecutor's offices are working, the security service is working, and depending on the qualification of the actions, such facts should be responded to. This is his voluntary action, unrest or creation of some formations that are not foreseen by the law or assuming the responsibilities of other authorities will be punished as a criminal offense. Right now we are fighting for the territorial integrity and independence of Ukraine, and our constitution claims that we are a social and legal state, and this is a state where everybody follows and respects the law. Today we will be talking about those imprisoned who were allowed to join in the armed forces. How many people will join the defense? There won't be too many. Each correctional facility looked at each specific case, and selectively they had a look at those people who already have some experience of performing military duties, already have some military experience, and also who had good behavior while staying at a respective correctional facility or prison, and also people who are quite patriotic. So then a decision can be made with respect to such people. The Prosecutor General is informed. The penitentiary service allows such things as an exception. And these people can help and defend our country. For example, even the author of the song Putin la 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 la, Putin the dickhead, you know that this man is currently staying at one of the penitentiary facilities. So why shouldn't we let him go and join the defense of the country? And the Prosecutor General's office and the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, they are saying that the task of the penitentiary system is not to punish, it's to correct the behavior of the people. And in such a way, the state gives some individuals who have committed minor crimes or minor offenses that don't have to do. So let me clarify. So if it's a former military man, participant of the anti-terrorist operation, who has committed a minor crime, who is patriotic and who's received a good reference from the administration, yes, that's when a decision can be made with respect to people like that, and they will be allowed to perform their constitutional duty of defending our independence and territorial integrity. Another clarification, we have this legal battalion, a group of legal experts, the Center of Political and Legal Reforms. So should we write to them and ask them about the needs? So do we still have this free of charge legal support for the citizens? Yes, this legal support is guaranteed by our country and it's working. So what are the issues you can approach them with currently? So, for instance, if your house has been destroyed and you were evacuated from the area of fighting, you can ask them about pensions, social benefits. The courts are again working practically in their regular regime. They are looking at cases that are quite expedient, so we cannot narrow down the legal services that are being provided. So I'm just showing you the page of the Center for Political and Legal Reforms. So we will try and contact Igor Kolyushko, who is in charge of the center. And just to summarize, what I wanted to tell you, what do we have to do today? First of all, don't panic. Number two, follow the martial law regime. Follow the instructions of military men, policemen, and military administrations. You cannot now express your opinion whether you agree or not with the decisions that they are making. People, this is martial law, and it's our duty to do what they are telling us. And if you fail to obey, there will be a responsibility, including criminal. And what I recommend to the men, join the territorial defense forces or territorial voluntary formations. We talked about that yesterday, and you can find our video on YouTube. There is the procedure explained there. And I'm also asking all the other people, please stay calm if you can, help the Ukrainian army. And I also want to thank on my behalf, because my mother called me today. She asked me to thank all our soldiers and even those boys who are now guarding the block posts. She thanks everyone who believes in the victory of Ukraine. Mother, father, everything will be fine. My daughter, everything will be okay. We need to stay on for a little bit. We need to fight a little bit more, and Ukraine will be free and independent, strong, powerful. I'm sure about it. We have, and the Перший Західний TV channel is your informational defense. Thank you very much. So I'm just having this conversation with one of our viewers in the chat, and they are saying that people are now ready to pay to join the territorial defense because there is a huge line. And people used to want to go to the United States, and now the United States invites us, but we don't want to go. Poland invites us, many other countries do. Thank you, Ярослав Жукровський, lawyer and our colleague, presenter at Перший Західний TV channel, where you can watch his project, Legal Consultations. And let's hope you'll be back on air with your program after the war is over. The radio project on Radio 1 will be restored, called Legal Nuances, and we're doing that for you to know more how to protect your rights. And we are moving on to the statement of the advisor of Mr. Arestovich on the situation on the front lines, and also Mr. Denisenko, who is the advisor of the Minister of Internal Affairs of Ukraine.
Dear friends, we have our usual morning briefing. Northeast of Kyiv, the adversary is concentrating his troops and efforts to try to approach Kyiv, but he's failing due to the coordinated and effective repulse of the armed forces. We repelled the tank operation by air, and they are now recovering, not making any movements. On Chernihiv, we stopped the advance of the adversary, and our partisans in the military are fighting with them. They started a real hunt for the convoys, and we encourage everyone to follow suit. Kharkiv is heavily shelled with the multiple missile rocket systems and aviation, because the objective is to crush the Kharkiv psychologically and wage terror, but the armed forces and territorial defense are effectively repelling the attacks. It's the Stalingrad for the 21st century, and the enemy is sustaining colossal losses. A few planes have been shot down in the unified joint operation area. Most units are holding out, and one of the brigades has even made advances in Hordyivka area, and they are digging in and may continue their advance. And this is welcome news, because on the 7th day of war, for the first time, our units are beginning to advance, and we'll have many more advances, and we'll have many more counter-strikes, and soon we'll be liberating our lands and not just defending it. As for Mariupol, the situation there is calm for now, but there may be more attempts to attack the suburbs, but our armed forces and other defense forces have the situation under control, and they will fight fiercely. In Kherson, the street fighting is on, despite the information war waged by the enemy saying that the Kherson has fallen. This is not true. Our armed forces and territorial defense forces are holding out in the city and around, but in Bashtanovka, a convoy was destroyed from air. A lot of equipment and troops and material were destroyed. Now, according to the information from the Mykolaiv state administration, we have the airborne troops that have landed, and they're now being destroyed. As for the questions, which is a major concern to everyone, what's going on in Zaporizhzhia power station, the enemy was stopped at the entry to the city. They were told of the threat that the nuclear power station could pose if the fighting begins in the city. And this is the signal that we need to get across to our foreign partners. The government of the country will inform the relevant parties about the danger of waging fighting or being in the proximity of the nuclear power facility. And we see certain psychological turnover on the battlefield. You must have been following and seeing that the adversary is abandoning the equipment and machinery is retreating for the Russian-Belarusian border, is seeking shelter. But we know that morale is low in the Russian command, and there are some other troops that have not yet encountered the encounter with our forces, but they soon will. According to official information, the Russians are sending even the cadets to fight. We find the information from Puhov Cadet School, and the second-year students are now sent to front, which means that the mighty Russian army is defeated by the Ukrainian army and the Ukrainian people. And this is a catastrophe because the cadets are usually the very last resort. The same could be said of the attempt to bring in the Belarusian army, but we have not yet received the confirmation of their involvement. Some information is still being verified, but the information is not enough to confirm that the Belarusian troops are fighting in Ukraine. Our aviation and artillery are working very effectively. They performed effectively in Kyiv, Mykolaiv, in Kharkiv. They engaged in counter-attack and destroyed the 200th Brigade, one of the elite forces of the Russian Federation. So we are winning, and when we will on the battlefront, it's indicative of our professionalism and high morale, and this Cossack drive that the Russians have been too reckless to wake up. The enemy will be defeated, the victory will be ours. And I would like to say about the rockets, they've run out, they seem to have run out of missiles these days, and they're now striking by Iskander missiles, and these Iskander missiles have their pros and cons, and there are more cons, as they have the high deviation, which poses a danger to civilian objects, but this also prevents our objects from severe damage. They usually strike us at night because they're afraid of the Ukrainian air defense, and they use Iskander against Kyiv, Zhytomyr, and Kharkiv. The impact of the shelling is now being investigated, but we know that they were involved in the shelling of the Kyiv TV tower, and once the missile struck a Jewish cemetery in Bavi Yar Memorial, recalling the outrage of the world community. We could say that this was a grave mistake by the Russian Federation in this war. I'm certain that Russia should stop and think and stop this reckless adventure, because otherwise the response of the world community will be even harsher for the Russians with every coming day. And we are saying goodbye till we meet again for the next briefing. And the worse things are, the more we need each other's support, and we know more we need to smile and believe in our victory.
Прес-центр Міністерства внутрішніх справ продовжує свою
Press
роботу.
Center
І
for the
зараз
Ministry of
я
Interior
хотів би
is
прочитати
on
оголошення
air. I'd like
для
to
тих,
read out the
хто збирається
announcement
зараз
for
виїжджати
those
за
who
кордон,
are now
і для тих,
attempting
у кого
to
дія
flee
паспортів скоро
and
закінчується.
whose passports
Отже,
might expire
з 1
soon.
березня
So for the 1st of
2022
March
року строк дії
2022,
паспортів громадян України для виїзду за кордон може продовжуватись на 5
of the
років.
passport can be
Відповідну постанову
extended
прийнято Кабінетом
for
міністрів
another
України
5 years. This is
у
a
зв'язку з
resolution made
військовою
by the
агресією
Cabinet
Російської
of
Федерації
Ministers of Ukraine
та
due
введенням
to the
воєнного
aggression
стану.
of the Russian
Продовження строку дії
Federation
паспортів,
and
вклеювання фотокарток
imposition of
до
the
паспортів
Marshall's
батьків
Law.
або законних представників здійснюють територіальні органи,
The
територіальні підрозділи Державної
units
міграційної
of the State
служби,
Migration
а також
Service
посольства та
will
консульські установи України.
document the children in their parents'
Але ми
passport
повинні сказати про те,
as
що
well as
ворог підлий.
diplomatic facilities, but the
В принципі, в
adversary
зв'язку з
is
цим
treacherous. And
і
in this
ворог
regard,
націлений, в тому числі і на заволодіння
he
конфіденційної
is
інформації
trying
про
to
громадян
obtain
України. Ми
confidential
свідомо
information about
прибрали
the Ukrainian
адреси розташування
citizens.
наших
We
територіальних
removed
підрозділів. Це
intentional
вимушений захід в
relocation of our
інтересах національної
territorial
безпеки. Але я думаю, що
units
кожен
in the
так чи
interest
інакше
of
знав,
national
де
security,
знаходиться
but we all
відділ, де
know
видавалися
the
закордонні
units where
паспорти.
foreign
Тому, шановні
passports
українці,
used to
якщо
be
вам потрібно
issued.
вивезти
So,
дитину,
dear
якщо вам
Ukrainians,
потрібно
if you
вивезти
need
ваші сім'ї,
to document
і у вас закінчиться дія
yourselves
паспортів,
or your children in order to
звертайтеся
flee
до
Ukraine and your
територіальних
passports have
відділень
expired, please
Державної
go to
міграційної
the
служби.
local
Вам автоматично
migration
продовжать
service
ці
outlets and your
паспорти.
passports
Просто
will
треба
be
туди
extended
з'явитися і треба
automatically. All you
туди
need to do
звернутися.
is show up and ask for it.
Повертаємося у прямий ефір, розказуємо, що у нас відбувається. Ми сьогодні, Ірина, вам повідомляли, що 15 тисяч людей в Києві перебувають, ховаються у метро. Це шалена цифра. І паралельно з цим повідомили, що у столичному метро поліція виявила 5 диверсантів. Один з них заховав набої іграшку. І як підступно поводяться, заходять прямо там, де є люди. Ми тепер розуміємо, що поліція
We know
це
that
все
they're
має
hiding out in
прочісувати,
the shelters
має
where
вивчати
people
для того,
are
щоб
going
максимально
out,
убезпечити.
and the
Тому,
police have to
коли
be
ви кудись
on
заходите,
alert to
обов'язково
make sure the
дивіться,
people are safe.
як ці люди
So
поїжджають. Навіть коли
please
ви в такому
be
великому
watchful,
натовпі,
even
теж
in a
звертайте увагу на
crowd.
незнайомих людей,
Please
як вони
notice
одягнені, як
strangers,
вони
the way they're
поводяться,
dressed,
що
what
вони
they do,
роблять. Вони будуть точно
what
виглядати як мирні
they
мешканці з одного боку, але
are
будуть
looking
перед
at.
собою
They might
знаками,
seem
будуть спілкуватися досить сильно
usual
вивчати
people,
оточення.
but
Тобто, коли ви
they'll
сховали
be
бункер, ви не
alert
вивчаєте
and watchful.
зв'язки, кабеля, де що як
And
знаходиться, тому обов'язково
it's not
будьте
usual for
дуже,
us
дуже
to
пильні.
make reconnaissance, so be watchful for that.
Військових Російської
Some
Федерації в Україні. Нагадаємо, що Міністерство оборони
cities
Російської
in
Федерації
Russia
в
are
принципі
beginning
факт правди
to
визнає,
recognize
факт
the
загибелі
fact
їхніх
of the
військових, але
disease
не
of their
вказує можливі
military,
деталі.
but
Тобто
as
ця
well
інформація
as
залишається такою
Russia
завуальованою,
officially
а тим
is
часом
admitting
влада
some
Ханти-Мансійського
losses,
автономного
but
округу
the
Мордовії,
government of
Челябінської,
Ханти-Мансійськ,
Брянської і Волгоградської
Челябинsk,
областей
Volgograd and
повідомила
Bryansk
у своїх
have
мережах про загибель конкретних
made
людей. Вони вказали,
updates
хто загинув,
about their
імена,
losses,
прізвища, а також
stating the names,
роки народжень
dates of
військових.
birth of
В
the
адміністрації
servicemen.
Волгоградської
The
області,
Volgograd
наприклад, повідомили
administration
про
has
мешканців регіону,
reported
цитую, загиблих
the
при виконанні
information
військового
about
обов'язку
the
під
local
час
residents who
спеціальної
died
операції.
during the so-called special
Зрозуміло, що
operation.
так, вже дані про
So the
військових
data
російських, які
about
тут
the
гинуть,
military
просочуються на
losses
територію
are
Росії.
now
І
seeping into the
нагадаємо,
Russian
що наші
Federation,
військові,
and
наші Збройні
our
Сили України
armed
повідомляють
forces
про
and our
те, що
troops are
станом на
reporting
сьогодні
that
загинуло
as of
близько
today, Russia has
5800
lost
росіян. І розуміємо, що ця
5,800
цифра ще не
Russian
має конкретики, бо
soldiers,
значно їх більше.
and this is an approximate number. Many may have died together with their vehicles, and we were just saying off air that they brought in a crematorium. They're in fact burning their troops who will then be reported missing. So some will think that people have deserted or some are missing, but we know for sure that these are the Russian military who have died here, but they are trying to hide the information. They sustain the losses, which are roughly the same as the Russia has lost in the First and Second Chechen War, but the Chechen wars lasted years, whilst we are only into the 7 days of fighting. Those of you following the Ukrainian Parliament's website, you should go to the authentic Telegram channel of the Ukrainian Parliament, we are seeing that there is a cloned page, a fake page, perhaps to upload the information about the alleged capitulation of Ukraine. We have already heard that the Russians are positioning to launch a fake operation that allegedly the Ukrainian government has capitulated for this information to spread across Ukraine, and for that purpose they might have prepared a page that is made to appear as the page of the Ukrainian Verkhovna Rada. Meanwhile, we have some good news to share with you, and the IT experts are helping there, as well as the diplomatic front, and the people who protested and rallies across the planet. So our colleague, Olga Hrycek, has handpicked companies that have already stricken against Russia, but let me just name a few. Apple Pay, full ban. Apple withdrawal from the market. Adidas refused to work with the football team. Audi is leaving the market. Amazon, entire block for the retail that will be still to come. BBC is withdrawing the broadcasting license. BMW is shutting down the manufacturing facility and blocking supply. Bolt has given €5 million assistance to Ukraine and is blocking Russia. Boeing is leaving. Chevrolet is leaving the market. Many other companies. Coca-Cola is withdrawing from the Russian market as well. They can drink tap water from now on. Disney has cancelled all the movies that were about to be manufactured. Dropbox is leaving. Eurovision is disqualifying the Russian as well as most soldiers, cultural celebrities will need to go to Ural to perform. Formula One is cancelling the tournament in Sochi. Ford has shut down the show. FIFA has disqualified the team and banning all international matches in Russia. Google Pay partially blocked payments. Google paid $15 million for the humanitarian assistance in Ukraine. Google Maps is blocking information for the Russian. Harley Davidson has seized supplies. Instagram is blocking propaganda. Jaguar is leaving the market. Just the local Russian cars are staying. Mercedes has left the country. Mitsubishi have withdrawn 141 service centers. Nike has shut all the shops. Nestle is shutting down 6 manufacturing facilities in Russia. PayPal is blocking the withdrawal from the accounts. Renault has left the market, as well as Porsche, Scania to follow. Shell has severed the contract with Gazprom. Sony is blocking the cinema showing, and Volvo, Zoom is withdrawing software development licenses, and Volkswagen is leaving the market, and Mehoko is deleting all the Russian movies, so let them watch the movies about Stepan Bandera, Marshevich, and other heroes of the Ukrainian history. Babel is saying that in Luhansk, a local mayor, Volodymyr Struk, was detained, who used to cooperate with the local fighters. The information is not available, but we hope that the head of the Mykolaiv administration is informing us about the Mykolaiv. People can move around the city, can leave the basements. The shelling has abated. The machinery is moving towards Voznesensk. The 18th Brigade has protected the the city from Kalinivka approach, and 87 has made the enemy retreat towards Bashtanka. The territorial defense held out in the village of Kalinivka and stopped the machinery and arrested 4 Russians. Some Russians wanted Russians are encouraged to lay down their weapons, surrender, and give up their equipment and machinery. So we have information from the Ministry of Defense, and their losses as of the night of the 2nd of March, which are approximately estimated at 5,840 individuals. The numbers haven't grown significantly compared to yesterday because the Russians are evading direct combat with the armed forces or territorial defense, but instead are hitting the civilians. Tanks have been destroyed, armored vehicles, 85 artillery systems, 9 air defense systems have been destroyed, the multiple rocket launchers 40, Sea Star 60 have been lost, the 3 unmanned aerial vehicles, 3 speedboats, and more vehicles. Our military forces are thanking you for being so proactive. You can see the tanks identified and destroyed owing to the people's involvement. People reported their movements in the chatbot created by the cyber police, and the armed forces have been pitched for the ready attack and destroy the enemy. Today we talked about Horlika, and we didn't want to make any predictions, but the advisor Arestovich to the president reported that one brigade is digging in close to Horlivka, which has been occupied since 2014, is preparing an advance on this city. So we still not reported that they have advanced on the city or repelled it from the terrorists and from the Russian troops. To follow up on the topic of military equipment, we have a brilliant video of our military dancing, the traditional Ukrainian dance of Hopak, and let us watch this. Just look what they're dancing with. We are continuing to update you on the situation in the country. We'd like to see more of such videos. We see that our military are well equipped, and we are sure to hit the enemy with all the might. We now hear that 30 civilians have died, and they are now being identified. We are also urging the civilians not to leave the shelter if the fighting is on, or if you can see the Russian machinery on the street, because the enemy is striking civilians first and foremost in order to intimidate us. The German Chancellor Olaf Scholz is saying that we're not going to intervene militarily wise, so NATO is not going to intervene. It would be wrong, as Scholz was saying on Wednesday during his first visit to Israel. We are offering support financially and humanitarian aid-wise, and sanctions are already working effectively, and this is the right decision, I feel he was saying. We are also intent on the peaceful negotiations between Ukraine and Russia to continue. Scholz is cited, and diplomacy is given yet another chance, and he is also calling on Russia to immediately seize all the fire attacks against civilian infrastructure and civilians. Let us add that the former president of Lithuania, Dalia Grybauskis, called on the North Atlantic Alliance to join the war for Ukraine. We have a good video of our journalist who asked the Prime Minister of the UK with a question, and let us hear her question, and let's hear the response of the Prime Minister of the Great Britain.
A woman from my team is now in Bila Tserkva.
A woman from my team is now in Bila Tserkva. She's there with 2 kids, and Russian military are there, and she's so much afraid that she'll be shot.
Kharkiv, the city
where I was studying, was bombed today, the downtown square. And you are talking about the stoicism of the Ukrainian people, but Ukrainian women and children are in deep fear because of the bombs and missiles which are falling from the sky. And the Ukrainian people are desperately asking the West to protect our skies. We are asking for the no-fly zone. We are hearing the response that it will trigger the World War III. But what is the alternative, Mr. Prime Minister, to see our children
planes are protecting NATO from the missiles and
NATO
bombs?
as a
What's the
shield
alternative for the no-fly
against the
zone?
bombs? What's the alternative to no-fly zone? We have the planes here, we have the air defense system in Poland and Romania. NATO has the air defense. The air defense at least could shield the western part of Ukraine so that the children and women could approach the border. It's impossible now to cross the border. There are 30-kilometer lines. Imagine crossing the border with a baby or with 2 kids.
I'm so glad
that Samantha Power is coming here to the border from the Polish side. Let her come to the border from the Ukrainian side and see for herself. Britain guaranteed our security under the Budapest Memorandum.
And you are not coming to
Poland. You're not going to Kyiv, Prime Minister. You're not going to Lviv.
Because you are afraid.
Because NATO isn't willing to defend. Because NATO is afraid of the World War III, but it has already begun. And the Ukrainian children are taking the blow. You are saying there'll be more sanctions, but Roman Abramovich hasn't come under sanctions yet. He's in London. His children are not in the shelter. His children are there in London.
Putin's children are
in the Netherlands,
in
Germany,
in mansions.
Where are all these mansions? Why haven't the mansions been seized? I can't see that happening. I see my family members, the members of my team are saying that we are crying, we have nowhere to run. What's going on, Prime Minister?
Thank you.
It was a very emotional speech of the Ukrainian journalist to the Prime Minister of the UK, asking how long will Europe just watch what's going on. She told about her colleague who has 2 kids. She was very emotional, telling about bombing and shelling in Ukraine, saying that you're not trying to put yourself into the shoes of my people, of the women who are trying to escape from bombs. And we see that Prime Minister Johnson listened to her, but there was no response. But we actually hope that the global community will react to that and will take into account these words. Volodymyr Zelensky appointed a special representative to cooperate with volunteers, and this will be Andriy Lyachovich, who is the Joint Forces Operation veteran. Anyone who would like to defend our city from the aggressor can volunteer. For that purpose, you can go to the district administration where you live, take your passport and your tax identification code. Now we already have 6 registration points instead of 1 that was in Stusa Street. So you take your passport and you take your tax ID number and you go to the district administration to register as a member of the territorial defense.
And we have the messages from Ivano-Frankivsk Lyceum, named after Klim Cheremov. This information may be interesting for children of school age. They have a special online platform to teach children. You can join, and this lyceum claims that this platform or this software will let children listen to various subjects, speaking club, and also participate in various interactive, informal subjects and activities, and they also plan to engage psychologists. Everything is taking place live with real teachers. This lyceum, this is physics and mathematics lyceum. The platform is for children of various ages, and they say that anyone interested can participate in these classes by simply joining according to the schedule which is published on the Telegram channel of the Lyceum. You register on Google Forms, and then you will have you are joined to the Telegram chat, and in this chat you can find daily schedule of classes. If you're interested, you can Google Klim Cheremov's Lyceum interactive classes in Ivano-Frankivsk region, and you can find information about them. And I would like to remind you that today we had Lech Paska, the representative of the Department of Education in Lviv region, and he claimed that the Lviv region is also trying to create a platform, a study platform for children of various ages, and teachers are trying to cooperate with their colleagues from other regions. It is planned that children will have their spring holidays during these 2 weeks, which is following the decree of the Ministry of Education, and after that they will be able to keep learning following their regular schedule. You know, we had no information about the fact that in Lviv there are some grenades. Well, and we haven't heard information like that, neither from law enforcers nor from anyone else, and when we have a break we'll try to specify this information. No one is trying to blow you up, so don't post it, because there is a lot of information like that in various groups. This is false information. There's a lot of information about toys. Yes, there are certain grounds for this information, because when Russians invaded the eastern regions, there was information like that, and we showed you what these mines look like. They're of various colors, and they are small, and when you touch them, you can can rip off your hands or your legs or something like that. It was used to make people afraid and to make them go to the streets and to sign any documents they are offered. So the occupiers were preparing these toys for children, or they used tablets or smartphones for these purposes, but there was no information like that about Lviv region. We haven't had anything like that in Lviv region. Yes, we also have some information about the negotiations between the Russian and Ukrainian delegations. As you know, the second round of negotiations should have taken place today, but as we've informed you earlier, it was postponed. The Ukrainian side is working on reinforcing the diplomatic backbone, and Minister Kuleba is working on that, so let's watch. Today we'll have a very important day on the diplomatic front. The UN General Assembly will adopt the resolution on the aggression against Ukraine. There are many important things there, but there are three most important ones. The first one is that they will recognize the fact that Russia has invaded Ukraine. The second one is demand for Russia to stop the attacks. And the third is the demand for Russia to withdraw its troops from the internationally recognized borders of Ukraine, including Crimea and Donbass. I can tell you that this resolution will be much better than anything we've ever had before. And of course, the Russians will start telling you that this is a political resolution and it's not doing anything in fact. But you know, paper can withstand anything, and we'll use these documents and the wordings of the resolution of the General Assembly, UN General Assembly will be used in courts when we go to trial against these barbarians. Secondly, we are working on a very important initiative which is aimed at bringing to responsibility for this aggression. It's very difficult, but it's not the first difficult thing we will be working with, so we'll definitely manage this one too. Third, the sanctions. The sanctions continue, and they're closing up on Russia more and more. But there are two problems which we keep working on. First of all, the sanctions have to remain systematic. We can't stop in their introduction. So we've discussed it with the European Union, and they are preparing the fourth package of sanctions. And the second thing is the depth of these sanctions. Of course, we have some obvious things like disconnection from SWIFT, freezing the assets, and so on. But there are so many other areas where the sanctions are not on the surface, but they have to be applied. We analyzed yesterday. We were digging very deep. And starting from today, we will work with our partners to make sure that the sanctions they apply penetrate to the heart of the Russian economy and the heart of Putin's regime. Russia is already feeling the impact of these sanctions, but it's not enough. Russia is trying to find some roundabout ways, and they have already found 3 countries which they are making pressure on and working actively with in order to develop alternative business models and alternative financial settlement systems. So we know these countries, and we know that they're trying to earn from Ukraine's blood, and we'll be working with them, and it will be not only us who's going to work with them, so that they do not participate in this thing too much. Then the next one, weapons. Weapon is underway. We'll have a lot of weapons, and we'll have enough. There are some problematic matters which we have to tackle, but I'm sure we'll manage. And the problems are connected with the fact that some things are not immediately available, or some things are, well, too big and too complicated, so it's necessary to adopt additional decisions to transfer them to our warriors. But everything our warriors and our defenders need, Ukrainian diplomacy will get it. We'll do everything we can, and we'll support our soldiers who are fighting at the front lines. You know that we'll win. You should never doubt that we will win. It will be difficult. We will lose many beautiful buildings, our new roads will be destroyed, but we will build everything again, and we'll have a stronger and better and more beautiful state, and our partners will help us. Everything will be fine. And we're coming back to the studio of the First Western channel, and we keep discussing everything that is most important at the moment. In continuation of the message of Dmytro Kuleba, we have some information about the new sanctions against Belarus, which is actually helping Russia
fight against Ukraine. This was informed by a French source. The sanctions will impact several sections of the economy, including wood processing and steel industry, and also potassium industry. And the aim of the new sanctions against Minsk is to stop the export of those goods to the European Union, which have not been banned by the sanctions which were introduced back in 2020, well, when they claimed that Lukashenko is a self-proclaimed leader of the Belarusian state. We know that we are expecting the results of the negotiations between Ukraine and Russia, and most probably they will not bring any tangible results, and we'll be discussing this again and again, and I think that we'll invite some international policy experts, like, for example, Dmytro Sherenkhovsky, who is one of the best experts in this area, to discuss what we could count on. Well, I think we'll have a lot to talk about because we have now a tweet from Mikhailo Podolyak, who is the advisor to the president of Ukraine. On the 4th of March, both chambers of the Russian Parliament will have an extraordinary meeting, and they will discuss the possibility of preventive introduction of the state of war in the Russian Federation. Well, great. Now they will feel that the war is now not somewhere far away, but next to their homes, and the state of war is also felt by the pets, and we would like to show you how pets are serving during the Russian invasion, and we have a short video about the dogs who are fighting well, for the territory and the dignity of the Ukrainian state. Well, it's all for you. Well, together with Rex, we will tear you into pieces. Russian ship, go fuck yourself. Well, we did not expect to have this kind of ending of this video. Well, the national police says that there was a fighting in Bashtanka. The checkpoint was destroyed, no one survived, and only a small, except a small dog who was afraid but did not go away. So this dog will now serve in the police. So it was taken to the precinct, and they're thinking of how to name the dog. So we will not band despite all the challenges. We have big hearts. Everything will be Ukraine. If you have any ideas how to call the dog, write your suggestions to the official page of the National Police of Ukraine. And meanwhile, while you're thinking about how to call the dog, we'll make a short break and think about it too. And after that, we'll have some guests, in particular the representatives of the Lviv Regional Military Administration, and we'll have a guest with whom we'll discuss the matter of Crimea, because, well, it's time for them to come back home. Well, if we want to get everything back, that means we want to get everything back. So we'll have a break, and meanwhile we offer you a collection of music tracks compiled by based on the suggestions of those people who watch our channel. We've come to liberate you. We've come to liberate you. How to join territorial defense.
Повертаємося у прямий ефір, говоримо про те, що відбувається в Україні, на фронті та в Європі, як наші партнери, друзі та не дуже реагують на російську агресію. Є реакція від Мальти, вона зупинила схему так званих золотих паспортів для росіян та Білорусі. Отак от потрошки ми їх оточуємо. Також відбулася розмова президента Казахстану та Путіна. Про це повідомив сайт президента Казахстану. Глава держави Казахстану обговорив актуальні питання, що стосуються економічного становища.
Relevant questions about the economic status of the country, etc. But Касим Жомарт Токаєв, when he mentioned Ukraine, he expressed his concern that the diplomatic negotiations continue. The Kazakhstan did not support Russia, even though quite recently Putin provided support to Tokayev in the conflict ongoing between different branches of government in Kazakhstan, and basically put Tokayev in the position of the leader of Kazakhstan, removing Nazarbayev. We told you this morning that the convoy was destroyed by 93rd Mechanized Brigade Holodny Yar. They promised to upload the photographs. You can see them right now. These are the Grad systems, the tanks, more armored personnel carriers. The Grad are even fully loaded. They haven't made a single shot. So the information we have about the abandoned machinery and destroyed equipment is presented to you. We are waiting for more information to be uploaded. We usually do such updates in the evening from 6 to 7. I like to check the information from Zaluzhny, our chief commander, and we saw the destruction of a convoy in Sumy region. He usually uploads a few videos, but you can find dozens more in the networks. You can enjoy seeing Ukrainians destroying the enemy convoys. Recently we told you that the state administration is looking for people who know how to install boards, and more billboards are wanted. And now we found the billboards, and we found the people who know how to operate them. So in the Oblast State Administration, in the profile we can see that Lviv has launched a massive information campaign with a very clear message. They told the direction for the Russian occupiers to go to. So I believe in the armed forces and the legendary phrase with Russian warship. We have an appeal from Maxim Kozitsky, who is the head of the military administration. He made an appeal to Kyiv, Sumy, Mykolaiv, Donbass on behalf of the Lviv region, saying that in his action and in his thoughts, he is with the regions. And let's watch his address directly.
Київщина, Харківщина, Херсонщина, Миколаївщина, Донбас, Суми, Львівщина з вами. Хлопці, тримайтесь. Ми переможемо. Слава Україні!
Ну і, друзі, багато людей у нас запитують, ми самі маємо багато дзвінків, повідомлень про те, що і волонтери шукають можливості гуманітарних штабів, де залишити речі, які прибули з-за кордону. І водночас волонтери шукають, де взяти ті чи інші речі. Тому нагадаємо вам, що є один єдиний загальний координаційний центр, який координує військова адміністрація. Шукайте на сторінках Львівської обласної державної адміністрації у Фейсбуку координати, пошукайте вниз, подивіться, там була інформація, зараз точно не скажемо їхні телефони. Подивіться, знайдете, нагадаємо тільки, що гуманітарний центр розміщений на Копертника 17, найголовніше. Скажімо, наприклад, театр Заньковецької пропонував вчора, що він може запропонувати свої приміщення для складів із гуманітарною допомогою, бачили ми його
We've seen the stage which has now been converted into the warehouse for volunteer and humanitarian assistance, and the director offered all support. Moreover, they have a van that can be used to dispatch the humanitarian assistance from the border to Lviv, and we promised our viewers that we would give the information to those crossing the Ukrainian border. So let us prepare this information and we'll have it available for you. The information is reported by Lviv police. There might be some intermittent connection with the 109 police line, but should it fail, please go to the mobile phone number, and you can see it on the screen right now. We are also asking people to be responsible about placing their reports and only call with information that is pertinent to the law enforcement agency. So far, there have been 28,000 reports about suspicious individuals, reports, marks, etc. We've also talked to the police, and they haven't confirmed the grenades allegedly placed in Lviv. Verifications are being made as we speak, and there's more information about those who've taken loans and will not need to pay out the interest, and the information on mortgages. I'm told that a penalty will not be accrued on my mortgage if I'm not able to pay the lump sum or the interest, and I'll be able to do that after the 1st of June. So you will still have to pay up your mortgage, but they're giving you a break. And I'm getting a message from Anastasia saying that the police have not received the information about the grenade, and the information should be directly reported to police and not be used to scare people. So we don't have any information about explosive devices found in Lviv. If we have the infographic, not yet, so let's go to the emergency service. So this is the information. This is information for people crossing the border between Ukraine and Poland. This is information from the President of the Polish Republic and the government officials. They ask to register themselves at the reception right near the border crossing. Should you need a vehicle, you should write down the number plates, the address of your destination, show the please check the driver's details, and send these details to your friends and family staying in Ukraine. Share the geolocation of your phone if anything seems amiss. Please go to the if you're not sure about what you'll need to pay. Most people are offering a ride free of charge. Some are just asking to give you a tip for petrol. But if you're suspicious about the intent of the drivers, please do not get into the car. And if your gut feeling is telling you that something is amiss, trust your gut instinct. These are the rules published by the Polish party because they are concerned about the safety of our people. They want to make sure that the movements are recorded. So please register yourself so that you could be traced and found, because these are uncertain times. We have a war on, and as Volodymyr, our guest presenter, was saying, there are people and there are bad people on all sides, and you should keep yourself safe by following these precautions. We have another video from the Polish party urging us to remember that Polish families welcome Ukrainians hospitably and they're not paid for hosting Ukrainians, so Ukrainians are asked to be gracious and grateful. We know
важлива інформація від Волинської
some
військової
more
адміністрації
information from
на період
Volhynia
воєнного
of the
стану
state
реєстрації
administration for the
призначення
martial
допомоги
law.
по безробіттю буде здійснюватися
The
через
unemployment
онлайн-портал
benefit will be
«Дія». Про
paid
це
through the
інформує
online
координаційний центр
portal
Волині. Я думаю, що це
called
стосується
Dia.
не
This
тільки
information
Волинської області, це
pertains to
стосується
Volyn,
абсолютно всіх
but I
областей.
suspect
Бачите,
it
понятно
will
було, про у
be
нас є Дія, все вирішується, і армія працює.
equally
Також
effective for
ДСНС
all the
робить
other
роз'яснення
regions.
щодо
The
запровадження
state
застосунку
emergency
повітряна
service
тривога.
is also
Нагадаю,
providing
нагадаю,
us
що
a
у Львівській
briefing
області
on
є
the use
телеграм-канал
of
оповіщення ЦЗ.
application
Відповідно,
on
застосунок
air
повітряна
rates.
тривога не отримує
So this
інформацію швидше,
application
ніж
is not,
цей телеграм-канал, оскільки вона запускається окремо по області, і інформація буде черпатися звідти, але пояснимо все, як відбувається. Цей застосунок створений за підтримки Міністерства цифрової трансформації України, компанії Ajax System та ті компанії ST Falcon випустили. Так, застосунок оперативно інформуватиме про початок і закінчення тривоги, а також надсилатиме користувачам максимально гучні критичні сповіщення про повітряну, хімічну, техногенну або інші види тривог системи цивільної оборони, навіть у беззвучному або сплячому режимі смартфона. Як скористатися? Встановіть застосунок через Google Play Market або Apple Store. Надайте йому дозвіл надсилати сповіщення та важливі попередження. Виберіть область, у межах якої хочете отримувати сповіщення, відстежуйте початок та кінець повітряної тривоги. Важливо, що застосунок не потребує реєстрації, не збирає персональні дані користувачів та дані про геолокацію. Повітряна тривога вже доступна в таких областях: Вінницька, Волинська, Донецька, Закарпатська, Київська, Львівська, Полтавська, Рівненська, Харківська, Херсонська, Хмельницька, Чернівецька. Зверніть увагу, застосунок розроблено в екстрених умовах протягом одного дня, тому досі можуть виникати незначні проблеми. Команда розробників працює над покращенням, ми це можемо підтвердити, тому що один з наших глядачів сьогодні написав, що він встановив вчора, але йому не прийшло сповіщення або цьому додатку, тільки в телеграм-каналі оповіщення.
До слова, смс-ки, які вчора ви отримали, більшість з вас отримали від ДСНС, які зараз розсилають, ну тобто Київстар і Водафон віддали свої абонентські бази для того, щоб Державна служба з питань надзвичайних ситуацій розсилала оперативну інформацію. І напередодні стався збій, ДСНС розіслало смс-ки мешканцям Львівщини про зміну комендантської години. Це напередодні було, чи вже 2 дні тому, бо я заплутала. Вчора розіслали смс-ки про зміну комендантської години, і потім з'ясувалося, що це не відповідає дійсності, просто людина, яка надсилала ці смс, ви розумієте, це ставиться галочка і смс розлітається на всю Львівщину, просто переплутала область, не на ту область розіслали повідомлення, і ці повідомлення були хибного змісту. Хоча я, наприклад, є в цій розсилці від Київстару, не отримала такого смс-у, а люди нам цілий вечір писали, ну то що, змінений час чи ні, хоча ми кілька разів переконували, що не змінюється час комендантської години на Львівщині, залишається з 22-ї до 6-ї, але через велику кількість смс-ок час їхнього надходження затримувався, і, наприклад, якщо Станіслав отримав цю смс-ку там в 4-й годині, то дехто отримував вже після того, як ми цю інформацію спростували, почали отримувати 19, 18, 20, і утворився такий хаос. Тому ми прихильники того, щоб користуватися одним єдиним джерелом інформації, яке є перевірене і офіційне. У нашому випадку у Львові і на Львівщині є чудовий канал, який був створений спеціально для цього. Канал у телеграм-каналі, ви собі заходите, доєднуєтеся до телеграм-каналу, який називається «Оповіщення ЦЗ», який повідомляє оперативно, найшвидше про те, що на Львівщині оголошена повітряна тривога, і для цього треба спуститися в укриття. Можете ще на додаток просто перевірити після цього, як ви отримаєте повідомлення, повітряну тривогу, ввімкнувши телеканал «Перший західний» або радіо «Перше», на яких будуть відповідні звуки. І ти переконаєтеся, що вже із цього джерела, із цього інформація підтверджена. І не треба встановлювати 135 додатків. Якщо у вас вже є оповіщення ЦЗ, то не обов'язково спеціальний додаток
this notification, you don't need to have a special application for the air warnings. It will only eat up the space on your phone, and it will eat up your time as you'll be trying to follow all the applications. So go to the official channels and stay calm. The security service is confirming that the intended blitzkrieg was planned for Ukraine by Putin, and he provisioned his soldiers with the food stamp for 3 days. The military personnel had to surrender their phones and also received the food for 3 days' worth. The blitzkrieg has failed miserably, so the Russian troops are now trying to help themselves. There are different reports about the alleged pretext that could be used by the Belarusian troops to make an incursion into Ukraine, like the shooting of the border crossing points, etc. These are fakes. These are provocations from the invaders who will try to explain to the world that allegedly Ukraine is trying to attack Belarus. So make sure you don't spread the fake news. There's also an information that there have been some attempts to proclaim Yanukovych the president of Ukraine, and allegedly he's located in Minsk, and they're trying to play out a scenario to proclaim Yanukovych the president. We have the official response of the advisor to the president, Mikhailo Podolyak, and he's saying that any mention of the name of Yanukovych is showing us the total disregard of the real moods in Ukraine. To Yanukovych is not just a red rag to Ukrainians, but it's a red rag to the entire planet. The world knows how the Ukrainians coalesced and took to streets to stand up for their dignity, and an attempt to place Yanukovych is truly ridiculous and crazy. Podolyak says that this misunderstanding of the country by the Russians is indicative that the Russians have not done their intelligence on the country, have not read the mood of the country. We know that our people say that we can argue and fight in peacetime, but when any invader invades our land, we put our quarrels behind, and we will rally all the forces and stand shoulder to shoulder to protect our homeland till the victory. So these suicidal decisions by the Russians are indicative of their poor intelligence, and they also expected that some cities like Kharkiv will welcome them with flowers, will welcome their tanks with flowers. Instead, people barehanded stopped the tanks. And let me add, we have more information in Energodar, who came to protect the power plant. You've seen the video and footage of the barricades installed there. They used cars to block the streets, and now there are thousands of people with Ukrainian flags blocking the approach to the power station for the Russian troops. Podolyak is explaining why their scenarios are going to fail. They were told that we would just submit and comply. But the other part of the story is that Yanukovych is a political
і, безперечно, спровокує тільки ще більший опір. Ну, він має 100% рацію. Він зазначив, що такого ж ефекту викликають в українців особи хіба що Путіна, кума Путіна Віктора Медведчука та іншого проросійського політика Євгена Мураєва. За словами Подоляка, ці персони просто цілком несумісні з українським контекстом.
Це чиста правда, не знаю, на що вони надіються. У нас складається враження, що аналітичні довідки для Путіна пишуться за принципом, щоб йому сподобалося, що є насправді, бачимо те, що було недооцінено сили української армії, недооцінили, що суспільство не готове жити з Росією, а готове жити тільки з Європейським Союзом, воно розвивається і точно Янукович не потрібний, хоча раніше нам повідомляли про Царьова, що його тут зроблять, і вже й забули в Україні, що такий Царьов колись був, але про це тільки почали говорити. Також у нас зараз є брифінг, який давав міністр закордонних справ Кулеба. Пропонуємо його переглянути, щоб зрозуміти, що у нас відбувається на міжнародному рівні.
Там багато деталей. Я підозрюю, що якраз саме в цьому брифінгу йдеться про добровольців, які прибувають до нашої держави з різних країн. Буде інформація про те, що це вже добровольці з 16 країн і 19 країн надали вже Україні зброю. Давайте дивимося.
Доброго дня, шановні українські журналісти. Українська дипломатія продовжує працювати на перемогу. Дипломатичний фронт пролягає буквально усіма столицями світу. Три ключові завдання, які ми зараз вирішуємо. Перше – системне посилення оборони України. Друге – знищення російської економіки. Третє – депутінізація світу. Ми мобілізували міжнародну антивоєнну коаліцію, яка вже нараховує щонайменше 86 держав і 15 міжнародних організацій. 19 країн дають Україні зброю. Декілька з них роблять це вперше в своїй історії. 10 країн надають макрофінансову допомогу. 22 країни надають гуманітарну допомогу. З 16 країн світу до України вже їдуть добровольці, які готові пліч-о-пліч з українським народом боротися проти агресора. Їхня загальна кількість вже перевалила за 1000 людей. І заявки продовжують надходити. День за днем Росія втрачає доступ до неба, моря, торгівлі, фінансових інструментів, сучасних технологій, глобальної економіки. Ми перетворюємо шок світу в конкретні рішення, які руйнують економіку Росії. Вони руйнують наші міста, ми руйнуємо їхню економіку. Ми знаємо, що Москва в паніці почала зараз шукати обхідні шляхи, щоб врятуватися від санкційного катка. Їй вдалося знайти 3 країни в світі, які готові з цим працювати. Ми знаємо, що це за країни, і будемо разом з іншими партнерами вести з ними розмову, щоб не допустити надання ними сприяння агресору. Кілька годин тому я провів переговори зі своєю британською колегою Ліз Трас. Ми обговорили шляхи закриття будь-яких лазівок, прогалин для російської економіки під санкційним катком. Ми працюємо не лише з Великою Британією, але й з іншими партнерами, щоб не залишити Росії шляхів порятунку. Будемо в буквальному сенсі душити російську економіку. Сьогодні зусиллями президента України, всієї дипломатичної команди, Європа перетворилася, по суті, на наш тил забезпечення. Йде потік військової допомоги, аби Україна могла боротися та перемогти російських загарбників. Кілька годин тому про нове рішення оголосив прем'єр-міністр Іспанії. Велика кількість оборонної та наступальної зброї для України. Ми вже активували Європейський фонд миру, в рамках якого військова допомога від країн ЄС піде системним потоком на сотні мільйонів євро. 38 країн закрили повітряний простір для російських літаків. Російський літак тепер йде туди ж, куди вже пішов російський корабель. До речі, для кораблів теж починають закривати порти та територіальні води. Відповідні рішення вже ухвалили Канада та Велика Британія. Сьогодні ввечері Генеральна асамблея ООН ухвалить історичну резолюцію із засудженням російської агресії, вимогою до Росії негайно припинити вогонь та вивести всі свої збройні сили з території України в її міжнародно визнаних кордонах, включно з Кримом і Донбасом. Ми очікуємо рекордну підтримку світу. Фактично, це буде фіксація на найвищому світовому рівні міжнародної антивоєнної коаліції, до створення якої з самого початку війни закликав президент України Володимир Зеленський. Лише співавторами цього документу виступили 95 держав. Проголосує за цей документ ще більше країн. Насамкінець, Україна разом з партнерами веде масштабну кампанію з депутінізації світу. З росіянами розривають контракти, стало аморальним, неприйнятним співпрацювати з росіянами, з тими, хто підтримує російську агресію. Від Гергієва, якого вигнали з Мюнхенського оркестру, і до Russia Today та Спутник, які вже заборонили десятки країн світу. Але найбільші процеси зараз відбуваються в торгівлі та бізнесі. Понад 100 світових компаній-гігантів вже повністю чи частково припинили роботу в Росії або планують ухвалити таке рішення. Серед них глобальний поштовий сервіс DHL, найбільша вантажна компанія Maersk, технологічні гіганти Apple, Google, Twitter, Lenovo, Hewlett-Packard, Spotify, Dropbox, автомобілі Tesla, BMW, Mercedes, Porsche, Toyota, Ford, Chevrolet, Audi, фінансові гіганти Visa, Mastercard, PayPal, одяг Nike, Adidas та інші. Всі ці бренди на слуху, і з усіма цими брендами у росіян або з'являться дуже серйозні проблеми, або вони просто втратять до них доступ. І наближиться це, і станеться це вже найближчим часом. Таким чином, всього за тиждень нам успішно вдалося затиснути російську економіку в лещата. Вона пручається, але ми не зупиняємося. І прямо сьогодні ми говоримо, я говорив з нашими партнерами в Європейському Союзі, пізніше буду говорити зі Сполученими Штатами, про те, які ще санкції ми, українці, очікуємо, які ще санкції потрібно запровадити, щоб врятувати світ від агресивного безумства президента Путіна. Ця робота не зупиниться, не буде такого моменту, коли хтось скаже, все, ми застосували всі санкції. Будемо тиснути до тих пір, поки не переможемо, поки не припинимо війну, поки не звільнимо Україну, поки не завершимо відбудову нашої держави. МЗС України також створив спеціальний сайт для іноземців про російську агресію проти України. Він називається war.ukraine.ua, тобто війна.україна.ua. На сайті є правдиве пояснення причин агресії, жива документація війни, що розгортається на очах усього світу. Тому коли ми переможемо цей сайт,
that the world can follow. This will be an archive of the military atrocities committed by the Russian people and heroism of the Ukrainian people. Please share the website amongst your friends, among your foreign colleagues, family, acquaintances. The informational aggression waged by Russia is yet another battlefield, and everyone can help our country prevail on the informational battlefront. Today, we have seen a piece of news that I reported a few days ago, and namely that finally, after 8 years of insistence and persuasion, we have managed to persuade the world to disconnect the Russian banks from the SWIFT payment system. It has been agreed that 7 major Russian banks that are meaningful for the financial stability of Russia will be disconnected from the SWIFT system. This is going to happen very soon. Without any exaggeration, we had to fight for every single bank. SWIFT was the most difficult sanction to impose, but we broke through the psychological barrier of our partners. We broke through this shield of reluctance, and we prevailed, and we will disconnect 7 Russian banks from the SWIFT. But more banks will follow. I'd like to assure you, we are continuing this fight as well until all the Russian banks are disconnected from the SWIFT system. Otherwise, the transactions, the money that will go through the banks that are still connected to the SWIFT payment system will be spattered with the blood of the innocent Ukrainian women and children killed by the Russian aggressors. And everyone in the EU and other countries who resist and says that some banks should still be kept open, should still be connected, they should know that they will be culpable of trading on Ukrainian blood. We are grateful to our partners for their steadfast support, but there are some points that are a matter of principle. It's a matter of principle, morale, and human life. Thank you for your attention, and I'm ready to take your questions now. So the first traditional question from Vitaly Sayenko, Union. At the backdrop of unprecedented international support of Ukraine, with this coalescence of international community, is there a way to deprive Russia from the status of the permanent member of the Security Council of the UN? Under some dubious, let's put it mildly, circumstances, Russia ended up with the seat of the permanent member of the Security Council of the UN. 30 years the problem has been ignored. People made pretenses this didn't happen, although we did earlier raise the questions to the Secretariat of the UN, how it was made happen, how it could have happened, how did they allow it to happen, but our pleas fell on silent ears, but they said, well, you know. So we're not accepting this any longer, and we are appealing for a thorough, unbiased legal analysis of the grounds on which the Russian Federation is remaining a permanent member of the Security Council of the United Nations. We are certain that when the legal analysis is complete, it will transpire that Russia is not legitimate in the Security Council. Now it's all up to the parties standing up to the principle, and we hope the Secretariat will scrutinize this matter. Are Ukrainian suspecting any military aid to be provided by the EU states? This is the most pressing demands. Our pilots are fighting heroically in the sky. They die fighting the Russian warplanes and fighter planes, bombarding our cities, killing and massacring our civilians. We've recorded cases when the Russian planes have shot at the Ukrainian territories without flying into our airspace. Unfortunately, the barbarian use is made by of the Russian Air Force, and we have a most pressing need in strengthening our air defenses and our air forces. We are working with a number of countries to achieve it. We have made some progress, but we cannot wait. It's not a matter of weeks. We don't have weeks at our disposal. We have only days, and we have to resolve it in a matter of days, which doesn't mean if we don't get the planes we're going to surrender, but it does mean that if we do not get the planes, we will continue our fight with more casualties among the civilian people as Russia will continue cynically bombing our cities. These are all the questions for now. Thank you very much. It's going to be all right, but we have to keep up the fight. We have to keep fighting, and we shall prevail. Glory to Ukraine.
Повертаємося до студії. Щойно ви бачили
So you have just watched one of the latest briefings of Minister Kuleba concerning the negotiations that our diplomatic army is conducting on all fronts. And now we have an announcement of the regional importance. The regional military administration is addressing the residents of the region. Maxim Kozlitsky published it 15 minutes ago concerning the checkpoints. He asks not to do it yourself. If you don't agree with the installment of checkpoints with the administration, it might hinder the movement of transport delivering support to other cities of Ukraine. And that's why we really need your support in this regard, because we do have cases when these checkpoints actually prevented the military vehicles and emergency and ambulances also to get to the destination on time, and that's why they're asking to install the checkpoints and other obstacles on the roads only after the permission of the local brigades of the territorial defense. So we really ask you. And there is important information from Lviv City Council. They say that the Centers for Provision of Administrative Services work, but you have to register before going there. If you would like to register, call them and register. The phone number is 297-5795, and they work Monday to Thursday from 9 a.m. to 5:45 p.m. and on Friday from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. And the Center of for Provision of Administrative Services in Brykhovичі, Zashkiv, Lysinichi, and Reskotlaruska are temporarily closed. So those who live in these places, they have to go to Centers for Administrative Services in other places, and that's why we urge you not to install additional checkpoints so that they can easily get to these centers. And since since the invasion of Russia, 21 child has died, and a local administration issued a decree that men coming here from other regions of Ukraine should go and register at the military administration within 24 hours. And it is asked of people in Lviv to come down a little bit because there are too many traffic jams, and the martial law doesn't mean that we have anarchy in the city, so please don't park your cars in the places where it's not allowed. Don't abandon them next to the railway station. And you know what is happening now at the railway station. There are so many people there are so many children, so you have to be careful. And we expect that the deputy head of the regional military administration will visit us, and if you have any questions, then please write your questions in the chat, and we will voice them in the studio. And meanwhile, we are going to make a short pause, and you will, if you watch us on TV, you will hear music. If you watch us on YouTube, you will just see our studio. Our team is informing you 24/7. We're strong together, and now we're even stronger. The First Western, ПЕРШИЙ ЗАХІДНИЙ, is now also broadcasting on T2 for Lviv and adjacent communities. We give you only verified information. Thank you for watching.
пришли вас освободить.
Сьогодні ти знову написала, що тобі страшно. І я знову попрошу. Ні, сьогодні я накажу відставити боятись. Погладь за мене Бармалея і спокійно лягай спати. До речі, як там Марусю в школі? Скажи тату берегти серце і обійняти маму. І взагалі, давайте усміхатися. Ваші силі краса. Допомагайте один одному і виручайте. Цілуйте любимих. Святкуйте свою свободу. Ви за нашими спинами. Ось такі теж надійні, не ховаєтеся, прикриваєте нас із тилу. Зробіть так, щоб ми пишалися вами. І ми повернемось. Повернемось і будемо жити.
Повертаємося у прямий ефір. ТРК «Перший Західний» інформує вас про те, що відбувається в Україні, за кордоном, а головне на фронті.
We're going back live, informing you about what is going on the front at the front lines. But we'll start from some bad news. Unfortunately, almost 15 hours have the residents of Mariupol been under the attack, and that they are being fired at. 42 persons injured, and Chernihiv military administration informs that 1 person died in a hospital and 5 were injured. There's a map of stores selling food products with the schedule of their working hours, and this was informed by Minister Leshchenko. So you have a map for the whole Ukraine here, and for example, we can take Lviv. And have a look what works here. So, for example, we have Silpo here. So this is the Roxolana Mall, and operates from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Now let's have a look at some other ones. 15 Lechakivska Street, a store operates from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. So before going to buy some food products, please use the map to make sure that you know what operates where, and to make sure that you are not outside during the curfew hours. And if you can't find some food products in the store nearby, this map might help you find another store so that you don't spend too much time outside. And also Yuri Pogulako informs about the work of various institutions in Volyn region, so centers for provision of administrative services, markets, supermarkets, stores are operating as usual, and private enterprises will decide for themselves whether they are ready to open or not. Many companies work to cater for the needs of the Ukrainian army. Internal transportation is working and operating fine, but there are fewer buses on the line, so you might have to wait up to 90 minutes. And also additional systems are being installed right now. The last day in Volyn region was calm. There have been no attacks and no incursions from Belarus in that area. And when it comes to the tax administration, you can get a consultation using the landline from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. So you can go to Facebook page of the regional state administration and see the working hours and so on and so forth. And I could tell you for sure that I've paid for my utility services, and I've paid the mortgage and everything else. And I did it because I do understand that this money will go to finance Ukrainian army, and whenever we can help develop the country and the army, that's a good thing to do. So paying taxes is one of these things. And we have the information that Belarusians are blocking the railways to prevent the transportation of military cargoes. This is not the actions by 1 or 2 persons. These are hundreds of people, and this is the key difference between Ukrainian, Belarus, and Russia. Ukrainians know what freedom is, and they are ready to protect us. Belarusians know what is freedom, and they want to have it. And Russians want to go to Egypt, buy Apple products, use PayPass, but they never think about freedom and what is going on around them. Some separate protests taking place in Russia are not gaining momentum, and in this connection I will recalled an anecdote which I heard from my mother-in-law. Well, there's the dog going from Belarus, and he's asked, where are you going? He says, I'm going there because it's so clean there, and you can have some food there and so on. Then in a week's time the dog is going back, and they ask the dog, why are you coming back? And well, he says, you know, there is a lot of food, but I'm not allowed to bark there. And according to the information of the National Bank of Ukraine, there are special accounts in hryvnias, in US dollars, in pound sterlings, and in euro. There are two accounts, one for the army and another for humanitarian aid. And we can see that every day Ukrainians are transferring money to help the army. In Melitopol, people are taken to the streets to protest against Russian occupiers. And this is great. You know, I've had several opportunities to go to Melitopol, and I've always refused from that. But now I will have to go there to see these Ukrainian cities, because we used to have so many stereotypes concerning the reactions of these cities to the events, but we see how people take to the streets with Ukrainian flags, and this is what is most important, because in 2014, when we had the protest, they said that they were just a peaceful population, just don't touch us and we'll stay here. Now the situation is radically different. Ukraine, this is a different Ukraine. These are different people, people who are ready to defend Ukraine and eliminate the enemy, and to do anything for Ukraine to keep developing. The Bible informs that Kosovo veterans from Albania are coming to Ukraine to fight for the International Legion. And we had Ivan Timochko here. We discussed that we have the first army, the second army, and now we can also have our own International Legion, because we need it not for some global operations, but to protect our own territory. And we have many people volunteering and willing to come here and to fight for us, because they do understand that at the moment, as of 2nd of March, Ukraine is the guarantor of security in Ukraine. It's not Germany, it's not the US. We are fighting. Our children are dying for Europe to feel safe. Well, despite the fact that it sounds brutal, but that's true. And I should say that it's not only Europe, but also the Americans should feel that Ukraine is protecting and defending everyone. Right now, we will now have Vitaly Zakhaidniy, the deputy head of Lviv Military State Administration. And now I would like to show you the video from Melitopol, while people created a corridor of shame for the invaders. This is the place where people are not afraid to take to the streets barehanded and stop the enemy vehicles. Shame on you.
Повертаємося до студії. Маємо гостя Віталій Загайний, заступник
Guest Vitaly Zakhidniy, Deputy Head of Lviv Military Administration. Glory to Ukraine, glory to its heroes. We had a few updates from the Lviv Military Administration, so we're sick and tired of talking of improvised checkpoints. People need to remove them. But tell us, what are the most important updates for the resident of the oblast, for the region? Let me remind you that we are still forming the 95th Brigade of Territorial Defense, and I'm appealing to the residents of Lviv and Lviv surroundings. The brigade is staffed with 35%. I witnessed lines in the two mobilization points on Vakhnyanina Street, 29, and Pasichna Street, 66, which is indicative that we are still keeping our morale high. As for the equipment for the personnel, it's in good progress. It's happening any minute now. And we are told that we are getting support from all sides. We have information about the formation of the voluntary units. We have an organizational headquarters that are coalescing the effort to form the voluntary units. We formed 3,500 within the Lviv territorial community, and that means 3,500 people, so equivalent of a brigade, and we think we're moving in the right direction. Now these people are using their own means of protection, their own weapons, but if it should come to that, we are ready to do as Kyiv did when they armed the voluntary units. So the guys wearing tracksuits on the street, are they? Not quite. Now the volunteer formations are being identified. It's very important that we don't have guys in tracksuits on the street who have just formed the improvised units. We are saying to the people that unlike the past times, we are not acting on our own initiative. These days we have the law which is called the Law on the Principles of National Resistance, which provides a legal basis for the national resistance. So we should organize these units and make sure we have the unity of command. And it's very important that it's all well regulated and we have the unity of command. Because there are some people who've taken to patrolling the street, trying to check the documents of the residents, but we should set that right. I would like to add that only the police officer is authorized to check the documents. When we use the voluntary battalion, they have to work side to side with the law enforcement officers. They're not authorized to verify the documents on their own. So now we are not seeing many civilians. We are seeing civilians together with the National Guards or the police officers. We have some people who traveled into Lviv from the fighting areas. These are the men who brought their families here, but they are eager to go back to the east, to their hometowns and fight, and they're calling us, and we're trying to organize that. We are trying to find a formal basis to regulate that. So for them to get enlisted, they need a formal registration, a temporary registration certificate, and when they have this temporary registration certificate, that can go to the mobilization center. There's another legal instrument. When a person says rents a flat in a different city, he can enlist the neighbors and get it certified. But now the procedure has been simplified. All they need to do is they get registered temporarily, and he would get this temporary registration certificate with which they can go to the mobilization center. So this is why you have published a list of territorial units, because there is a decree that the men who have traveled from other regions have to register themselves and either go back to the cities and mobilize or stay in the territorial defense. Let me share a story that we heard from Oled Baska, who heads the Department for Education. We talked about it a lot, and we tried to analyze the situation, because the residents of Lviv have shown some aggressiveness to the men who traveled from other regions. There are people who are from Donetsk, and they brought the children and orphans there, and now they are back there, even though they took 2 days to travel there. And he was tearful, telling us when he shared how they traveled first to Dnipro and then to Donetsk, saying that they're not going to leave Donetsk, they're going to fight for it. So this question is being regulated, and people know that they either stay or they go back. I think I should remind everyone that we have a military administration, and we are now applying the marshal's law that we have never done so before, with the exception of Donetsk and Luhansk, where this martial law was imposed for already 7 years. So now we're working under this new legal framework, and we are at a point when the old instruments are no longer effective, and we haven't set the new instruments into motion yet. And going back to the topic, we see dozens of people who've traveled from the east, who made sure that their families and kids and wives are safe. They enlist in the armed forces or immediately go back and ask help getting back to Kyiv. There are some people who have their legal weapons who are now going to Kyiv to fight for the capital. I know some people who have difficulty going back, and the improvised checkpoints often create more problems. And people who are armed always are screened more thoroughly than the unarmed people. We read the appeal and announced the appeal of Lviv governor to the eastern regions. So my question is to you, who are you helping most closely these days? Well, following yesterday's shelling of Zhytomyr, we are receiving requests from Zhytomyr, and Kyiv is in jeopardy, greatest jeopardy these days, as well as Sumy, who are further out. I know that the volunteers yesterday helped, reached out to our help to send some humanitarian assistance to Kharkiv, and that was thanks to the railway connection to Kharkiv, which is still up and running. I have a photograph I'd like to ask you about. This says Lviv Oblast Military Administration Humanitarian Aid 029. This is a very important initiative. We had a meeting, and we are beginning to use the marking on the vehicles bringing humanitarian aid. Each vehicle will have a unique number, this is well-organized effort. This system will indicate whether the humanitarian assistance reached its beneficiaries. With your assistance, we'd like to explain it to the people, especially those on the checkpoints. So should they see a vehicle marked with this logo, they need to be given expedited passage. They need to be given free passage. Often humanitarian assistance is brought in blocked and packaged containers, and they will be opened only in their place of destination. That is correct, because it's important to keep track and not lose any humanitarian assistance on the way. We need to brief the neighboring regions as well. That's very much true, and we hope the system will help expedite the free passage of humanitarian aid. These days, we're working to legalize the checkpoints. Let's put it this way. The governor is going to issue his decree to bring in a regulation for the checkpoints. Curiously, we found the ability standards for the checkpoints, and we'd like to adhere to them. Also, we found some interesting regulations. We adopted these regulations from the NATO world, and they are more than checkpoints. It's more that it's a protective fortress of a kind, or a defensive unit that allows you to keep a 360-degree defense, and we are thinking of using such structures further out, on the outskirts of Lviv. There will be 18 such checkpoints, and they are listed in the governor's decree. The addresses are specified, and there is a link to the regulation which specifies their technical specifications. It's not just improvised construction on the roads. Now I'd like to ask you whether people who've traveled to Ukraine, let's say men who've arrived in here, and they arrived and stay in a flat and never leave it until the dark hours, I think this is something we need to report to the national police, and we are prepared to forcibly register them. We are also trying to screen the men of mobilization age at the railway station, and they are referred to the mobilization points. So before allowing him entrance into the city, we are filtering them out just to make sure we don't have them accumulated at the border. We know that this would only apply to some people. Some will try to leave by private cars and not through the railway station, so then they will have to deal with the border guards. But to be frank, I am very much impressed by the high morale of the people. People are prepared, people are conscientious. Often these people have a different difficulty of another kind. They would just have the passport and their tax ID. They don't have the so-called military tickets. If people before tried to dodge the army, now people are prepared to do anything, even bribe, to be enlisted, to be conscripted in the army. I am told that the buses with women and men are given free passage at the border. This is perfectly right. I had a conversation with the Minister for Social Policy before I arrived in here at the studio, And this was a solution when the Polish counterparts offered a bus that would take women and men from the railway station right to the Polish border. Earlier, Lviv Council was ready to offer different means of transport to transport people to the border. Surely, railway transportation is most effective because it can bring most people, up to 700 in one train. But surely we will try to use other means of transport to ease the congestion at the railway station. Earlier we heard of 240,000 people who passed the border, so they must have passed the Lviv railway station and other border crossing points. Imagine an entire town picking up and leaving. That's a small town, a huge district in a city. I'm just trying to give you some context. So it's a lot of people. Moreover, it happened very rapidly, and it happened in a very tense and very difficult time, when the movement of people was accompanied with the need to hear for the warnings of the air raids, the needing to go to the shelters, etc. My question is about the coordination of humanitarian assistance. The staff and myself are beginning to coordinate the humanitarian relief efforts, and we have volunteers on one side and those needing it on the other side, and it's usually about armored vests and helmets and military gear. So have we created the coordination center which can network those offering help and needing it? Yes, indeed. We used to have the Department of Economic Development of Lviv Oblast State Administration, and now this holds the coordination center, and it does just that. Right after air, I will forward a message to Stanislav with a very good instruction, because crossing border needs to happen in an orderly fashion, and we've given some tips and tricks that people can follow to have a free passage and unhindered passage at the border. We talked with a colleague in the basement, which we call a bunker because it's quite scary. You know where we are placed. And he was saying that some teachers have traveled here and they need to stay here with the children. And some people are ready to do military service. Many would like to find work, and not everyone is ready to accept help. Do you see people asking to help them find jobs? It's usually about teachers. I have to tell you that we have received many requests. Many of my friends from Kyiv and from other places are asking how they can help out. Some are helping out at the railway station. Another colleague, my long-standing friend, is offering help. He speaks 5 languages. He speaks English and a number of Baltic languages, so he'll man the diplomatic corps. Another has good connection with other businesses, and he will help communicate with the Baltic countries, communicate with Canada for humanitarian relief, and also he has insights and useful networks. So in these difficult times we find our own means to help out, and I'm thinking that we'll need to set up a temporary employment center of a kind, because we have received a lot of resources that have arrived in the city, in the region, and we need to make full use of these human assets to mobilize them and use their assets. The colleagues with 5 languages have perhaps earned up some savings, but there are some people who've arrived without any savings. People from Donetsk perhaps haven't brought their savings, but they would like to have a place and make a living there. I'm sure Oleg Paska will offer solutions for the educators.
Well, we see that they are in this general flow of people. The Ukrainian railway says that there are so many people, for example, in Kharkiv. They get at the contacts there, they call us and they write to us and say, please help us, please coordinate us. Well, it's quite understandable that, you know, foreigners will be allowed to leave even if they are men. So is there any way to make sure that they can cross the border quickly? Well, we should not actually make this division like men, women and children, because when we start dividing people, then it requires additional effort. We're not talking about people who are not the citizens of Ukraine. And I have to say that there are hundreds of foreigners who leave their countries and they come here and they take weapons to fight our enemy. So these are two, well, streams moving in various directions. So we have never thought about, well, making this division, because this would require us to make this additional effort. And meanwhile, these groups are joined together. They are in one group. If you are a foreigner, then the Ukrainian customs officer or a foreign customs officer will not have any questions to you because you don't have this obligation to defend Ukraine. Today we announced that we've made special infographics for people crossing the border. We got the information from the President of the Republic of Poland about well, some probably not a very good situation. So we prepared information that people have to undergo several procedures. So they have to register, then register their car, and also indicate the place where they're going to stay, and so on and so forth. So we think that probably it would be worth having some signs put up not far from the border, so that people all are reminded about that. And we've seen very interesting billboards put up in the city of Lviv and region. So is it is it at the cost of taxpayers, or is it, well, goodwill of the owners of the billboards? Well, you know, it's like 50 or 60 billboards, most of which are in the city of Lviv, and usually these things are put up by the owners of the billboards themselves, so we never spent money from the regional budgets to these billboards. I don't have an answer to this question. I might have missed the information, but well, we've seen that the city council prohibited the sale of alcohol on the territory of the city. What about the regional council? Well, we have not decided upon this yet. We haven't taken any particular decision. We have been discussing this, but decided that we don't have to do this. We don't need to do this. We don't see any serious cases of abuse. If we see that there is a rise in alcohol abuse, then we'll do this. Because we have to be conscious of the fact that when we prohibit something, it means that our inspection bodies, they have to control this. Here, for example, we see that if you see a drunk person, well, the police has to actually react to that. Well, if you prohibit it, it means that these are the opportunities to the shadow market, and then that means that you probably will have to control that. On the other hand, ATB supermarkets, they took some preventive measures, and they took alcohol off their shelves 2 days ago before the prohibition. Well, I don't think they are suffering from that, because I think that they were just preventing some particular situation. I think that due to steps like this, I don't see any cases of drunk groups of people or something like that. We had some messages from Stabnik, Drohobych, Truskavets, that direction. Well, you see, Stabnik and Truskavets, they are a little bit different because these are resort places. People are a little bit further from the events. Well, there were also cases in the Carpathia region, but this is the problem of the Transcarpathian region. And now the last question, the curfew, could you remind us, it's from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m.? Well, that was an error, and they actually corrected this mistake, and they sent another message to the usage. Well, I don't know where I'm registered, because I've never received any messages at all. Well, those who got the first message got also the second message. And I have a traditional question. What is it that we haven't asked you, but you would like to tell to the residents of the Lviv region? We have to be ready that it will not end in a day or two. It means that we have to take care of ourselves and take care of the resources. And I would really like to finish it as soon as possible, but I think it will develop in a different way. So we need to turn on this internal scanner so that we learn to see the person at the first acquaintance, who's a friend and who's a foe. So I would like to remind you that we have been talking to the deputy head of the Lviv Regional Military Administration, and these are the stickers concerning the humanitarian aid by the Lviv Regional Military Administration. So that you know, thank you for coming, glory to Ukraine, and we keep informing you about the events in Ukraine. Sumy administration has its Telegram channel, and it's called Alarm Sumy Region. You may use it instead of downloading any additional apps. Joint Forces Operation informs that due to successful actions of one of the subdivisions of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, the occupiers are fleeing and leaving behind important documents. This is how we got hold of the documents of the 810th Brigade of the fleet, and we have here a lot of various important documents, including the personnel list and so on and so forth. And these documents were approved back on the 18th of January 2022, where it is indicated that Ukraine should be occupied within 15 days from the 20th of February to the 6th of March. They should have cooperated with the 58th unit of the Russian Federation, Armed Forces of the Russian Federation, and they should have occupied Melitopol. So next time when you hear that someone says they didn't know where they were going, don't trust them, because they did know where they were going. And we would like to tell the occupiers, please leave behind your vehicles and your documents, because we definitely need it in court. And in Melitopol, people are rallying, they are taking to the streets and trying to make the occupiers go away. You know, this video footage from Melitopol is really impressive, how people are protecting their freedom. And the National Bank of Ukraine informs that the payment cards issued by the banks of the Russian Federation and Belarus are not operating in Ukraine anymore. So those citizens who came from these countries to Ukraine, they cannot use these cards, and if they would like to use these cards to finance the terrorists, they won't be able to do that anymore. And in the end, they indicate that meanwhile 6 billion hryvnias have been received to support the Ukrainian army. So instead of if you're in Belarus or in Russia, so instead of transferring money to the payment cards of your compatriots, you can transfer money to the bank accounts of the National Bank of Ukraine to support the armed forces of Ukraine. And I will now would like to read you what Tymoshenko is writing. So there should be a special type of smartphones for Russians without the flight mode, because why would they need one? And all the soldiers who were sent to Ukraine will be defeated here. And I would like to inform you about another thing. You might perceive it as advertising, although this company does not need any additional advertising. Ukrainian IT company SoftServe paid 24 million hryvnias of taxes in advance because they understand that it's important to support the economy, and they are also working on transferring money to charitable funds to support the Ukrainian army. So they have transferred 12 million to help the army, and also they have transferred some money to the humanitarian needs, and they are calling upon other people to join their initiative. So they think that the companies who can't do that should definitely do that. And I'm very happy that Ukrainians are sharing more and more of official information on Facebook and other social networks. So there's one person writing, bad news, Belarusian soldiers are not there yet. We are both sick and tired of waiting for that.
Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, повітряна тривога. Відключіть світло, газ, погасіть вогонь у печах. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Попередьте сусідів та допоможіть хворим та людям похилого віку вийти на вулицю. Якнайшвидше дістаньтесь з захисної споруди або заховайтеся на місцевості. Дотримуйтесь спокою та порядку. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації.
Но он не может, и он когда-то это признает, или другие в Москве будут это признавать, без Путина.
Скажите, пожалуйста...
Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, Відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації.
There are technical issues, but please bear with us. We are going to be back in the studio soon.
Паляниці ж говорити не треба. Контент, що публікується, втрати наших підрозділів, загиблі, цивільні, негатив про українську армію і так далі. Покликаний викликати паніку та невдоволення командуванням керівництвом. Не вірте, це фейки, будьте уважні. Закликаємо масово скаржитись в адміністрацію на неправдивий контент та мову ворожнечі. І не вірити російським вбивцям.
Дивися, наші львівський бізнес, ну, справді дякуємо за те, що так активно намагається вийти шляхи із різних ситуацій. Видавництво Старого Лева, на його сайті можна завантажити 6 електронних книжок для дітей різного віку безкоштовно, для того, щоб ви могли зайняти діток чимось на такий складний час. Нагадуємо також, що зараз вже запрацювало кілька онлайн-платформ. Одна із них, до речі, є Івано-Франківською. Можна завантажити, поставити діткам, доєднатися до цієї платформи і доєднуватися до уроків або в Zoom, або в Viber вже є також на Міністерстві освіти спеціальний додаток. Туди можна зайти, подивитися за розкладом і доєднуватися до тих уроків, до яких діти би хотіли доєднатися, для того, аби не сидіти в гаджетах і не отримувати лише негативну інформацію про війну, а займатися тим, чим вони, в принципі, в цей час мають займатися.
This information is for children. There is a new app that has been developed, and they can download it and they can get some interesting resources. If you missed our interview with the head of military administration, so it's available on YouTube. And once the children finish their vacation time, so which was 2 weeks long, so they can resume their classes online, and all resources will be free of charge, available online. Another news which is very important for all children, especially boys, even teenage boys. The Ministry of Digital Transformation says that Russian Federation has been banned from FIFA and other tournaments, so the Russians can play video games instead. Let me share some information with you from the Security Service of Ukraine. The information has it that Russian soldiers get $550 a month, so that's their remuneration for participating in the war in Ukraine. We have the journalist and the defender and in our studio. My first question is about Twitter account in the Crimea, and as far as we know, the Twitter will be disconnected in Crimea. And according to President Zelensky, we are not only going to win this war, but we are going to get back all our territories. We see that events are unfolding unpredictably everywhere, including the Crimean Peninsula, because the south of Ukraine, this is where they had been preparing for this war for 8 years, and all international platforms, starting from United Nations, OSCE, including the legal defense platforms. So they all have been reiterating that the military bases that were created in Crimea became the military bases that the Russian occupiers used in order to start and occupy our country. I found some information in the internet that during the mobilization, Ukrainians who still live in Crimea, they refuse to get conscripted and join the war against Ukraine. What Russia is doing and what they will keep doing, they will send people from the occupied territories and they will make these people fight against their compatriots in other territories of Ukraine. Luckily, lots of people in Crimea refuse to do so, but we all understand what a totalitarian machine is. Because people refuse to get conscripted and join the army, so they risk ending up in jail. So this is what Russia does to their activists and journalists or people with active civil position, those who do not support the occupation of Russia. My impression is that when Russia was getting ready to their invasion, they started in January, and they were already putting pressure on journalists and activists in Crimea, and they threatened that these people might be conscripted and mobilized to take part in this war. That is absolutely correct. In the past 8 years, they were trying to put a lot of pressure on Ukrainians, and lots of friends of mine now are in jail. If you have an alternative viewpoint and you live in this peninsula, it means that there is something wrong with the Russian security. So there is some serious gap in the Russian security. So I believe that they are going to do all they can before we get this territory back, so that the voice of those people is not heard. But I know that in Crimea people speak up and they talk about this war, full-scale invasion, a full-scale war that Russia started in the territory of Ukraine. Not only people speak up, but they also say what exactly we can do in order to help. Where do people from Crimea get the information? Because yesterday we talked to people from Belarus, and
they talked to their families and their relatives in St. Petersburg, and we have this optimistic picture that Russian people are beginning to understand the atrocities that Russian Federation is doing against Ukrainian people. But there are also a lot of propaganda channels, and unfortunately they refuse to take an alternative viewpoint. In Crimea, people with whom I communicate, activists from Crimea, so they don't have amnesia, they do not suffer from amnesia. They understand what Russia is and they know what Ukraine is. And most likely they read social networks, and using VPN they try to watch Ukrainian channels, and of course through the grapevine people pass the information. My former classmate from Crimea, so she sent me a message. She's not a Crimean Tatar, just for your information, and she said that there was a conflict inside her family because part of her family is pro-Russian and the other part is pro-Ukrainian. Her father says that, yeah, I support Putin. And she said that that was the last day I ever had a father. So I kissed my father goodbye because I cannot support his position. I have a college mate. She lived in a small town here nearby Lviv, and she moved to Crimea. And it's interesting that she is not in touch with anybody from her family, so I would really love to know what she thinks and what's her position on the situation is now. I believe that people who live in remote areas in Russia, so they will never stand up and never protest. So it's important that people in Crimea join the rallies and protest against the policy of Putin. I am absolutely positive that people who live in remote areas of Russian Federation, even if they suffer from starvation, so they will still believe the news they see on their TV. Unfortunately, there are lots of Russian troops in Crimea, and if there is any rally, any protest, so it will be suppressed violently. They keep receiving letters that they should not even try to organize any protest. They haven't even tried to plan a protest, but they already got a warning letter that should they try to organize anything, the repercussions will be really tough. The diplomatic front that my team is working on and the volunteers are working on. So it's really important, and it's important to cut Russia off all civilized international platforms. Yesterday we checked our networks in Central Asia, Caucasus, Moldova. We were trying to explain what's happening in the country and what they are expected to do. We were talking about boycott of Russian cultural products because it's violent. We said that Russia is a country that colonizes everybody. Putin even approached the president of Kazakhstan and he asked him to join him in this war against Ukraine. Fortunately, he said no. That's really good news. Ukrainian Institute that you represent, what's your daily routine? Of course, we cancelled all projects except a few that are directly related to the situation in Ukraine. So now we converted into information communication hub. We are trying to help Dmytro Kuleba, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. We try to help international partners because we keep getting lots of requests for assistance. And I'd like to reiterate that we have the greatest chance in the history to cut Russia off, to kick Russia off from all civilized platforms. I mean book forums, all cultural events, because it's important to boycott Russia and their participation in educational projects, cultural projects, etc. In diplomacy, we call it soft power. So using this soft power, we will do the same as they did in France, Germany, and other countries. So this is the way we should work with the civil society. And it's really important that the Russian narrative should be disconnected from Russian context, from a European context and world context, and Russians should become pariah. You have good relationship with Turkey. Tell me more about the cooperation with Turkey, because Erdogan, he hasn't taken the firm position as to what to do next. I just hope that Erdogan will never support temporary occupation of Donetsk and Luhansk regions and Crimea, and there is not a chance that he will ever support the war of Russian Federation against Ukraine. Mustafa Dzhemilov is working now in Turkey, and I'm absolutely positive that Mustafa will exert every effort so that Erdogan strengthens his position and his support of Ukraine, because Ukraine is one of the most important countries in our region. Mustafa Dzhemilov is one of authority leaders, and of course he has a very good influence on public opinion in Turkey. Ukrainian Institute did fantastic job during the peaceful times, and you've been in touch with a lot of journalists. Today I'm the member of Ukrainian Catholic University journalist community, and I am the graduate of Media Communications School and Journalist School, and we follow the community that arrived in Lviv. There are dozens of journalists from all over the world, and this organization that I represent, we help journalists. And now we keep receiving information that journalists from different countries, they call journalists from Lviv, but it turned out that they work for Russian Federation. They used to work for Russia Today and other propaganda channels, and we have to be careful. We have to be careful who we provide help. You as a journalist and as a publicist, can you share your opinion about how united the journalists became? Because yesterday, for example, I got information that one journalist found in CNN News, and Ukraine, unfortunately, is not portrayed in the right way. I mean that we are portrayed as Nazis. So does the institute that you represent use the network of your contacts to spread the right information? What you mentioned, the nationalism, of course we started working with this narrative even before the full-scale invasion started, and we understood that we show variety of people who live in Ukraine, and Ukraine is different from east to west, but we are trying to make emphasis that Ukrainians, no matter where they live, they all stand up and defend their country. I watch CNN and Fox News, and I know that Ukraine is topic number one in those channels. Before I joined you, I gave the interview on BBC Scotland, and they are highlighting this theme very actively. So there are a lot of requests to give interview on different channels. So it's important to support the journalists who come here, because once they come, so they see what's happening. They see that people of all ages, starting from children, ending up with retirees, they join in voluntary work and they prepare Molotov cocktails. But there are also journalists who unfortunately cannot come and see it firsthand. I know that right now the resolution of the Security Council of the United Nations is being taken about Ukraine, and we are trying to be very active in this process. I remember you made a speech in Security Council of the United Nations that was back in 2019, so that was 5 years of Crimean occupation. And you were talking about the violations of human rights. I believe that the number was 1,500 cases of violation of human rights. Are you going to follow this theme, keep following? And I believe that you will be one of the experts who will keep highlighting this theme on Security Council meetings in the United Nations. I spent a lot of time in the United States. We were preparing, we were working on this resolution. The resolution was supported by the United Nations. I'd like to explain the mechanism of this resolution. Every year we change the resolution, and with every year it's getting harder and harder to change it, because the Georgian resolution remains the same, but Ukrainian resolution changes every year, and our objective as the UN country is to explain why it is important to talk about Crimean platform, why it is important to talk about cultural heritage. Because if we share the right information, we will bear the good fruit. Before we stop this in Crimea, so I believe that the human rights will be violated on and on. Because people can't live normal life there, so they either have to leave or they end up in jail. I have information from Russian media that YouTube is being blocked in Russia. Some journalists were trying to use YouTube, and instead they heard music, "Don't worry, be happy." It's important that we spread the word among Russian people. On the 4th of March, they are going to introduce the war law and military law, and I believe that we need to think how we can do this together, how we can spread the word, how we can share the correct information among Russian population. I think that it's mission impossible, because Ukrainians now have a mission to save their own country, save themselves, but Russia is trying to drag us back into these swamps, into this mud. If Russians enjoy living in this country, let them. Speaking of Central Asia and other Asian countries, for them, Russia was probably the role model of Western civilization. Now, I believe that it's Ukraine that has to become the model of European civilization. Kazakh media are spreading information that Kazakhstan does not agree with Russian conditions, but they are ready to provide the weapons, ammunition, vehicles and other tools in order to help Russians in this war. How can we work with these countries? I believe we need to involve the United States and Europe, because if they get involved, then they probably will end up in the same situation as Russia. We talked to the leadership of Majlis that it's important to spread the word there, because Russia is destroying Muslims and Turks. But Kazakhs, who are Muslims, so they have to help their brothers. Russia has penetrated all spheres of Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan life, and I get news from friends from those stunned countries, and they say that their president is 100% pro-Russian. So he sees the world through the prism of the aggressor country. Of course, they have higher standard of life than in Kyrgyzstan. For them, they are role model. We have to be the Western civilization for them, and that should be our leadership role. Ukraine is a leader in the region and maybe is the guarantor of security in the world. Of course, it's a disputable issue, but I believe that we also have to be the public opinion leader in the Asian region. People were complaining about the Ukrainian diplomacy. They say that diplomats are not doing enough. But during the past days, a lot changed. Was it due to the war? I believe that diplomacy is probably one of the most effective institutions in our country. The institution that I represent was created and started developing after the Revolution of Dignity. We have a good partnership with the diplomatic institutions. All people on my team are actively involved in the work of our institution. We are now preparing a lot of analytical papers for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and for our foreign partners, and we work 24/7. And it's very important today. You mean that all diplomatic institutions, including the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they also work 24/7? You're trying to say that they have a new generation of people who have different communication strategy, including with the foreign partners. I understand why Stas is asking this question, because we were unhappy the way our Ministry of Foreign Affairs worked, but they became heroes, because now Ukraine is enjoying unprecedented support, because we were supported in the General Assembly of the United Nations, the European Commission, NATO. Either the world changed or our Ministry of Foreign Affairs changed. Yeah, we do have a good motivated team in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I know that in the embassies and consulate offices, so both institutions are very actively involved in this process. And our ambassador of Ukraine to the United States, Oksana Makarova, she didn't even have diplomatic background, but in her very case, she is so actively involved. I believe that it's more about personalities. It's not so much about the background. It's more about the person. Yeah, Makarova is a very good economist, and she's got the network of contacts, and I believe she also has a good will, because if it's not for the good will, I believe that there is no way. Speaking of communication, you see that sometimes we are now not even using pejorative words in our work, and you can see it on our T-shirts. Communication, is that also due to marketing experts, traffic experts, and the whole community, communication community? So do you think that your success is also due to their contribution? Communication strategies that have been used in the last 10 days. How can you explain that? How can you explain such splash of success? I think that we underestimated ourselves. We are the country of strong, resilient, open-minded, and creative people. And we see that our creative capability, our openness, our shrewd thinking, they do wonders in our communication. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they also have very good communication team. We have very good communication team in our Ukrainian institute. These people are highly motivated, they are inspired, and they think outside the box. And it's important. It's important, especially in current conditions, in the condition of wartime. Maybe you need any assistance. Maybe you need human resources, because there are lots of people who approach us and they want to help. So, do you need any help? It's really important that people are so proactive, and they are all trying to be actively involved in all sorts of things, because people work day and night, and we understand why we do that, because if we don't do it today, tomorrow it will be too late. Do you need assistance? Yeah, we need translators from different languages, because we need to share the information. We have volunteers who monitor the information, but we need translators, especially translators with exotic languages. I just wanted to, you mentioned translators, and I wanted to take a chance and express my gratitude to our interpreters who are working in our studio, because there are lots of people who listen to our broadcasting. We have interpreters working in the studio: Oksana Dizhak, Oksana Kazanivska, Galina Pechnik, Olena Rushchak, Olena Petlyovana, Miroslava Berezovska, Alexandra Litvinyak, and Olga Tishkovets. So those ladies are working with us in the studio all the time, so that more people can watch our broadcasting, including foreign audience. Yeah, we have to be useful to our country. If you need any help from us, if you need any help from any volunteers, so just please let us know. I know that Crimean community has been actively involved in offering shelter to temporarily internally displaced people who are looking for shelter in Lviv. Ali Aliyev was our guest. He is from Crimea, and he was our guest. Mr. Zelensky, President Zelensky, met with Prime Minister of Israel. We don't know the outcomes of the meeting yet, but we will know soon.
Меня зовут
My name is Valentina Romanova. I was born in Ukraine. I witnessed the Second World War. My relatives died in Babin Yar. Today is 2022. I am witnessing the war again. So that's my address to Putin. Get out of Ukraine. We need peace. I was born in 1939. Before the war broke out, I lived in Kyiv. When the Second World War started, my family, who were of Jewish origin, they all died in Babin Yar. Today I witness another war, and I'm in Kyiv again. And I see this atrocity. Putin, leave our country. I curse you. Damn you. We want peace. We are back in our studio. We are broadcasting live. Civil defense units from Sumy region, they need help, and this is their bank account credentials, so you can help them. Civil defense unit from Sumy, they offer their own creative explanation of NATO acronym. I'm not sure you saw the picture. Yeah, we understand what they were trying to say. We understand their message. There is a message from the statement from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I apologize, Ministry of Internal Affairs. If your driving license and your technical passport expired, do not worry. So during the wartime, they are still considered to be valid. Speaking of your traveling documents, if your traveling document, your foreign passport expired, you also can visit the Immigration Service Office, and they will help you prolong your passport for another 5 years. So you can find all the information in social networks. Megogo stopped their activity in Russia. That's another important news. Now there is the second round of negotiation going on with the Russian Federation. I believe that the negotiation will take place. It will take place at the border between Belarus and Poland. That's the information about the number of vehicles that are waiting at the border crossing point between Ukraine, Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, and Romania. A lot fewer cars are now waiting at the border, so many more people were trying to cross the border yesterday, the day before yesterday, and in previous days. Today the numbers are significantly smaller.
Я також бачу, там є на цих пунктах і позавчора, і вчора була кількість маленька. Тут головне, розумієш, ці пункти, які є дуже активними, Шагині, Медика і так далі, падають.
The numbers keep dropping in border crossing points, and Maxim Kozitsky, who is the head of Lviv Regional Administration, he had a meeting with Janusz Mlynarczyk and European Commissar Inga Johansson and the delegation from Poland. The main issue on the agenda was the activity of humanitarian center that is working in order to help Ukrainians that are trying to flee their country. Polish people have been actively involved in gathering humanitarian aid from all over the world. there was even an idea to deploy one strategic object together with Americans, Poles, and Indians. I may be wrong. I don't want to go into details because it's not confirmed information. But Mr. Kozitsky had a meeting with the European Commissioner on humanitarian issues. He shared the updated information on the situation with our army. They say that what our army needs more, these are helmets, body armor, medication, and field hospitals, as well as military vehicles. And European partners assured us that they are going to provide this help. Bad news is that TV tower in Korostany was destroyed, a few people were killed, and many more were injured. Korostany is on the way between Belarus and Kyiv, so that's another proof that Belarus is actively involved, that the shelling was from the side of Belarus, and this is video how Bayraktar destroyed the military vehicle of Russian Federation that entered the country from the side of Belarus. The main intelligence unit of the Ministry of Defense they provided updated information on what's happening in Ukraine. Ukrainian government is trying to make a very clear message that we are not only protecting Ukraine, but we are also protecting the whole world. And it's important not only for us, but for Poles, Brits, and other people, because Putin has to be stopped. We always say never again, and we need to make sure this time it's never again indeed. Orest Chemaris was our guest yesterday, and he represents healthcare institutions, and he said that there is a huge problem for children who have oncological diseases because they are connected to IVs and breathing machines, and during the air raid siren, it's really difficult to take such kids to the bomb shelter. Children who are cured in oncological center, they have been offered to relocate to Poland. 40 children have been relocated today. The Council of Poland to Lviv personally accompanied those kids. They were taken in ambulances to Poland because they need special transportation conditions. These are children aging 3 weeks to 18 years old. They left for other countries, and they were accompanied by one relative, either a grandmother, grandfather, or a parent, and they will continue their treatment in Poland. This center receives children with oncological diseases from other regions. They will be provided all necessary help, and after they stay a day or two in this oncological center, later they will be relocated to Poland to get further treatment. A residential building was shelled in Kharkiv. 4 people died, many more are injured. Russian fighters shelled administrative buildings of the national police and residential buildings. 3 police officers died, another 15 police officers were seriously injured. There is an important statement from military civilian administration that is based in Venechenka Street. There is a request that people remove their cars from the parking place.
Так от просять в обласній адміністрації усі автомобілі з нього, які розташовані там, залишені перед ним.
All cars that have been abandoned in front of Lviv regional administration should be taken away, should be towed or evacuated immediately. Now Lviv regional administration is military civilian administration, and this parking should be only for the use of people who work in this military civilian administration. So the request is to people who left their cars there, so please take your cars away, otherwise they will be evacuated. If they are not evacuated, then they will be seized and used for the purposes of the military administration. If you do not repark your car, then it will be used for the purposes of military civilian administration. 029, so that's the helpline of humanitarian aid of Lviv regional administration. So such marking will be on the vehicles that deliver humanitarian aid from point A to point B. Please understand that such vehicles that carry humanitarian aid, they are like police, like firefighters, like emergency. They should be given priority passage because they are volunteers and they are delivering important humanitarian
Кожен на
aid.
своєму фронті в Україні, зокрема на Львівщині, чималий сплеск волонтерства. Люди, які за сотні кілометрів від гарячих точок не залишаються осторонь. Хтось купує продукти, теплі речі та техніку, хтось допомагає це все сортувати та везе потребуючим.
They are helping to sort things, to buy things. Maltese service is taking good care of people who decided to flee certain cities where the situation is dire. Why are you here? I'm here because it's my country. I am a school teacher. We have to do what we can where we are. People of different backgrounds, they joined the volunteer movement and they help the way they can. People bring pasta, people bring canned food, tea, coffee, pate, everything that has long shelf life is brought here and is used for the purposes of internally displaced people, refugees and soldiers. Unfortunately, now we have issues with supplies because lots of stores are closed. But you can buy things online and you can contact the owners of those stores and you can make arrangements and you can buy things for the purposes of the army. As for the medication, there is a huge need in bandages, insulin. We need it both for the soldiers in the front line and people who were trapped in cities under fire. If you are willing to join the voluntary movement or if you are willing to make a contribution, so you can join the volunteer centers, there are a few of them. This is the railway station and this is where the field kitchen is working. So they're cooking soup for volunteers, for internally displaced people.
чимало з Харківщини,
There are
Запорізької,
thousands
Сумської
of
та
people from
Херсонської
Kharkiv,
областей. Дехто
Zaporizhzhia,
їхав до
Sumy,
Львова майже
Kherson.
добу. З собою
Some
мінімум
people
речей.
were traveling as long as 20 to 24 hours.
Ой, воду для ребенка взяли. Первым делом больше для ребенка взяли, думали. В основном вода. Спасибо большое,
Thank you very much to the volunteers who are working. I really appreciate that I could get hot soup here because it's important to get some food. Lviv is for many refugees a temporary destination, so they head for Poland and other European countries.
Повертаємося у студію телеканалу «Перший Західний». Мобілізуються всі, хто може воювати, той воює, хто може допомагати, той допомагає.
Everybody is involved. If you can join the army, join the army. If you can't, join the volunteer movement. If you are a journalist, join us in spreading the information. So everybody is a warrior, everybody is involved. What Russia did by invading our country, they accelerated the process of Ukraine joining NATO and EU. We have recent survey. Ukrainians support the striving of their country to join EU and NATO. Valery Pekar, the public activist and entrepreneur, he claims that now the support of Ukrainians who want to join NATO is 86%. 76% of Ukrainians support the idea to join NATO. Thank you, Putin. So that was the job well done, because this is unprecedented support inside the Ukrainian community, because there has never been such a striving to join EU and NATO. Ukrainian Red Cross approached the International Red Cross, and they are asking to step in and help in taking supplies to people in Kherson, Volnovakha, because people there are trapped without food and medication and water. People cannot leave. So in Volnovakha, basically, there is humanitarian crisis. So they call to create green corridor that can be used either to deliver supplies or to let people leave this area. This is an application, this is a map, and it shows which stores, which grocery stores are working, where you can buy and where you can buy food and essentials. And also there is information about the opening hours, but remember that we have the curfew in Ukraine, and remember that opening hours are different, so try to do your shopping during the daytime. Do not leave your home during the dark hours of the day, because you might be stopped by patrol police.
Ось я б не знаю, я б трошечки хотів обговорити, тому що ми завжди говоримо з кимось, так?
Mikhailo Podolyak said that during the military law, Russians want to introduce military law, and that means that there will be a total ban of different meetings, rallies, protests, etc. Why do they need that? They organized the flash mob in support of their army, and this flash mob logo is letter Z, which we see on their armored vehicles, on their tanks. It's ridiculous. Russians have been banned from the whole civilized world and cut off from the civilized world. Yeah, we were talking with our operators why they would do that. Russia is paying the price, and they are trying to find the scapegoat. They are trying to put it down to Ukraine and maybe find the one who is to be blamed. Looks like Putin is somewhere in the bunker and he is taking some chaotic decisions that no one can explain. One of our guests today was Volodymyr, who is a mental health provider. And we were talking about the help to average Ukrainians in stressful conditions like that. We forgot to ask him a question about his diagnosis, what he thinks of Putin and his mental state. If there is a mental health provider who has an idea of a psychological portrait of Putin, so please contact us. We would like to have you in the studio and talk about that.
В якості виняткового кроку такого раніше ніколи не було. Про це повідомляє європейська правда, і також у нас з'явилось...
Насправді Україна зверталася до Європейського суду з прав людини, щоб
Ukraine approached the European Court of Human Rights with the request to terminate, to suspend rather than terminate all the cases that are sitting in this court, because the cases where Ukraine is a victim, so they will be processed, but other cases have been suspended. It's been 7 days since the Russian invasion in Ukraine. In Volyn, there has been information that our soldiers are prevailing in the battles. The troops that were trying to land in Mykolaiv, they have been completely destroyed. The air forces of Ukraine have destroyed more than 180 missiles. Unfortunately, in Mykolaiv, civilian infrastructure and residential areas have been destroyed. Russia is violating the foundations of international criminal law. More than 30 military airplanes have violated the airspace of Ukraine, and they took off from the side of Belarus, and they are involved in the military actions. Russians keep losing their soldiers, and they keep losing their armored vehicles, tanks, and equipment. We have another guest, Natalia, who is the playwright. Glory to Ukraine, glory to its heroes. We decided to invite you as the guest in our studio, not only because we love what you do, but I saw your post on Facebook yesterday, and if you allow me, I am going to quote, "I am not a hero of this war, but I wouldn't mind being one. Instead of buying alcohol that would last me for a few weeks, I decided to send my family to Kyiv. My family is safe, but my friend didn't manage to leave Kyiv on time. Now it's not possible. I'm not so much afraid to be trapped or to be captured by the Russian soldiers, but I don't want to see them in my village. I took my family, I took my cat, and I drove them to Lviv, and now I am in Lviv and I feel safe. It's safe so far. We are staying with our friends. Do I regret that I left Kyiv? No, because my mother and my daughter are with me. They are not suffering from air raid sirens every time they hear them. Unfortunately, I am not in Kyiv, but I remember during Maidan times, I was desperate, and every day I joined the protesters, and I got healed mentally. I understand why some people decided to stay in Kyiv. I'm really, I really cannot take it why some people who are refugees, they live kind of normal life, they drink coffee in cafes and they eat desserts. These are just my thoughts and my reflections that I decided to share in this post. I believe that we deserve to win this war, because Ukrainians have always been peaceful people. We never invaded other countries. Russia needs our land and our resources. They are occupiers and terrorists. On the plus side, the whole world knows it. On the downside is that suffering, we are trying to come back from ashes. When I read this post of yours, I had the question. We were talking about hatred and about guilt. Your posts were both in Russian and Ukrainian. Now, will you be able to write your posts in Russian? It's been a while since I stopped writing in Russian. However, I have been working with clients, and recently I had let's say an assignment, and I'm writing a performance, and I have to write it in Russian, and it's a torture for me because unfortunately I cannot write in Russian, so probably that's not the right question. Maybe I will be able to write in Russian if need be, but so far I can't. You are in Lviv, but your friends and family are in Kyiv. You stay in touch with them. People who stayed in Kyiv, do they have a chance to leave for Lviv? My friends from Kyiv decided to leave. They went as far as Brodyanka, and unfortunately they had to get back from there because this city has been completely destroyed and they didn't have a chance to move further. So I am desperate. My friends can't leave from Kyiv. There is probably still a chance to leave by train, and I understand only women and children can leave by train. Chances are that they can leave, but it's getting harder and harder, and I really worry because my friend stays in Borispil. She's basically trapped because the city has been mined from all sides, and there is an international airport nearby. I don't know what they do there, so they're just probably hiding in the shelter. if they were here or in other cities, they could probably do something useful. I think that people with young children, women with young children, so they take great risks staying in Kyiv. Lots of my friends joined voluntary movement or civil defense units. I have information from families and friends who left Chernihiv, for example, and they don't know what's happening with their homes, whether they have been looted or destroyed. So they are lucky that they ended up in Lviv region, but unfortunately they don't know what's happening to their homes, because people who are there, so they are either in bomb shelters all the time, or they do not respond when they get phone calls. Do you have any information about your home? Do you know if it's safe, if it's not looted? Yes, we have a homeowners association, and we are in touch with them. They keep an eye on our home, and we have this country house, and we have good neighbors. They keep an eye on our country house. But of course, there is no guarantee that your home will be intact.
Я розмовляю з хлопцями з тероборони, вони сповнені якогось такого оптимізму.
People in Kyiv are full of optimism. I stay in touch with civil defense units, and I love their optimism, but I understand the situation is risky. Let's talk about culture, because lots of cultural activists who stay in Ukraine, who are abroad, they refuse to cooperate with Russian colleagues. They turn down the cooperation project. And with this, they are trying to share the word, share the information of what's happening in Ukraine and what their leader, Tyrant, is doing. Do you have such contacts? Are you trying to do the same? I have been trying to do this since 2014. But it's hard, it's tough. These people listen, but they do not hear me. And they are so narrow-minded. Among them are people who don't like Putin and his politics. But during the past months, I feel hurt because these people did not even reach out. They did not even check on us. I even wrote a few posts and a few articles, and I was trying to blame them, but they were trying to find excuses. They say, we are victims, it's not our fault. I believe that they either missed an important moment when they could make changes in their history, and if they miss this moment, they will have no way out. I hope I still have hopes that things will change in Russia. There were people among my friends who I really liked, but now I have different feelings about them. You are a playwright, and once we had, yesterday actually, we had a guest in our studio who is the director of Maria Zankovecka Drama Theatre, and he said that what's happening right now even inspires the playwrights, inspires the producers to create new art that will be estimated later. But I understand that you left Kyiv and you are now temporarily living in Lviv. Do you have any ideas that you might implement in the future? Maybe you are working on some materials, maybe you're gathering some materials that you can later use in your new works. I'm just an ordinary human being, and I'm in despair, and I can't say that I have any inspiration for creativity right now. No, that is not true. Maybe subconsciously I am gathering some ideas, and maybe it's accumulated subconsciously. The time will come and maybe I will create something, but so far, all I can do is just to write some short messages, short articles. But yeah, creativity, it's something that I put on a pause right now. Back in 2014, we had, after 2014, we had cultural revolution. There were a lot of performances, a lot of movies. And each international festival, there were Ukrainian movies presented in each international festival. But that was due to experience we have all had. And I believe that what's happening now, of course, will be reflected later in the cultural sphere. But I believe that it will all be dedicated to war, and war is the priority topic for 8 years or longer. Unfortunately, there is no escape from it right now. To be objective, we follow you on Facebook. Thank you for sharing the information, sharing for your messages, because these are artistic messages. You were the chief editor of STB channel, is that correct? When we were discussing when we were discussing Putin in International Criminal Court, Hague Court, and the chances and how fast it's going to be. So I believe that Putin would rather send Skabeyeva or Solovyov to the Hague, because those were the journalists who were spreading fake information, the mantra about the big Russian nation with imperialistic claims. Let's be honest, we had lots of Ukrainian journalists that were spreading the false information. According to you, how guilty they are to Ukrainian people, and should they be blamed for what Ukrainian people are going through right now? I was the chief editor of STB between 2011 and 2013, and I do agree that Ukrainian content was not the focus of our work. There was no patriotism and no desire to develop internal market. Cynicism took over. There was just a commercial institution, period. But today's leadership of STB, they say that today we will have to do the right things, and it's really weird that they are now on the right way, on the right passage. I cannot say that people who work in STB are all traitors. They're just people who have different values and different vision. But of course, speaking of guilt, yes, they are to be blamed. I'm not talking about STB channel, but I'm talking about other channels that have been broadcasting in Ukraine, and whether they should be blamed. All public opinion leaders, they keep saying that we were a strong nation, we were united in 2014, but a new nation is being born right now. Do you agree with that? Yes, I see the metamorphoses that are happening with our compatriots, with our citizens in the east and south of Ukraine. Unfortunately, that is due to the war, but I believe that we are reborn and a new Ukrainian nation is born. I hope that we will never be divided into East and West, South and North, and the center of Ukraine. We will all be united. Natalia Ворожбит was our guest. I hope that you will have a chance to get back to Kyiv and you will resume your creative process. And I wish you inspiration and creativity. We will win, we will defeat the enemy. General Assembly of the United Nations voted for the resolution demanding that Russia stops its aggression in Ukraine and removes its forces from the territory of Ukraine. 141 countries voted for this resolution, 35 abstained, and we have 5 countries that voted against this resolution. Once we have more detailed information, we will definitely share it with you. Also, be careful when it comes to fake information.
Це буде не справжнє відео, а створене через алгоритм машинного навчання.
Some fakes are about capitulation, about Zelensky signing a capitulation act. Please be careful with such information. You have to be confident that Ukraine is never going to capitulate. Russia is spreading fake information, but they will end up being a pariah and totally isolated from the rest of the world. I remember that there was a fake one spread by the North Korea. They shared fake information that their soccer team won, beat Portugal, and they beat Portugal 7-0. But that was fake information, and lots of people in North Korea believed it. So be careful. Be careful when you see unverified fake information. That's the map, which is like total manipulation. So this was a video that I found in TikTok, and it shows that Russia almost occupied the whole of Ukraine. Part of Odessa is occupied, even the city of Odessa is occupied according to this fake map. It's not correct, so that is the true map. So only Crimea is occupied, part of Donetsk and Luhansk regions are occupied, and the arrows you see, so these are the Russian troops and where they are located. They haven't occupied a single village or town or city in Ukraine. They failed in their occupation goals in their so that's the correct map. So there is a joke, what do you want for your next birthday? I want Bayraktar to help Ukrainian army. The Ministry of Defense of Russia for the first time said that a mere 400 soldiers died in Ukraine, but as we know that this figure is not correct, more than 7,000 people died, Russian soldiers died in Ukraine, but according to them, only 400 soldiers died in Ukraine. But at least it's important that they understand that their people die here and the trucks deliver dead bodies of Russian soldiers to Rostov and other regions of Russia. The General Assembly of the United Nations has it that Syria, Russia, Northern Korea are against the resolution of the General Assembly of the United Nations when it comes to aggression to Ukraine. So it's Russia, Belarus, North Korea, Syria, and Eritrea. So these are 5 countries that voted against the resolution of UN General Assembly on aggression against Ukraine. So this is what Russia looks today in the world, so they are a pariah. Lavrov was trying to speak about the partners of Russia. They said that they are not afraid of sanctions, but sanctions will only affect the journalists, competing athletes, and cultural leaders. But they say that they introduce and impose their own sanctions on European countries. Now Russia is going to enjoy mobile phones that are produced in Eritrea, and they will use new technologies from North Korea and Belarus. So there are 5 countries that voted against this resolution. 141 countries voted for the resolution. I just want to ask Mr. Lavrov whether he had whether he was good at arithmetics at school, because as we see that Russia lost all support in the world. The resolution says that Russia is an aggressor state. Russia has to remove their troops from the territory of Ukraine and cease fire, and they have to remove the troops from Crimea and the east of Ukraine, and Russia is going to be internationally isolated, and this resolution is going to be used in international courts. It's important that this resolution has been supported, because lots of countries are acknowledging the fact of Russian aggression. Someone said that I never knew, one of our readers said that I never knew that there was such a country as Eritrea. So Eritrea is a small country in Africa. That's the country that is now going to supply their cutting-edge technologies to Russia, because Russia is not going to get Apple produce anymore. Russia is killing civilian people. They are destroying our infrastructure. And we would like to offer you the video shooting about children from Luhansk region who were temporarily relocated to Lviv.
Попри малий вік, вони з власного досвіду вже знають, що таке
These children are young, but they know what war is. They are refugees from the east of Ukraine. These children live in boarding schools, sanatoriums, and secondary schools. These children arrived on Saturday night together with their teacher, and they were hosted and they were given shelter in one of the schools. People bring a lot of different things, hygiene products, toiletries, food. People are being very, very responsive. We didn't have food to feed these children. I called the volunteers, and in 15 minutes we had tons of food. I am an English teacher, and I taking it easy, but I'm trying to take it slow and introduce these children into the normal school process. These children know what air raid attack is, air raid siren is. They know better than me, so when they hear air raid siren, they know what to do. They are incredibly disciplined. They are very organized. They proceed to the bomb shelter, and if some people are complacent, they say that you have to proceed to the bomb shelter.
І без паніки пішли до бомбосховища. Вражають знання луганських вихователів. Вони чітко знають, де в приміщенні безпечні місця і що треба робити.
They know which places are safe in the building. Yeah, it's because we have experience. We've been through that since 2014. And we know ABC of what we have to do. We discuss these things at school. Our children know what to do. When they hear air raid siren, so they know and they are very disciplined, so kids go together with adults either to bomb shelter. They know that they have to duck and cover. They cannot be anywhere near the windows. When they are in bomb shelter, they behave like children, so they either watch their gadgets or they play. They have the toys. I know when there is air raid siren, I have to proceed to the bomb shelter. Why do you need to go to the bomb shelter? I need to hide from tanks and from military equipment. I have to go to safety. Orphans from Luhansk, they call their educators mom. They do not call them miss or by first name or surname. They just call us mama.
Вони коли приходять до нас, особливо які старші діти приходять, кажуть, чому вас так називають? Ми не будемо вас мамами, у них протест іде.
Some children who are teenagers, they say, I don't want to call you mom because you are not my biological mom. But after a few days, they change their mind and they call me mom, though we do not insist. These children are taught how to provide, they are taught TCCC skills. I enjoy your city. Your city is beautiful. It's peaceful here. It's safe here. I don't hear the shooting. Where I come from, it's not safe. I love it here. It's safe and quiet here. This school is expecting another group of refugees that will be traveling from near the front territories. What you see on your screen right now, so these are the symbols that are used to mark the armored vehicles, tanks, and occupiers. So just make sure you remember those signs to know who is who. Yesterday, they started a flash mob, support your army in Russia, and they would use these logos on their clothes in order to support their army. But you have to understand who is who, and please remember those symbols, because that will help you differentiate Russian army from Ukrainian army. Looks like TikTok is going to be the only social networks that will remain in Russia, and we can use this social network in order to spread the truth about the situation in Ukraine. Speaking of checkpoints in Lviv, it takes a while to cross the checkpoint. There is some useful information. When you approach the checkpoint, you have to slow down. You have to wait because there is a line of cars. Please prepare your documents. Turn on the headlights, turn on the car inside your vehicle. Do not leave your vehicle. Answer the questions asked by the checkpoint personnel clearly. Be ready that your car may be checked, the trunk of your car may be checked. Once you have crossed the checkpoint, keep moving slowly. After you leave the territory of checkpoint, you can move at a normal speed. There are 2 lanes in Lviv. One lane is for all vehicles, the other lane is for police cars, firefighters, humanitarian aid vehicles and ambulance. Journalists have a special permission and they can skip the line when they move through the checkpoint. Please follow all the rules and behave yourself when you are crossing the checkpoints. I'm not sure that this rule applies to all checkpoints, I mean the 2 lanes, that all vehicles use one lane, but the other lane is only for public transport, ambulance, firefighters, and humanitarian aid vehicles. Back to the General Assembly resolution. As we said, 141 countries supported this resolution. 5 countries voted against this resolution, including this small country Eritrea that I never heard of. A small country in Africa. So just to reiterate, 141 countries supported, 5 countries were against, 34 countries abstained. Where is China? I don't know where China is, most likely abstained. So tomorrow we will have more information about those countries. Another important news is about the pension fund. The pension will be paid timely. No delays.
Провели нарахування, розпочали передачу відомостей уповноваженим на виплату пенсій банкам та
will receive
8 мільярдів 200 мільйонів гривень,
money
в тому числі
soon.
4,5 мільярди на виплату військових пенсій і
Military pension will be paid without delays as well, and that's good news. So that's following the act of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. The pension increased due to increase in the average salary. More than 500,000 of retirees will get better pension, higher pension this month. Number-wise, it's more than 10 million Ukrainians will have a higher pension than last month. Another important piece of information is from Bureau of Economic Security. Some of our colleagues complained that they couldn't pay by card in some stores and gas stations. So this Bureau for Economic Security, they have a chatbot, and if you are not able to pay by card, either in a grocery store or a gas station, or the taxi driver was trying to charge your skin, so please provide this information to this chatbot because prices should be regulated. The Bureau for Economic Security needs to know about such facts. There is a special Telegram bot. It's called Post Terminals bot. If you have any information, if you want to complain, please leave your information in this bot. So this information will be collected and will be processed, and actions will be taken. Also, you can email your complaints, and information should be shared, and commercial institutions, gas stations, grocery stores, if they violate your rules, so measures will be taken against them. Because people are trying, some people unfortunately are trying to cash in on war. Ukraine received another consignment of javelins. This is light anti-tank missiles from Estonia. NLAW is also a fantastic tool. It's a light anti-tank weapon. We received another consignment from Estonia.
Наша команда тримає інформаційний фронт 24/7. І з вами ми сильні, а тепер іще сильніші. Перший західний розширює мовлення. Тепер наш канал і у цифрі на Т2 для мешканців Львова та довколишніх громад. Якісна картинка і перевірена інформація. Дякуємо, що дивитесь і довіряєте.
Пришли вас освободить.
Сьогодні ти знову написала, що тобі страшно. І я знову попрошу. Ні, сьогодні я накажу відставити боятись. Погладь за мене Бармалея і спокійно лягай спати. До речі, як там Марусі в школі? Скажи тату берегти серце і обійняти маму. І взагалі, давайте усміхатися. Ваші силі краса. Допомагайте один одному і виручайте. Цілуйте любимих. Святкуйте свою свободу. Ви за нашими спинами. Ось такі теж надійні, не ховаєтеся, прикриваєте нас із тилу. Зробіть так, щоб ми пишалися вами. І ми повернемось. Повернемось і будемо жити.
Любі мої діти, мила мамо й тату, я йду на війноньку нашу землю захищати. Не плачте за мною, якщо в полі згину, все віддам за любу неньку. нашу Україну. Єднаємося, браття, цю лиху годину. Нехай ворог знає, ми за Україну. Богу душу нашу віддамо єдину. За нашу землю священну Україну. Богу душу нашу віддамо єдину. За нашу землю священну Україну. Ла-ла-ла-ла-лай, ла-ла-лай, гей, ла-ла-лай, ла-лай, ла-ла-лай, лай-ла-ла-лай. Ми за ці степи, за ліси й гори, за лани широкі, за Чорне море, за небесну затінню, за Тараса брата, за нашу свободу ми побороли ката. З нами свята віра, з нами Бог і правда, і ми проти того, що брат пішов на брата. А якщо війною, тоді начувайтесь, нас ніщо не зупинить. Слава Україні! А якщо війною, тоді начувайтесь, нас ніщо не зупинить. Слава Україні! Ла-ла-ла-ла-лай, лай-ла-ла-лай, гей, ла-ла-лай, ла-лай, ла-ла-лай, лай-ла-ла-лай, ла-ла-ла-лай, лай-ла-ла-лай, гей, ла-ла-лай, лай-ла-лай, лай-ла-лай. Не плачте за мною, якщо в полі згину, все віддам за любу неньку нашу Україну. Не плачте за мною, якщо в полі згину, все віддам за любу неньку мою Україну.
Я був повстанцем в козацькій бороні, славного Богдана в визвольній війні. Навіть на страту за мужність йшов. Я був повстанцем, за свободу лив кров. Я був сотником у Залізняка. В гайдамацьких загонах гартувалась рука. Крізь огнисту бронь йшли до бою ми знов. Я був повстанцем, за правду лив кров. Я був чорним вороном, подібним до тіні. У Холодного Яру останній годині. Хто ворогу стався, кого страх поборов, прийде повстанець і пролє його кров. Я був лісовим братом на Волині. До кінця опирався червоній лапині. Від безсили люті скаженів лютолов. Я повстанець 20 лютого на Майдані. Проти снайперів, Беркуту та поліцаїв. Так добре напал, на броні запалав. Я повстав, за свободу свою кров проливав. Я повстанцем залишуся аж до захід. Не прогнати мене із моєї країни.
хлопчик, що носить короткий чубчик і мріє про мир у домі, а треба, то стане в окоп обороні. Укроп це школярка юна, окутана стягом жовто-блакитним, горять у неї очі, як веде маскувальну сітку до ночі. Укроп це лагідна мати, що молиться до світання. Укроп це суворий батько, що є патріотом рідного краю. Укроп це бабуся старенька, що в'яже панчох і захиснику. Укроп це дідо сивенький, збирає бояці серця чеснику. Укроп це ти, укроп це я, Україна. Укропів земля, укроп сіяний по полю, бореться за свободу і волю. Укроп це ти, укроп це я, Україна. Укропів земля, укроп сіяний по полю, бореться за свободу і волю. Укроп це козак польовий, тікає вражий сєпар, допоки не пізно, ховайся, москалю, допоки живий. Укроп голови не схилить, і навіть вистоїть смерть. Укропа раном накриє, а він все одно підніме свій меч. Укроп це ти, укроп це я, Україна. Укропів земля, укроп сіяний по полю, бореться за свободу і волю. Укроп це ти, укроп це я, Україна. Укропів земля, укроп сіяний по полю, бореться за свободу і волю. Укроп то народ єдиний, укроп то народ міцний, укроп ніколи не згине, укроп вічно живий, укроп то народ єдиний, укроп то народ міцний, укроп ніколи не згине, укроп вічно живий. Укроп це ти, укроп це я, Україна, укропів земля, укроп сіяний по полю, бореться за свободу і волю. Укроп це ти, укроп це я, Україна, укропів земля, укроп сіяний по полю, бореться за свободу і волю.
Учітеся, брати мої, думайте, читайте,